Chapter 69. The three major families and seven noble families are all here. It seems like there are also people from the Association of Alchemists and the top 10 chambers of commerce. That item definitely won't belong to us. However, even if it doesn't belong to us, it's still good to see such a big scene. Everyone in the auction house started to discuss. Everyone, please be quiet for a moment. The young auctioneer lightly smiled and said, "We're about to present the rare treasure to everyone." At this moment, the auction house instantly quietened down. Two beautiful girls walked up with a plate. On the plate, there was something that was covered by a purple cloth. Only a vague outline could be seen. What exactly is that thing? Simply whetting our appetites. At this moment, the young auctioneer revealed a charming smile. With a pull of her right hand, the purple cloth was removed. In an instant, light shone in all directions. A black jade pot, made of an unknown material, appeared in front of everyone. This pot was sparkling and translucent. On top of it, there was a dazzling light. A dense soul aura spread out. Seeing this sparkling black jade pot, Nelly couldn't help being excited. He never thought that he would actually see this item here. This item is indeed a rare treasure. It's not something that can be measured with money. Even our patriarch isn't clear about the origin of this item. However, there's one thing that's very clear. The pure soul force fluctuation that's being emitted proves that this item isn't an ordinary item. At the bottom of it, the word nightmare is engraved. It must be related to the nightmare demon spirit. The young auctioneer continued. Furthermore, according to our patriarch, if one cultivates a demon spirit around it, it can greatly strengthen the aura of the demon spirit. Therefore, we can be sure that this is a rare treasure. Our patriarch hopes that someone with knowledge will be able to use it. The starting price of this item is 8 million demon spirit coins. The patriarch of the Hongyu family didn't know the use of this black jade pot, which is why he gave such a low price. If he knew the true use of this black jade pot, he probably wouldn't even be willing to sell it. Just the fact that cultivating beside it can strengthen the aura of the demon spirit is worth a lot of money. Not to mention, there are still many other uses that haven't been discovered yet. When the representatives of the various families felt the rich soul energy in the air, they couldn't help but be moved. They were extremely interested in this black jade pot. What is this black jade pot? I don't know, but I can be sure that this thing is definitely not simple. How rare. I really want to study it. Who knows, it might have some special uses. Looking at the black jade pot in front of him, Nelly couldn't help but reveal a pensive expression. This black jade pot should be the legendary treasure, the Nightmare Demon Pot. The inheritance of a Nightmare Demon Pot was even before the Snow Wind Empire. It was said that it was discovered in an ancient tribe. Even Yeli only knew one of the uses of the Nightmare Demon Pot. One of the uses of the Nightmare Demon Pot was to refine demon spirits. The general process is to absorb 10 different demon spirits into the Nightmare Demon Pot. There's a chance that an even more powerful demon spirit will be born. If one's luck is good, it's possible to get a rare demon spirit. If one's luck isn't good, it's possible to fail and the demon spirit will be destroyed. The probability of failure is relatively small. At the same time, the chances of refining a rare demon spirit is also relatively small. Most of the time, the Nightmare Demon Pot can refine a more powerful demon spirit. Just this one use is enough to make countless people go crazy for it. After all, the majority of demon spiritualists can only integrate with one demon spirit. Of course, they hope that the stronger the demon spirit, the better. Using weak demon spirits to integrate with a powerful demon spirit. This is the Nightmare Demon Pot. Probably not many people know the use of the Nightmare Demon Pot. Thinking of the might of the Nightmare Demon Pot, Nieli immediately decided that no matter what price he has to pay, he must get the Nightmare Demon Pot. Soon, the various families began to bid. 10 million demon spirit coins, 12 million demon spirit coins, 15 million demon spirit coins. Very quickly, the price rose to 20 million demon spirit coins. This price already made the people in the auction hall extremely shocked. 30 million demon spirit coins. The sacred family suddenly bid. 30 million demon spirit coins. The Association of Alchemists bid. Nieli glanced at the third floor from afar. The one who bid seems to be Yang Xin. After thinking for a bit, Nieli said in, Grand Elder, Director Yang seems to be on the third floor. Go and see Director Yang and tell her that I want this black jade pot. Let Director Yang help me bid for it. I'll pay the Association of Alchemists when the time comes. Hearing Nieli's words, without waiting for Nian to reply, Niehai said, Let me go. Nian's interspatial ring is filled with elixirs. How would he dare to let Nian go? As the patriarch, he can only be reduced to running errands. However, he's still willing to do so. Niehai went to look for Yang Xin. The Sacred Family and the Association of Alchemists continued to compete. After the Association of Alchemists raised the price to 50 million demon spirit coins, the Sacred Family gave up. In terms of wealth, even the three major families can't be compared to the Association of Alchemists. 50 million demon spirit coins. The Association of Alchemists is really rich. Of course, the Association of Alchemists' elixirs are so popular recently. The daily income is probably in the hundreds of millions. After a moment, Niehai returned. He nodded towards Nieli and said, Director Yang agreed. Yang Xin definitely can't reject Nieli's request. After all, Yang Xin still has a lot of things to ask of Nieli in the future. To the Association of Alchemists, spending such a small amount of money is just a drop in the ocean. Everything that Nieli has brought to the Association of Alchemists can't be measured with money. When the price reached the level of 50 million demon spirit coins, the majority of the families didn't dare to compete. Furthermore, many families have to buy elixirs from the Association of Alchemists. Therefore, they still have to give some face to the Association of Alchemists. Although they were drooling over the black jade pot, they didn't bid too much. At this moment, a person wearing a gray cloak suddenly started to bid. 55 million demon spirit coins? Who is he? There's actually someone bidding? Everyone in the auction house curiously looked at the mysterious person wearing the gray cloak. Usually, families don't need to pay a deposit when bidding. When ordinary people bid, they have to pay a deposit before they can participate in the auction. This mysterious person actually bid 55 million, which means that he must have paid a deposit of more than 55 million. The price of this black jade pot has actually risen to such a shocking level. This amount of demon spirit coins is already equivalent to the entire wealth of an aristocratic family. At this moment, Yang Xin, who is sitting on the third floor, slightly frowned her brows. For the past few days, she has been at the branch in the northern part of Glory City. After receiving the Hong Yu family's invitation, she decided to participate in this auction. She never thought that Nieli would also be here. Originally, she had some interest in this jade pot. She thought that it was something that could be used to concoct elixirs. Therefore, she wanted to buy it and bring it back to study it. She never thought that Nieli would also be interested in it. Since it's something that Nieli wants, the Association of Alchemists will definitely help Nieli buy it. However, when the price reached 55 million demon spirit coins, the price was a little out of her expectations. 55 million to buy a black jade pot that she doesn't know the use of, is it worth it? Just a few hundred votes away from being on the list. Everyone, please vote for Snail. Chapter 70. 60 million demon spirit coins. Although she was a little nervous, Yang Xin still continued to increase the price. This is because Niehai said that no matter the price, she must buy this jade pot. Nieli will pay for it. 60 million demon spirit coins. Is it really worth this price? What exactly is this jade pot? Could it be that Nieli knows the use of this jade pot? Yang Xin glanced at the mysterious man downstairs. She doesn't know where this guy came from, but he actually came to compete for this item. 65 million demon spirit coins. The mysterious man hesitated for a moment, then continued to increase the price. 70 million demon spirit coins. Yang Xin continued to increase the price. The price continued to increase. Niehai and Nian were both dumbfounded. They know that this item is what Nieli wants to buy. However, this price is too shocking. Nieli is much richer than they imagined. How much money did the Association of Alchemists give to Nieli? Why would the Association of Alchemists give Nieli so much money? Their hearts were filled with doubts. Nieli's brows furrowed as he looked at the mysterious man. Just who was this guy? He actually increased the price? Nieli thought for a moment. Did the Hanyu auction house find someone to help them? It shouldn't be. If this matter were to spread out, the Hanyu auction house's reputation would be ruined. The Association of Alchemists wouldn't let them off. They wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Furthermore, the price has been increased to such a degree. Even the Association of Alchemists might not accept this item. If this item were to fall into their hands, they would lose more than they gain. Could it be someone from the Dark Guild? Other than the various large families and chambers of commerce, only the Dark Guild has the financial resources to compete for this item. The Dark Guild went around kidnapping the members of various aristocratic families, extorting money from them, and robbing people on the way. No one knew how much money they had earned, but they were still very powerful. Nieli was silent for a moment before he said, "Patriarch, I'll have to trouble you to pass a message to Director Yang. I'll repeat what I said. No matter what price we have to pay, we must get this black jade pot. After the auction is over, immediately send someone to follow that mysterious person. The people we send must be at least gold rank, and it would be best if they were black gold rank. Absolutely do not let him discover them." Niehai raised his eyebrows slightly and nodded. All right. He vaguely felt that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. A person of unknown origin actually had such strong financial resources to compete with the Association of Alchemists. At this time, it was likely that more than one force had their eyes on the mysterious man below. 100 million demon spirit coins. When the Association of Alchemists shouted out this price, the experts for various forces were a little dumbfounded. Their hearts were filled with doubt. Could it be that the Association of Alchemists knew about the effects of this item, which was why they shouted out such a price? Or could it be that the Association of Alchemists really had too much money and didn't know where to spend it? 100 million demon spirit coins. This is too ruthless. 110 million demon spirit coins. The mysterious man below hesitated for a long time. When the young auctioneer was about to hit the hammer, he finally increased the price once more. 120 million demon spirit coins. Yang Xian quickly increased the price once more. The mysterious man finally understood Yang Xian's determination and did not continue to increase the price. The deposit that he paid was already not enough. Everyone below the stage was extremely excited. To be able to see such an intense auction in their lifetime, they've really broadened their horizons. They don't know what this black jade pot is, but it's actually auctioned for a sky-high price of 120 million demon spirit coins. This price is probably something that only the Alchemist Association can afford. Towards this black jade pot, everyone had a strong curiosity in their hearts. The auction finally came to an end. The crowd slowly dispersed. Nieli and the rest went to pay the bill and collect their items. In a secret room of the auction, Nieli met up with Yang Xian. Yang Xian held onto the black jade pot, smiled, and asked Nieli, "Little brother, do you know what this thing is used for?" In order to buy this black jade pot, she spent a total of 120 million demon spirit coins. This price, even for the Association of Alchemists, is not a small amount. Although the Association of Alchemists is making a lot of money every day, it hasn't reached the point where they can squander it as they wish. I also don't know what this thing is used for. Nieli spread out his hands and said with a smile, "Big sister doesn't believe you. You spent so much money just to buy such a useless thing?" Yang Xian crossed her arms in front of her chest, making her ample bosom even more attractive. She looked at Nieli with a smile that isn't a smile. "If you're not willing to say anything, then Big Sister Yang will take this black jade pot back and study it. It's precisely because I don't know what it's used for. That's why I bought it. Its aura is so pure, it's definitely not an ordinary item. My master might know what it's used for." Nieli once again brought out his non-existent master, chuckled, and said, "Anyway, it's just a little bit of money. It's nothing." Hearing Nieli's words, Yang Xian's face immediately showed some respect and said, "Since you're buying it for your master, then quickly keep it well." Nieli's master is most likely a master alchemist. Yang Xian doesn't dare to be rash. There should be 120 million demon spirit coins in this interspatial ring, Nieli said as he took out an interspatial ring. Yang Xin shook her head and blocked the interspatial ring. She charmingly smiled and said, "Consider this item bought by the Association of Alchemists as a gift for your master." Because of the elixirs provided by Nieli's master, the Association of Alchemists has earned a lot of money. More importantly, the strength of Glory City has increased by a lot. The Association of Alchemists was worried that they wouldn't be able to curry favor with Nieli's master. This is a good opportunity to gift him a gift. How could they miss it? If Nieli's master is happy, he can casually provide 1 or 2 elixir formulas. The significance of that would be huge. Nieli went silent for a moment, calmly received the nightmare demon pot, lightly smiled and said, "Then, I'll have to thank Big Sister Yang. I'll tell Master. Then, I'll have to thank Little Brother." Yang Xian smiled and said. Then, as if she thought of something, she asked, "You asked me to send someone to follow the bidder. Did you discover something?" Actually, even if Nieli didn't say it, she would have done it. If she knew that the bidder was the Hongyu family's helper, the Hongyu family would die miserably. I suspect that it might be someone from the Dark Guild. Nieli thought for a moment and said, "However, this is only my guess. No matter who it is, to actually bid such a high price for the Nightmare Demon Pot. Could it be that other than him, there's someone else who knows the use of the Nightmare Demon Pot? Someone from the Dark Guild?" Yang Xian's eyes slightly narrowed. If I know that he's someone from the Dark Guild, then he can forget about leaving Glory City. I've already entrusted a black gold, rank demon spiritualist to follow him. Big Sister Yang, it's best if you don't alert the enemy. Even if you want to catch him, you have to catch him alive. Nieli, who knows, we might be able to find evidence of the sacred family colluding with the Dark Guild. Brothers, the recommendation board is in emergency, requesting for recommendation support. Chapter 71. Understand. Yang Xian nodded her head, lightly smiled. Then I'll head back first, Nieli said to Yang Xian. After bidding farewell to Yang Xian, he quietly left through the small door. The price of a Nightmare Demon Pot has reached an astonishing 120 million. Such an item would definitely make people's eyes turn red. With Nieli's current strength, if he's targeted by someone, he might not have the ability to protect such a treasure. But luckily, other people don't know that the Nightmare Demon Pot is in Nieli's hands. Everyone thinks that the Nightmare Demon Pot is in Yang Xian's hands. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to have any ideas on Yang Xian. After all, Yang Xian's current position is very important in Glory City. Nieli quietly left, along with Niehai and Nieten, sat in the carriage and returned to the Tensei family. Nieli looked at Niehai and Nin and solemnly said, "The matter of this Nightmare Demon Pot absolutely cannot be told to anyone." Of course, Niehai and Nia hurriedly nodded their heads. They also understand the seriousness of this matter. If other people were to know that the mysterious Jade Pot is in Nieli's hands, it might attract trouble that even the Tensei family can't handle. Right now, Nieli's interest is the Tensei family's interest. "Are we going back to the family now?" Niehai asked. "No." Nieli shook his head and said, "I want to go to the Xianling Chamber of Commerce to buy demon spirits." "Buy demon spirits? You've already reached silver rank?" Nia, and suddenly thought of something and asked. Nieli was silent for a moment and nodded. At this time, it seemed that there was no need to hide it from Niehai and Nian. Receiving Nieli's confirmation, Niehai and Nian looked at Nieli in shock, sucking in a mouthful of cold air. They remembered that a few months ago, Nieli hadn't even reached 1-star bronze rank. How could he reach silver rank so quickly? A 13-year-old silver rank demon spiritualist. My God, he's simply a peerless genius. In the entire history of Glory City, there's only a handful of them. The first demon spirit must be chosen well. Whatever demon spirit you want to choose, we can give you some references. Niehai solemnly said, "The demon spirits that Xianling Chamber of Commerce sells are indeed the best in the northern part of Glory City. Going there, he should be able to buy a pretty good demon spirit. What they don't know is that Nyeli is already integrated with a shadow devil demon spirit. This time, what he wants to get isn't as simple as an ordinary demon spirit. What reference can Nyahai give him? I have my own thoughts, Nyeli said, shaking his head. Nyahai and looked at each other, bitterly smiling. They have completely forgotten that this 13-year-old boy in front of them isn't an ordinary person. He's simply a monster. They can't influence any of Nyeli's decisions. The carriage sped forward. Nyeli let Nyahai confirm that there's no one following them. Only then did he feel relieved. Nyeli is still a little worried that someone would target him. Whether it's the Sacred Family or the Dark Guild, their forces are too big. Luckily, for the time being, the Dark Guild and the Sacred Family won't notice him. Why would these super forces care about a youth? By the time the Dark Guild and the Sacred Family start to notice his existence, Nyeli would have already grown to the point that they won't be able to deal with him. Xianling Chamber of Commerce, VIP room when Nyeli and Bunch revealed their identities. The people of Xianling Chamber of Commerce immediately welcomed Nyeli and Bunch into the secret VIP room. The one who received Nyeli and Bunch is an old man with white hair and beard. He's the manager of Xianling Chamber of Commerce, called Xiao Mingfeng. As the head of Xianling Chamber of Commerce, Xiao Mingfeng's information network is very fast. The news of the Tensei family being extravagant in the Red Moon auction house was quickly spread to his ears. Therefore, the Tensei family has already been listed as one of the important customers. Please have some tea. Xiao Mingfeng smiled and made a gesture. Thank you, Manager Xiao. Nyahai lightly smiled and said, I'm here to buy a demon spirit for my grandnephew. Our Xianling Chamber of Commerce will wholeheartedly serve every customer. Xiao Mingfeng said, lightly smiling. His eyes looked at Nyeli. I wonder what kind of demon spirit patriarch Nyahai is planning to buy. We have all kinds of demon spirits here. Xiao Mingfeng took out a booklet. On it, there are hundreds of kinds of demon spirits. Whether it's the type, attribute, etc., they're all listed very clearly. He also gave a rough price range. Xianling Chamber of Commerce is the largest demon spirit trader in the northern part of Glory City. Every day, they would purchase a large amount of demon spirits from adventurers and sell them. Among them, there are no lack of precious demon spirits. The higher the grade, the rarer the demon spirit, the more expensive the price. A cheap demon spirit can be bought for a few hundred or a few thousand demon spirit coins. An expensive demon spirit, after being appraised, can reach millions or even tens of millions of demon spirit coins. I wonder what kind of demon spirit the Tensei family will buy. Xiao Mingfeng secretly thought. It will depend on how much importance Nyahai places on Nyeli. Nyahai took a glance at Nyeli. Nyeli did not look at the booklet. He looked at Xiao Mingfeng and asked, Manager Xiao, what kind of demon spirit do I buy from you? Will you keep a secret? Xiao Mingfeng was a little surprised as he looked at Nyeli, nodded his head, and said, Of course, we will keep it a secret for every customer. We will absolutely not divulge any customer's information. Okay, Nyeli said, slightly nodding his head. He took the booklet, pointed at one of the demon spirits, and said, Nightmare-type demon spirits, how many do you have here? Hearing Nyeli's words, Xiao Mingfeng was slightly stunned. He took a glance at Nyahai. Can a kid like Nyeli keep his word? Seeing Nyahai nodding his head, Xiao Mingfeng said, Nightmare-type demon spirits are the rarest and most difficult to control. I suggest that, young master, for your first demon spirit, do not choose a nightmare-type demon spirit. We only have around 50 nightmare-type demon spirits in our storage. I want all of them, Nyeli said. I hope Manager Xiao can give me a fair price. Xiao Mingfeng sucked in a mouthful of cold air. He looked at Nyeli in shock. Does Nyeli know how much money that is? Why would Nyeli buy so many demon spirits? A person can only integrate with one demon spirit at most. That's right, I want all of them. Nyeli seriously nodded his head. Nyahai and Nyen were also extremely shocked as they stared at Nyeli. Only after a long while did they recover from their shock. Rest assured, I will pay, Nyeli indifferently said. Xiao Mingfeng looked at Nyahai. Nyahai bitterly smiled, nodded his head, and said, Manager Xiao, please bring all the nightmare-type demon spirits over. We want all of them. Okay. Xiao Mingfeng revealed an excited expression. Generally, only one nightmare-type demon spirit can be sold every 1 or 2 months. Nieli wants to buy all the nightmare-type demon spirits in the storage. This is definitely a big customer. Xiao Mingfeng hurriedly and respectfully said, since everyone is buying so many demon spirits at once, I guarantee that the price will be absolutely fair. We believe in Manager Xiao. After all, in the future, we will come here to purchase even more demon spirits. Nieli calmly said. When these words came out of Nieli's mouth, for a moment, Xiao Mingfeng treated Nieli as an adult. He really doesn't know how this kid was taught. His wisdom is simply too monstrous. Everyone, please wait for a moment. I'll immediately go get the nightmare-type demon spirits. Xiao Mingfeng said and hurriedly left. Xiaoli, why are you buying so many nightmare-type demon spirits? Nian curiously asked. Nieli is too rich. Forget about him spending money in the auction. Now he's here to buy demon spirits. Could it be that he has too much money and nowhere to spend it? After all, a person can only integrate with one demon spirit. I have my own uses for it, Nieli said, lightly smiling. Chapter 72. Very quickly, Xiao Mingfeng returned with a large pile of demon spirit stones. After a demon spirit is captured, it would usually be sealed within a demon spirit stone and stored. Rows of demon spirit stones were lined up on the table, creating a spectacular scene. These are silver rank nightmare demon spirits. The price is around 60,000 demon spirit coins. These are gold rank nightmare demon spirits. The price is around 300,000 demon spirit coins. Xiao Mingfeng pointed at the demon spirit stones and explained to Nieli. Aside from being able to be integrated with a demon spiritualist, a demon spirit can also be sealed within a battle armor, allowing the battle armor to gain a powerful strength. Demon spirit of silver rank and above is already very expensive, easily tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of demon spirit coins. Ordinary people simply can't afford it. However, for a tycoon like Nieli, this isn't a problem at all. And the price is still fair. I'll take them all. Nieli nodded his head. Xiao Mingfeng turned his head and looked at Nia Hai and Yan. Nia Hai and Nia and looked at each other and bitterly smiled. Xiao Mingfeng has always wanted to seek their opinion, but he doesn't understand that the two of them can't make the decision. Nia Li's right hand moved, took out a small mountain of demon crystal cards from his interspatial ring, placed it on the table, and said, "This is all the money. Manager Xiao, please count it." Nieli is actually paying himself? Looking at the small mountain of demon crystal cards, Xiao Mingfeng was deeply shocked. This Tensei family is too awesome. They actually let a kid hide so much money on him. However, Xiao Mingfeng didn't think too much about it. He's just a proper businessman. Since Nieli is paying, then there's no problem. Nieli's right hand moved, throwing 53 demon spirit stones into his interspatial ring. I hope that Tensei family will take care of our business in the future. After Xiao Mingfeng put away the demon crystal cards, his smile became more and more humble. This is definitely the biggest business he has ever done since he started trading demon spirits. Shopkeeper Xiao, you don't have to be so polite. We still want to buy more today. Shopkeeper Xiao, don't tell me that you want to send us off so soon. Nieli lightly glanced at Xiao Mingfeng. How could that be? Little Master still wants to buy demon spirits? Xiao Mingfeng asked. Nieli was calm and collected, giving him a faint sense of oppression. He smiled bitterly in his heart. Was this really a 13 or 14-year-old boy? How monstrous! Of course, the nightmare demon spirit is only a part of it. Nieli calmly said. The shock in Xiao Mingfeng's heart is hard to describe. Just how many demon spirits does Nieli want to buy? However, as a shop owner, he naturally hopes to sell as many demon spirits as possible. I also need toxic demon spirits, snow wind demon spirits, and fighter-type demon spirits. Shopkeeper Xiao, please bring out all the demon spirits you have in stock. Did he want all the stocks again? Oh my god. However, very quickly, Xiao Mingfeng eagerly brought out all the demon spirits in stock. The nightmare demon spirits are relatively rare, but these demon spirits are much more numerous. Some have thousands of demon spirits, with the lowest having thousands of them. However, in terms of price, they are cheaper than the nightmare demon spirits. A total of 65 million demon spirit coins. Xiao Ming Feng calculated. Just calculating the price of these demon spirits made him sweat profusely. 65 million demon spirit coins. Shopkeeper Xiao, please count it. Nieli took out 6,500 demon crystal cards and filled the table. Xiao Mingfeng was shocked. Ever since he started this business, this is the first time he saw so much money. The key point is that this money was actually taken out from a kid's interspatial ring. This is simply too shocking. Shopkeeper Xiao, I still need to purchase a batch of demon spirits. Nieli said, looking at Xiao Mingfeng. As long as young master has an order, I, Xiao Mingfeng, will definitely do my best. At that time, you only need to send someone to pass a message to me, and I will send all the demon spirits to the Tensei family. Xiao Mingfeng respectfully said. He no longer treats Nieli as a kid. This is his biggest customer. A single transaction is more than a few years' worth of transactions. He must take good care of Nieli. Otherwise, if such a customer were to run away, he would have the heart to cry. All right, Patriarch, Grand Elder, let's go back, Nieli said, looking at Niehai and Nian. All right, Niehai and Nian nodded their heads. Originally, they were preparing to bring Nieli to the Hongyu auction house to see the big scene. They never thought that Nieli would bring them to see the big scene. Even now, their hearts are still beating wildly. This can't be blamed on them. The entire Tensei family's annual income is only 1 million demon spirit coins. And this time, when Nieli went out, he spent over 100 million demon spirit coins on a pot and over 60 million demon spirits. It's already pretty good that he didn't get a heart attack. After Nieli, Niehai, and Nian bid farewell to Xiao Mingfeng, they rode the carriage back to the Tensei family. In this trip, no matter if it's Nieli, Niehai, or Nian, all of them had a bountiful harvest. Niehai and Nian hurriedly gathered the family members. They want to distribute the elixirs in their hands, allowing the family members to increase their strength as much as possible. Nieli returned home. Under Niehai's arrangement, Nieli and his family moved into an independent house in the Tensei family. It's only a step away from the Patriarch's residence. It can be said to be the safest place in the entire Tensei family. Nieli is very satisfied with this arrangement of Niehai's. Nieli placed a lot of elixirs, demon crystal cards, and other things in his house, allowing his family to use them anytime, in case of emergencies. He himself stayed in his room and focused on training. In the evening, Yang Xian from the Association of Alchemists sent a message over. A group of assassins tried to kidnap Yang Xian, wanting to snatch the nightmare demon pot. However, they were killed by Yang Xian's guards. Nieli's brows twitched. They actually dared to do such a thing in Glory City. Their guts are too big. Could it be that the person who wanted to snatch the nightmare demon pot also knows about the usage of the nightmare demon pot? Otherwise, they wouldn't do such a risky thing. Only the Dark Guild would dare to do such a thing. Whether it's the Sacred Family or the Dark Guild, they're both threats that need to be dealt with. Although Nieli's strength has been increasing very quickly, his strength is still only at silver rank. It's still far from enough. The Shadow Devil Demon Spirit is an assassin-type demon spirit. In terms of assassination, it's indeed very powerful. However, under normal circumstances, it's better not to casually use the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit. If the various abilities of the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit aren't exposed to the outside world, it'll have an unexpected effect. However, if it's used in the open, it'll be studied by many people and the abilities of the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit will be suppressed. Therefore, Nieli still needs to integrate with more demon spirits, because the Heavenly God cultivation technique can integrate with 7 demon spirits. Every time he integrates with a demon spirit, Nieli's strength and cultivation speed will have a substantial increase. Of course, Nieli is very picky about demon spirits. After his rebirth, Nieli won't integrate with some ordinary trash demon spirits. After obtaining the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit, Nieli was already prepared to go to some ruins to search for some special demon spirits. However, after obtaining the Nightmare Demon Pot, Nieli had a new idea. Using the Nightmare Demon Pot to refine demon spirits. Chapter 73. Nieli took out the Nightmare Demon Pot. The surface of this pitch-black jade pot was flickering with a faint luster, emitting a trace of mysterious aura. This item is an ancient treasure. He never thought that it would appear in the auction house. Therefore, Nieli would disregard everything to bid for it. If he were to miss out on this Nightmare Demon Pot, Nieli would definitely regret it to death. Nieli's right hand caressed the Nightmare Demon Pot, sending a trace of soul force into the Nightmare Demon Pot. The Nightmare Demon Pot suddenly emitted rays of light in all directions, forming an inexplicable connection with Nieli. Nieli only knows a little about the usage of the Nightmare Demon Pot. He still needs to do more research on it. One of the usage of the Nightmare Demon Pot is that if 10 demon spirits of the same attribute are placed into the Nightmare Demon Pot at the same time to refine, there's a certain probability of refining a stronger demon spirit. Of course, there's also a chance of failure. The reason why Nieli bought so many demon spirits is to refine a stronger demon spirit. I already have an assassin-type demon spirit. Now, what I need the most is a fighter-type demon spirit that can fight against people head-on. Nieli thought a while. He bought over 2,000 fighter-type demon spirits. He doesn't know if he can refine a powerful fighter-type demon spirit out of these 2,000 fighter-type demon spirits. Every demon spirit is divided into bronze, silver, gold, black gold, legend rank, and so on according to the strength of their soul before they die. This is the standard of Glory City. What ordinary people don't know is that every demon spirit's growth rate is different. Even if it's a very low-level demon spirit, if its growth rate is strong enough, it's not impossible for it to kill a legend-ranked demon spirit after being nurtured. At the same time, there are some special demon spirits that have a stronger growth rate than ordinary demon spirits. For example, Nieli's Shadow Devil Demon Spirit. Nieli divided the growth rates of demon spirits into 5 levels: inferior, normal, good, excellent, excellent, and God level. The Shadow Devil Demon Spirit is undoubtedly the type of demon spirit that has a God level growth rate. The growth rate of the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit is limitless. Ordinary people wouldn't know how to determine the growth rate of a demon spirit. Only Nieli knew that the growth rate of a demon spirit could be determined using a soul crystal, just that the method used was different. The second demon spirit he fused with would have a far-reaching impact. Therefore, Nieli naturally had to choose carefully. Even if he couldn't get a God-level growth rate demon spirit, he had to at least get an extraordinary one. Otherwise, he would be letting down the Nightmare Demon Pot that he bought with such a high price. Nieli took out 10 demon spirit stones and used a soul crystal to test the rank of the 10 demon spirits. Scattered soul clouds, low-level demon spirit. Scattered soul clouds, low-level demon spirit. Scattered soul clouds, low-level demon spirit. A broken soul cloud, a normal rank demon spirit. Nieli quickly began to test the 10 demon spirits. 7 of them were of low rank and 3 of normal rank. Nieli couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Sure enough, it's hard to find a high growth rate demon spirit from a normal rank. Nieli was a little depressed as he thought about it. Wanting to find a God-level growth rate demon spirit like the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit is too difficult. Otherwise, Nieli wouldn't have taken such a big risk to enter the ancient Orchid City ruins. However, these demon spirits are trash to Nieli. If they were obtained by an ordinary person, they would definitely be regarded as a treasure. Nieli placed the 10 demon spirits into the Nightmare Demon Pot and used his soul force to activate the Nightmare Demon Pot. In an instant, the Nightmare Demon Pot continuously flashed, emitting a dazzling light. Inside the pot, a halo of light flowed. Nieli could see that after the 10 lights rotated, they slowly merged together. In the end, it formed into a dense fog. Roughly 10 minutes later, the light from the Nightmare Demon Pot slowly subsided. A demon spirit was like a spirit, swimming around the bottom of the Nightmare Demon Pot. Nieli captured the demon spirit and attached it to a normal demon spirit stone. Afterwards, he checked the growth rate of the demon spirit. A slightly complete soul cloud, it's already a good rank. The Nightmare Demon Pot is indeed extraordinary. However, a good rank demon spirit is still far from enough. Nieli shook his head. With his eyesight, a good rank demon spirit is definitely not something he would look up to. Nieli placed the good rank demon spirit to the side, then picked up another 10 demon spirit stones and started checking. 10 fighter-type demon spirits. The best is a barbarian bull demon spirit, which is a good rank demon spirit. Nieli fused them again and again. Refining success. Refining success. Refining failure. The refining failure rate is still quite small. Only after dozens of refinements would there be one failure. However, after refining for over 60 times, the best is an excellent rank fighter-type demon spirit. The rest are all good rank fighter-type demon spirits. This won't do. Nieli shook his head. The difficulty of raising the rank of these low-rank demon spirits is quite high. However, there are still so many demon spirits left. Nieli will not give up on refining them. Among the 2,000 demon spirits, there's no need to refine them. They're already excellent rank fighter-type demon spirits. There's a total of 60 of them and 200 of good rank demon spirits, which are still pretty good. Some of these demon spirits have a higher growth rate. For an entire 2 days, Nieli continuously refined. Again and again, he fused the low rank and normal rank demon spirits into good rank. He then used the good rank demon spirits to continue fusing them into excellent rank. In the end, he was left with over 90 excellent rank demon spirits. He then used these excellent rank fighter-type demon spirits to fuse with excellent rank demon spirits. The higher the rank, the higher the failure rate. In the end, he successfully fused with 5 excellent rank demon spirits. Looking at these 5 excellent rank demon spirits, Nieli was still a little unwilling. 10 excellent rank demon spirits. He only has one chance to fuse with a god-level growth rate demon spirit. Furthermore, the failure rate is very high. When fusing with an excellent rank demon spirit, the success rate is only 50%. If he's fusing with a god-level demon spirit, having a success rate of 20% is already pretty good. The Association of Alchemists has already sent over their recent earnings. It's around 1 billion demon spirit coins. After thinking a while, Nieli went to see Niehai and Nian. He asked Niehai and Nian to help him purchase a large amount of fighter-type demon spirits. He wants as many as he can get. Every time he buys a fighter-type demon spirit, he'll give them a reward. The reward that Nieli gave was very generous. Naturally, they would do their best. Very quickly, Niehai and Nian went to various chambers of commerce to help Nieli purchase fighter-type demon spirits. After spending hundreds of millions, Nieli bought tens of thousands of fighter-type demon spirits. Afterwards, he crazily used the Nightmare Demon Pot. As the number of times he fused increased, Nieli realized that the Nightmare Demon Pot also had some obvious changes. The originally chaotic Nightmare Demon Pot became very clear. He could even clearly see the situation of the demon spirits fusing within the Nightmare Demon Pot. Nieli felt a chill in his heart. He could feel that the Nightmare Demon Pot can absorb a portion of the demon spirit's energy during the process of fusing with a demon spirit. As time passes, the Nightmare Demon Pot will become even more powerful. Chapter 74. For a full 5 days, Nieli concentrated on integrating demon spirits. Finally, he managed to integrate over 60 extraordinary level demon spirits. Over 60 extraordinary level fighter-type demon spirits. I should be able to get a god-level fighter-type demon spirit, right? Nieli inwardly thought to himself as he continued to refine. Placing 10 extraordinary level growth rate demon spirits inside, Nieli activated the Nightmare Demon Pot and started the integration. A dazzling light flickered. Nieli saw a 7-colored light flickering within the Nightmare Demon Pot. Every demon spirit's color was a little different as they gradually mixed together. I wonder what will be the first successful fighter-type demon spirit. Nieli was looking forward to it as he stared at the Nightmare Demon Pot. As time passed, the group of demon spirits inside the Nightmare Demon Pot suddenly disappeared with a bang and dissipated. Failed. Nieli opened his mouth, feeling a heartache. One must know that this kind of failure is equivalent to tens of millions of demon spirit coins turning into nothingness in an instant. If an ordinary person were to play like this, they would go bankrupt. Although Agnelli is rich, the chances of success aren't high. There are only 6 chances, and he failed on the first attempt. How depressing. Agnelli took a deep breath and placed another 10 extraordinary level growth rate demon spirits inside. Once again, he activated the Nightmare Demon Pot and started the integration. After 10 minutes, the Nightmare Demon Pot once again dissipated with a bang. Failed again, Agnelli had the urge to vomit blood. In just a blink of an eye, another tens of millions of demon spirit coins were gone. Is it really that hard to create a god-level growth rate demon spirit coins? Although Agnelli was a little depressed, he did not give up. Losing a little money doesn't matter. What he has now is money. Agnelli took another 10 extraordinary level growth rate demon spirits and started the third integration. 10 demon spirits were constantly changing at the bottom of the Nightmare Demon Pot, slowly fusing together. Dazzling lights were constantly flickering. Wave after wave of intense soul force fluctuations were emitted from the Nightmare Demon Pot. Feeling this majestic soul force, all the pores on Agnelli's body opened up. His soul realm constantly absorbed the soul force from the Nightmare Demon Pot, and his whole body felt warm. The 10 extraordinary ranked demon spirits constantly merged and transformed, finally forming a brand new demon spirit. Success. Looking at the demon spirit quietly lying at the bottom of the Nightmare Demon Pot, Agnelli was extremely excited. He guided the demon spirit to a demon spirit stone and carefully examined it. A god-level growth rate demon spirit. After using the soul force crystal to examine the demon spirit's talent, Agnelli couldn't help being ecstatic. After 2 failures, he finally managed to create a god-level demon spirit. This demon spirit is an abyss tiger demon beast, belonging to the fighter type. It's surging with power, and basically all of its characteristics are similar to an abyss tiger. However, what's different from an ordinary abyss tiger is that its entire body is emitting a dark metallic luster. On its head is a pair of terrifyingly sharp horns, and its body is covered with spikes. Is this still an abyss tiger? Agnelli couldn't help being secretly shocked, because this demon spirit is formed from a fusion of different demon spirits. Its characteristics are different from ordinary demon spirits. It's much stronger than ordinary demon spirits. Among the fighter-type demon spirits, the abyss tiger is already one of the stronger ones. After this transformation, Agnelli doesn't know what other special abilities it has. Agnelli stored the abyss tiger demon spirit and continued to merge with other demon spirits. He still has 3 more chances. In the next 3 attempts, Agnelli's luck is pretty good. He succeeded twice. One of them is a scarlet demonic leopard covered in scales and has a pair of wings on its back. The other one is actually a fang panda. Seeing that the third demon spirit is actually a fang panda, Agnelli was dumbfounded. This fang panda is chubby. The fur on its body is alternating between black and white, making it look charmingly naive. It doesn't seem to have any offensive capabilities. It's actually a fighter-type demon spirit. This is a little confusing. Agnelli tested the growth rate of this demon spirit. It's indeed a god-level demon spirit. The Fang Panda is a very low-level demon beast. It doesn't have any offensive capabilities. In the end, only a few of them could form into a demon spirit. Agnelli doesn't know who managed to hunt a Fang Panda demon spirit. What's even more surprising is that when a Nightmare Demon Pot is merging with other demon spirits, it's usually the stronger demon spirits that devour the weaker demon spirits. In the end, only the strongest demon spirit will be formed. For example, the Abyss Tiger and the Scarlet Demonic Leopard are both very powerful. How did this Fang Panda devour so many other demon spirits and survive? How strange! Agnelli couldn't help sighing. He carefully looked at this Fang Panda. Whether it's the Abyss Tiger or the Scarlet Demonic Leopard, after devouring other demon spirits, their bodies underwent some special changes. For example, the Abyss Tiger grew horns and spikes on its back, while the Scarlet Demonic Leopard grew scales and wings. However, this Fang Panda didn't have any changes. It's exactly the same as an ordinary Fang Panda. After being silent for a moment, Nieli thought of something. When the Nightmare Demon Pot is refining demon spirits, the demon spirits will evolve towards a stronger direction. Whether it's the Abyss Tiger or the Scarlet Demonic Leopard, it's the same. However, this Fang Panda didn't have any changes. Doesn't that mean that this Fang Panda is already in its strongest form? Nieli is very clear about the majority of demon spirits' characteristics. However, he's a little confused about this Fang Panda. That's because the Fang Panda is too weak. Almost no one would choose to merge with a Fang Panda. Perhaps the Fang Panda isn't that simple. Nieli pondered for a moment. He carefully sensed the Fang Panda's demon spirit. He could feel that there are two completely different powers within the Fang Panda's body. These two completely different powers complement each other, forming a miraculous balance. Yin and Yang balance. This is the most perfect form in nature. Within the Fang Panda's eyes, there's a deep light. There seems to be a trace of consciousness remaining. This is completely different from ordinary demon spirits. Ordinary demon spirits would lose their consciousness after they die. How strange. However, I've decided. You'll be the second demon spirit that I'm going to merge with. Nieli lightly smiled and stored the Scarlet Demonic Leopard and Abyss Tiger. He only needs to merge with one fighter-type demon spirit. Too many would be a waste. Dowsit and Lu Piao are also suitable to merge with fighter-type demon spirits. I'll give these two god-level growth rate demon spirits to them. Nieli thought. As for Yiziyun, Xiao Ninger, and Bunch, Nieli is preparing to give them other types of demon spirits. For example, Yiziyun is more suitable for snow wind attribute demon spirits. Xiao Ninger is more suitable for wind and lightning attribute demon spirits. Snow wind and lightning attribute demon spirits are harder to obtain than fighter-type demon spirits. However, Nieli has enough money now, so he can slowly obtain them. After sitting down, Nieli started to merge with the Fang Panda. After slowly guiding the demon spirit into his soul realm, Nieli started to merge with it. Chapter 75. After the Fang Panda entered Nieli's soul realm, it occupied an area and maintained a certain distance from the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit. The Shadow Devil Demon Spirit seemed to be afraid of the Fang Panda and didn't dare to move. The Fang Panda also seemed to have felt the aura of the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit and didn't dare to approach it. Both parties were on guard against each other. As the Fang Panda Demon Spirit slowly merged with Nieli's soul realm, the boundary between the two was no longer so clear. Occasionally, a chubby figure would flash across Nieli's mind. This guy was charmingly naive, grabbing a bamboo and chewing on it. He clumsily climbed up a big tree and finally fell down with a plop. This is the image of the Fang Panda when it was alive. It was transmitted into Nieli's mind. Nieli couldn't help smiling. This little guy is still rather cute. Roughly 2 hours later, the merging between Nieli and the Fang Panda was finally completed. After merging with the Fang Panda, the two demon spirits interacted with each other, constantly expanding Nieli's soul realm. Nieli's soul realm frantically expanded, once again expanding by more than 2 times. His soul force also surged violently. The soul force within Nieli's soul realm split into 2. These 2 streams of soul force constantly flowed, complementing each other. A majestic energy surged out. Boom! Nieli could feel that his soul force had suddenly increased by quite a bit. After testing it with a soul crystal, Nieli realized that his soul force has already grown to 2,000, reaching the 2-star silver rank. After merging with the Fang Panda, Nieli's strength directly increased by a level. All of this was within Nieli's expectations. What he was most concerned about wasn't the increase in his cultivation, but the innate ability of the Fang Panda. Feeling some of the characteristics of the Fang Panda, Nieli's eyes lit up. He leapt up and headed straight for the back mountain. In the forest behind the mountain, it's quiet and uninhabited. Normally, no one would come here. Nieli is preparing to display the combat skills of the Fang Panda here. Roar! Nieli furiously roared. His body rapidly expanded, quickly merging with the Fang Panda demon spirit. His muscles bulged, his body was covered with black and white fur. His limbs became extremely thick, and sharp claws grew out of his fingers. Thunderstrike. Niel Lee's whole body was full of power that couldn't be vented. He slapped a big tree next to him. Boom! A huge tree that required a person's arms to wrap around its trunk snapped in response. It fell down with a loud bang, kicking up a cloud of dust. Such powerful strength. Niel Lee's eyebrows twitched. The strength of this Fang Panda had indeed exceeded his imagination. In addition to Niel Lee's understanding of battle, not to mention a silver rank, even if it was a gold rank, Niel Lee would still dare to fight it. Aside from palm strikes, Niel Lee doesn't know what other combat skills it has. Niel Lee furiously roared, activating the strength of the Fang Panda. With a boom, a powerful aura was formed around the Fang Panda, with a radius of approximately 5 meters. Niel Lee can control the weight of this 5-meter radius. Gravity Field. What a rare combat skill. Niel Lee was ecstatic in his heart. He never thought that the Fang Panda would be able to display such a special combat skill. Gravity Field is a combat skill that is very hard to defend against. Obtaining this Fang Panda is really a big win. Niel Lee continued to research the Fang Panda's combat skills. Because Niel Lee doesn't have any understanding of the Fang Panda demon spirit, there are many combat skills that need to be developed. However, after merging with the Fang Panda, a trace of the Fang Panda's memory would occasionally appear in Niel Lee's mind. Therefore, the difficulty of developing new combat skills has decreased by a lot. There's still the third combat skill. Niel Lee roared like a wild beast. He opened his mouth and spat out 2 balls of light, one black and one white, from Niel Lee's mouth. The 2 balls of light drew a curved arc in the air and simultaneously landed on an empty ground. Boom! When the 2 balls of light exploded, a terrifying force swept out. Everything within a 10-meter radius was swept away, leaving behind 2 huge craters on the ground. The hard rocks within the soil were all crushed into pieces. At this moment, even Niel Lee was a little dumbfounded. What a powerful force. Yuan Qi Explosion. Niel Lee seems to have heard of this combat skill before. By spitting out the Yuan Qi within the body and bombarding the enemy's body, it would cause an explosion. However, ordinary Yuan Qi Explosion is only one. However, the Yuan Qi Explosion that Niel Lee casted out 2 at the same time. Let's call it the Yin Yang Blast for now. Niel Lee thought a while. These 2 balls of light, one black and one white, are indeed a little frightening. Niel Lee sensed for a moment. This Yin Yang Blast can't be casted too many times. After casting it 5 times, all the energy in his body will be exhausted. The gravity field combined with the Yin Yang Blast is definitely a very powerful move. Niel Lee can feel that this Fang Panda still has a lot of combat skills that have yet to be developed. He believes that in the future, as Niel Lee and the Fang Panda's strength continue to rise, they will be able to display even more combat skills. Not bad. Although he has seen a lot of demon spirits, after merging with the Fang Panda, Niel Lee is still very excited. No matter if it's the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit or the Fang Panda, both of them have God-level growth rates. Any one of them is enough to make people go crazy. Niel Lee recalled the Fang Panda back into his soul realm. Currently, this Fang Panda is only a bronze rank demon spirit. Niel Lee constantly circulated his soul force to feed it, while crazily swallowing elixirs like soul-tempering pills to replenish his energy. At this moment, within Niel Lee's soul realm, the Fang Panda was constantly opening its mouth to devour the surging soul force. Normally, cultivators wouldn't be willing to use a large amount of soul force to feed a demon spirit. Although a demon spirit is a part of their strength, it can be changed. Rather than feeding a demon spirit, it's better to increase one's own strength. When one's strength grows stronger, they can switch to a stronger demon spirit. However, Niel Lee's thoughts are different. Whether it's the Fang Panda or the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit, he's prepared to nurture them well. Constantly devouring soul force, the Fang Panda's rank continued to rise. With a boom, it finally broke through to silver rank. After reaching silver rank, the Fang Panda's speed of devouring soul force slowed down and almost stabilized. The increase in a demon spirit strength is closely related to the demon spiritualist. When a demon spirit's strength is on par with the demon spiritualist's, their growth will slow down. Only a small number of demon spirits can grow stronger than their master. The Fang Panda belongs to a god-level growth rate demon spirit. In the future, it's normal for its strength to surpass Nieli. However, this still requires Nieli to nurture it slowly. You can't become fat in one go. To be able to reach silver rank in such a short amount of time is already not easy. After reaching silver rank, Nieli let out a low roar and once again summoned the Fang Panda. With the Fang Panda attached to his body, Nieli's cultivation suddenly increased, becoming much stronger than before. Although it's still silver rank, ordinary gold rank demon spiritualist shouldn't be my opponent. Nieli lightly smiled. The strength of a god-level growth rate demon spirit isn't something ordinary people can imagine. Chapter 76. Just when Nieli was crazily training and preparing to dig deeper into the Fang Panda's combat technique, two figures flew over from the forest far away. Nieli slightly frowned. He stood still and looked into the distance. Whoosh, whoosh. Two figures landed. It's Nie Xiaofeng and Nie Xiaori. Who dares to be so presumptuous in my Tensei family's territory? Nie Xiaofeng and Nie Xiaori's gaze fell onto the transformed Nieli. After Nieli merged with the Fang Panda demon spirit, his figure grew a lot bigger. His appearance also changed a lot. His exposed skin was covered with black and white fur. It's normal that the two of them didn't recognize Nieli. It's the two of them. Nieli stood still, slightly frowning. Although Nie Xiaofeng and Nie Xiaori have some grudges with him, it's still an internal matter of the family. In his previous life, when the two of them fought with demon spirits, they died a heroic death. Therefore, Nieli didn't plan to do anything to them. Furthermore, Nie Xiaofeng and Nie Xiaori's position in the family can no longer be compared to Nieli. Nieli didn't put Nie Xiaofeng and Nie Xiaori in his eyes. Nieli's figure quickly shrunk, returning to his original appearance. It's me, Nieli lightly said. It's you. Nie Xiaofeng and Nie Xiaori looked at Nieli in astonishment. The shock in their hearts was hard to describe. That form earlier, was it Nieli's form after merging with the demon spirit? They glanced at the fallen tree and the terrifying deep pit in the ground, and their eyes revealed a deep sense of awe. In their original impression, Nieli was still a kid that hasn't even reached 1-star bronze rank. They never thought that in such a short period of time, Nieli would become a silver rank demon spiritualist. When they looked at Nieli, their eyes couldn't help flashing a trace of reverence. During this period of time, Nieli had already lost his position as the first elder, and their status in the clan had also plummeted. There was no need to mention how depressed they were. Although they were very dissatisfied with the current situation, they did not think of taking revenge on Nieli. Although there were some conflicts between the various branches of the family, from the beginning of the Tensei family, infighting was absolutely not allowed. The punishment for infighting was very severe. They were just a little annoyed and resentful. Moreover, Nieli's current status in the Tensei family was not something they could shake. In the past, they thought that Patriarch Niehai was deceived, and that was why he protected Nieli. However, as Niehai announced to the public that the elixirs that the Tensei family received recently were all given by Nieli, they were convinced. No matter who it was, anyone who made such a huge contribution to the family deserved respect. Moreover, now that they found out that Nieli actually had the cultivation of silver rank, they looked up to Nieli even more. After being disturbed by Nie Xiaofeng and Nie Xiaori, Nieli did not have the mood to continue cultivating. He tidied up his clothes, turned around, and prepared to leave. Seeing that Nieli was leaving, Nie Xiaofeng and Nie Xiaori knew that Nieli did not have a good impression of them at all. After Nieli's status in the family changed, it was already good that he did not take the opportunity to deal with them. Looking at Nieli's back, Nie Xiaori hurriedly took a step forward and said anxiously, "Nieli, please wait. What's the matter?" Nieli turned around and looked at Nie Xiaofeng and Nie Xiaori. Nie Xiaori's face turned red, and after a while, he said with a stutter, "Nieli, I'm sorry. We were in the wrong for all the things that happened in the family before. We apologize to you. Nie Xiaofeng also lowered his head and said, no matter how you retaliate against us, we will accept it. Although Nie Xiaori and Nie Xiaofeng were a bit overbearing in his previous life, they were still good people. When the Tianjin family was in danger, they also stood up for them. Therefore, Nelly had never made things difficult for them. However, when he heard Nie Xiaofeng and Nie Xiaori apologize to him, Nelly was still very surprised. He smiled and waved his hand, saying, I forgive you. Hearing Nie Li's words, Nie Xiaofeng and Nie Xiaori were stunned for a moment. They did not expect Nie Li to forgive them so easily. They could not wrap their heads around it. Nie Li smiled faintly and said, I'm not such a petty person. I heard that the patriarch did not give you the medicinal pills because he was worried about my opinion of you. Nie Li took out some medicinal pills from his interspatial ring. With a flick of his right hand, he threw the medicinal pills to Nie Xiaofeng and Nie Xiaori and said, these are your 2 portions. Consider it as my gift to you. After saying that, Nie Li turned around and slowly walked away. Nie Xiaofeng and Nie Xiaori looked at the medicinal pills in their hands, and then looked at Nie Li's back. Their noses were slightly sour. In the past, we always look for trouble with Nie Li. I didn't expect Nie Li to be so magnanimous. We really shouldn't have done it in the past, Nie Xiaofeng said with self-blame. Looking at Nie Li's back, his heart was filled with guilt. Yeah, compared to Nie Li, we really feel ashamed in our hearts. Nie Xiaori also lowered his head and said, Big brother, Nie Li is magnanimous. He didn't haggle with us, and even gave us medicinal pills, but we still feel guilty in our hearts. Nie Xiaofeng and Nie Xiaori were still very young. They were a little arrogant in their hearts, but their nature wasn't bad. This time, they were determined to apologize to Nie Li. They didn't expect that Nie Li would be so lenient towards them. They were filled with guilt towards Nie Li. In the future, if Nie Li asked them to do something, they absolutely wouldn't hesitate. As night approached, Nie Li was cultivating in his courtyard. From time to time, the nightmare demon pot would emit waves of pure soul force fluctuations. Nie Li was constantly absorbing the soul force, turning it into his own. Nie Li could sense that his soul force had increased by leaps and bounds. Just as Nie Li was concentrating on cultivating, someone knocked on the courtyard's door. Please come in. Nie Li didn't stand up, but said in a loud voice. A moment later, the courtyard's door opened, and several people hurriedly walked in. The one leading them was Nie Hai, and behind him were Nie In and the other elders, as well as Nie Li's father, Nie Ming, uncle, Nie Kai, and the others. Nie Li looked at the crowd in surprise and asked in confusion, What happened? Why did so many people come? When the patriarch came, Nie Li didn't even stand up to welcome him. Instead, he asked such a big question. Nie Ming and Nie Kai couldn't help feeling a little nervous. They worriedly glanced at Nie Hai and realized that Nie Hai didn't have any trace of anger in him. Only then did they feel relieved in their hearts. They secretly thought that when they return, they must properly educate Nie Li. Although Nie Li's position in the Tensei family is high, he can't be arrogant and must remain humble. If he was still the kid from before, Nie Li would definitely be respectful to Nie Hai. However, the current Nie Li, even if a legend-ranked demon spiritualist were to stand in front of him, he wouldn't have much respect in his heart. In this life, he wants to become the Saint Emperor of the human race and compete with the Holy Emperor and help Glory City walk out of its predicament. Right now, he's only taking the first step. With Nie Li's knowledge, he can look down on anyone in Glory City. Chapter 77. The few elders looked at each other. Nie Li is a little too daring, completely not putting the patriarch in his eyes. However, Nie Hai and Nie In both felt that it's nothing. Therefore, it's not good for them to jump out and criticize Nie Li. Furthermore, the patriarch just ordered that in the future, Nie Li's position in the Tensei family is the same as his. This order caused the elders to be puzzled. However, since the patriarch has already ordered it, they can only carry it out. I've just received news that the Sacred Family has invited a portion of the families in Glory City to participate in the Younger Generations tournament. They even sent an invitation to our Yi family. Should we participate? Nyahai asked, looking at Nyeli. Every few years, the younger generation's tournament will be hosted by one of the three major families. At least a third of the families will be invited to participate. If it's just an ordinary tournament, it's nothing much. However, Nyahai is worried that the sacred family has ill intentions and wants to make a move on the Tensei family. Of course we'll participate, why not? Just send a letter to the Association of Alchemists and let them come and watch the tournament. Nyeli calmly said, the sacred family has already sent an invitation to the Tensei family. How can they not participate? Hearing Nyeli's words, the elders looked at Nyeli in astonishment. How can the Association of Alchemists be called so easily? Different from the other elders, Nyahai and Nyen felt that it's natural. Then, I'll have to trouble you to write a letter to Director Yang. Nyahai said, lightly smiling. He was waiting for Nyeli to say this. If the Association of Alchemists were to send someone over, then the sacred family will definitely be afraid. For this tournament, we can send 3 people. Nyeli, are you going to participate? Nyen looked at Nyeli and asked. He knows that Nyeli's strength has already reached silver rank and has integrated with a demon spirit. Of course I want to go on stage. Nyeli calmly nodded his head. He had just fused with the Fang Panda, so he wanted to test the power of the Fang Panda through actual combat. In addition to his previous agreement with Shun Fei, how could Nyeli not play? When Nyahai and Nyen spoke to Nyeli, they both used an inquiring tone, which made the elders quite uncomfortable. But when they thought about how Nyeli had contributed so many elixirs to the family, they understood. He also understood one thing, and that was that Nyeli's status in the family was completely different from before. Other than Nyeli, the other 2 were Nye Xiaofeng and a disciple called Nyeyu, both of whom were 2-star silver rank. A 2-star silver rank demon spiritualist in their 20s is already considered pretty good, although their demon spirit strength isn't anything special. After all, they're the geniuses of his family. Therefore, Nyeli wasn't stingy. He got Nyahai to give them 2 extraordinary level growth rate silver rank demon spirits. This competition will be held in half a month. Nyeli, you better prepare well. We've received news that the sacred family's participants are all at least 5-star silver rank. Thinking about it, Nyahai's heart sank and said, they still have to guard against the sacred family's dirty tricks during the competition. Oh, Nyeli lightly replied, looking very relaxed. Dirty tricks from the sacred family? Nyeli isn't worried at all. What kind of tricks can escape his eyes? Afterwards, Nyahai, Nyeming and Bunch discussed with Nyeli about the development of the Tensei family, including spending some money to hire a large number of experts to strengthen the family. For Nyeli, the strengthening of the Tensei family is only beneficial. There's no problem. I can contribute 100 million demon spirit coins to the family to do this. However, you have to be careful when recruiting people. Don't recruit any spies from the Sacred Family or the Dark Guild, Nyeli said after thinking a while. Contribute 100 million demon spirit coins? Nye Ming, Nye Kai, and the group of elders almost had their eyeballs popping out. That's 100 million demon spirit coins. How can Nyeli say it so easily? How many things can be done with 100 million demon spirit coins? Even hiring 100 gold rank experts wouldn't be a problem. Nyahai and Nye were much calmer this time. They clearly know that Nyeli's wealth is simply too shocking. 100 million demon spirit coins is just a drop in the ocean. With 100 million demon spirit coins, the influence of the Tensei family can be expanded by several folds. The group of elders finally understood why Nyahai would put Nyeli in the same position as him. The trace of dissatisfaction they had towards Nyeli also disappeared. The Tensei family is their root. As long as it's something beneficial to the family, they will support it. Those who contribute to the family should receive everyone's respect. Even if the position of the family member is lower, if they can contribute 100 million demon spirit coins to the family, they will worship them. After a few hours of discussion, Nyahai and Bunch began to implement their plan. They sent people to the Demon Spiritualist and Fighter Guild to recruit experts. Different from the Association of Alchemists, the Demon Spiritualist and Fighter Guild aren't big forces. They are only responsible for registering all the commoner demon spiritualists and fighters. Generally, commoner demon spiritualists and fighters will choose to be recruited by the various families. This way, they can obtain more cultivation resources and a stable income to support their family. As for the various families, by recruiting commoner demon spiritualists and fighters, they can greatly increase their strength. Every family will maintain a certain amount of protection force. As for the Yi family, due to the lack of funds in the past, they even dismissed the family's protection force. Now, they can finally recruit again. Aside from contributing 100 million demon spirit coins, Nelly also contributed some powerful cultivation techniques to the family. Everyone in the family can practice them and use them to increase the family strength. At this moment, Sacred Family's Deacon Elder, Shun Ming, was handling the family's affairs. At this moment, 3 young men walked in. The one leading them is Shun Fei. Behind Shun Fei are 2 people in their 20s with a stern face. Deacon Elder. Shun Fei slightly cupped his hands. We pay our respects to Deacon Elder. The 2 youths behind Shun Fei bowed to Shun Ming. The 2 of them are disciples of the subsidiary branch of the Sacred Family. Their status is far from Shun Fei's. Although their cultivation is higher than Shun Fei, they are much more humble than Shun Fei. Shun Ming slightly nodded his head, sighing in his heart. Shun Fei's talent is pretty good. He's already a 3-star silver rank demon spiritualist. However, compared to Shen Ning and Shan Xiao from the other 2 branches, the difference is too big. The younger Shen Ning, at the age of 20, has already reached 5-star silver rank demon spiritualist. The older Shan Xiao, at the age of 20, is already a gold rank demon spiritualist. The main family's young master's talent is actually not as good as the subsidiary's youth. This has never happened before in the previous generations. Young Master Shun Fei, are you sure you want to participate in the tournament? Shun Ming respectfully asked. You're sure that the Tensei family's Niel Li will participate in the tournament? Shun Fei looked at Shun Ming. His eyebrows slightly twitched as he asked. Because of the matter with Xiao Ninger, his heart was filled with hatred towards Niel Li. When he heard that the Tensei family will also participate in the tournament, although his strength isn't enough, he still took the initiative to request to participate. We have already received a reply from the Tensei family. It has been confirmed that the Tensei family will participate in the tournament. That Niel Li should also be participating. Shun Ming said, slightly nodding his head. Since that's the case, I must participate in the tournament. I must step on that brat under my feet and ruthlessly humiliate him. Shun Fei said with a cold gaze. Thinking of Xiao Ninger, Shun Fei's heart was filled with hatred towards Niel Li. Chapter 78. Shun Ming lightly nodded his head. This Niel Li exposed the Sacred Family's Scarlet Sunburst inscription pattern as plagiarism, causing the Sacred Family's reputation to suffer a great loss. He must be taught a lesson. This tournament is led by the Sacred Family. The Kongming family and Snow Wind family won't be coming. With Shen Ning and Shen Xiao here, it's practically in the bag. Adding Shun Fei wouldn't be a problem. This tournament concerns the face of our Sacred Family. Because of this, we will open a betting house. All the patriarchs of the various families will place their bets. Shun Ming solemnly said, This matter is of great importance. There can't be any mistakes. Otherwise, the patriarch will immediately come out of his seclusion. The 2 of you know the consequences. Shun Ming's gaze swept past Shen Ning and Shen Xiao. No matter how Shun Fei plays, it's fine. However, if something were to happen to Shen Ning and Shen Xiao, they will definitely be severely punished. Shen Ning and Shen Xiao's hearts were filled with sorrow. They hurriedly bowed and replied, Yes, Elder Deacon, we will definitely do our best. Shun Fei's arrogant gaze swept past Shen Ning and Shen Xiao. Although Shen Ning and Shen Xiao are unhappy with Shun Fei, as a branch family of the Sacred Family, they dare not say anything. Their cultivation is obviously much higher than Shun Fei's, but they received such unfair treatment. How can they feel at ease in their hearts? Recently, with the protection of the Association of Alchemists, the Tensei family simply doesn't put us in their eyes. When the patriarch comes out of his seclusion, sooner or later, we'll make them pay. Shenming thought. The patriarch of the sacred family, Shan Hong, has already reached the pinnacle of black gold rank demon spiritualist. He doesn't know if he can successfully step in a legend rank. Once Shan Hong successfully steps in a legend rank, the sacred family's position in Glory City will be completely different. They can even influence some of Glory City's decisions. Even the city lord has to consider the sacred family's opinion. At that time, what waves can the Tensei family create? I heard that the Tensei family has recently been recruiting commoner experts, spending tens of millions of demon spirit coins. I wonder where the money came from. It seems that it has something to do with the Association of Alchemists. Is the Association of Alchemists determined to cultivate the Tensei family? Shunming secretly thought in his heart. The Association of Alchemists has repeatedly gone against the sacred family, sheltering the Tensei family, and even secretly investigating the sacred family. Could it be that the Association of Alchemists has discovered something? The shady dealings between the sacred family and the Dark Guild must never be exposed. Shunming was very careful in doing things. He didn't let the Association of Alchemists catch him. These things had to be reported to the head of the family after he came out of his closed-door training. No matter if the Tensei family has the protection of the Association of Alchemists or not, this time, they have to give the Tensei family a good beating. Otherwise, where would the prestige of the sacred family be? Tensei family's territory. Nieli has been in closed-door training, continuing to integrate with the demon spirits that he purchased. For Yiziyun, he integrated a snow wind demon spirit with a god-level growth rate. For Xiaoning, he integrated a wind and thunder demon spirit with a god-level growth rate. In addition, there are 3 other god-level growth rate demon spirits. They're respectively divine movement, sacred fire, and sacred healing type demon spirits. These are prepared for Wei Nan, Zhu Xiangjuan, and Zhongming. Although purchasing demon spirits, nightmare demon pot, and contributing to the family cost a lot of money, Nieli's money is still increasing. It has already reached an astonishing 2 billion demon spirit coins. As time passes, this amount of money will continue to increase. Nieli has a kind of worry of not being able to spend his money. Tensei family's treasury. Recently, Nieli has been integrating with demon spirits and increasing his cultivation. Therefore, he didn't have the opportunity to enter the Tensei family's treasury. Until now, under Niehai's lead, he finally entered the secret passage behind the Patriarch's mansion. After passing through layers of defense, he arrived at the Tensei family's treasury. Tensei family's treasury. Niehai was a little embarrassed. He pointed to the stone room in front and said, "This is the Tensei family's treasury." Hearing Niehai's words, Nieli's gaze swept through the stone room. The walls of the stone room were filled with thousands of hooks. However, there were only 100 to 200 items hanging on them. Nieli looked at Niehai with a weird gaze and mercilessly said, "Patriarch, are you sure that this is the Tensei family's treasury?" Of course. Niehai's face was slightly hot as he nodded his head. The Tensei family's treasury only has so few items? Nieli looked at Niehai and said, "Patriarch, the items in this treasury couldn't have been emptied by you, right?" "Of course not." Niehai's face suddenly turned red as he said, "Everything in this treasury is recorded. If you want to take anything out, you have to get the approval of all the elders in the family. These years, our Tensei family has been strapped for cash. In order to ensure the family's development, we had to pick out some treasures and sell them for money. This is why the Tensei family has been able to survive until now." "I'm just saying casually. Why are you so excited, Patriarch?" Nieli shrugged and walked straight forward. Looking at Nieli's back, Niehai was stunned. How did this little guy's brain grow? He was no different from an adult. He actually played me in circles. Niehai couldn't help but feel a deep sense of powerlessness in his heart. The treasures we sold are all things that can be bought on the market. There are some things in the family treasury that we have no idea what they are used for, so we don't dare to sell them recklessly. Niehai said. They still had some foresight. "I guess these treasures that we don't know what they are used for can't be sold at a high price." Nieli glanced at Niehai lightly. "You, I say, little Li, can you leave me some face? It's fine if it's only the two of us now, but when there are outsiders. After all, I'm the patriarch of the family. Nyahai was depressed. As the patriarch of the family, he was speechless because of Nyeli, but he couldn't get angry at Nyeli, because the rise of the Tensei family now depended on Nyeli. That's for sure. When there's an outsider here, I'll give you some face. Nyeli nodded. Hearing Nyeli's words, Nyahai paused for a moment, then bitterly smiled. The meaning behind Nyeli's words is that when there's no one else here, Nyeli doesn't need to give him any face. Nyeli looked at the various treasures hanging on the wall and was slightly shocked. Although the Tensei family had declined, it was still a big family that had been passed down since the era of the Snow Wind Empire. There were still some treasures. Most of the treasures that Nyahai could name and knew what they were used for had been sold. But in fact, the remaining treasures were the real good things. These hundreds of treasures, I don't even know what they are used for or how powerful they are. Nyahai looked at these dazzling treasures and said with a bitter smile. It was normal that Nyahai hadn't seen these treasures before. Most of these treasures were from before the Holy Emperor Empire. Nyeli could name 90% of them and knew their uses. As for the remaining 10%, even Nyeli didn't know what they were used for. Chapter 79. Nyeli's gaze fell onto one of the treasures. This treasure is a pair of knuckle thorns. It seems to be a little worn out. The light is dim and covered with dust. The tip of the knuckle thorns is covered with rust. Knuckle thorns? I never thought that I would actually find soul weapon here. How lucky. Thanks to the ancestors of the Tensei family. Nyeli couldn't help thinking to himself as he took the pair of knuckle thorns from the hook. Nyahai looked at the tattered knuckle thorns in Nyeli's hand in astonishment. He was stunned for a moment and asked, "You want this thing?" "Yeah." Nyeli nodded his head. He has long wanted to get rid of this pair of knuckle thorns. However, due to its appearance being too tattered, he couldn't tell what kind of power it has. Basically, no one wanted to take it, so he decided to keep it. The family's treasury is already empty. At least it can be used to fill up the family's treasury. From Nyahai's point of view, there are still one or two valuable treasures in the family's treasury. Why did Nyeli choose this knuckle thorns? Nyeli placed the knuckle thorns into his interspatial ring and continued to look through the family's treasury. Although there are a few items that are not bad, Nyeli didn't have any desire to take them. This is because they won't be of any help to his strength. Being able to obtain this pair of knuckle thorns is already a worthwhile trip. His gaze finally fell onto the last two items. One of them is a piece of paper. On it, there are various inscription patterns and the composition of some kind of equipment. Seeing Nyeli staring at this piece of paper, Nyahai explained, "I don't know what this piece of paper is. No one in our Tensei family has been able to create it. This composition seems to be a bird." After Nyeli stared at the paper for a while, he recalled that this is the masterpiece of the dark magic refiners. It's called Soul Puppet. This is a bird-type soul puppet. Since the early days of the Holy Emperor Empire, there were some dark demon spiritualists active in the continent. They are a group of strange and mysterious existences. They would often do extremely evil things, such as this soul puppet. After they create the soul puppet, they forcefully seal the soul of the person who just died into the soul puppet, then use inscription patterns to control the soul puppet, making the soul puppet obey them. Later on, after the establishment of the Holy Emperor Empire, the dark demon spiritualists were expelled on a large scale. Therefore, the majority of the soul puppet blueprints were destroyed. Although this thing had flourished for a period of time, ever since the kingdom of the Holy Emperor, these things had become extremely rare. In addition, after the Dark Age where the demonic beasts had wreaked havoc, the blueprints of soul puppets were even rarer. It was almost forgotten in the long river of history. He didn't expect to find another soul puppet's blueprint here. If this was in the era of the Holy Emperor Empire, if he was found, he would be confiscated. "I want this too." Nyeli placed the blueprint into his interspatial ring. Although he wasn't prepared to forcefully seal the soul of another person into a soul puppet, after all, this kind of thing is too evil. However, this didn't stop Nyeli from researching the soul puppet technique. Nyeli took the blueprint. Nyahai didn't have any objections. After all, Nelly gave the Tensei family so many elixirs and demon spirit coins. They already took a big advantage of him. He couldn't wait for Nelly to take a few more. I'll put this blueprint aside and study it later, Nelly thought to himself as he continued to look at the next item. It's a round pearl. This pearl is pitch black, sparkling and translucent, flickering with a dark luster. Just a glance at it would cause people to have a feeling of being sucked into it. This bead is definitely not simple, but even Nelly doesn't know its origin. I'll take this too, Nelly said. Anything else is fine, but this bead, Nyahai was a little hesitant. What? Is there a problem? Nelly slightly frowned, looked at Nyahai and asked. It's not because of how valuable this bead is, but because this bead was left behind by the first-generation patriarch. It has a very important commemorative meaning for the future generations. Therefore, it must be properly preserved. Nyahai said, I'm also a descendant of the Tensei family, so there shouldn't be a problem for me to take it. I will take good care of this bead. Here's 200 million demon spirit coins. Patriarch Nyahai, take it and add some things to the family's treasury, lest the family's treasury is too shabby. Nyeli's right hand moved, took out an interspatial ring, passed it to Nyahai, and said. This move of Nyeli's was something that Nyahai couldn't resist at all. Nyahai weighed the pros and cons for a moment. He looked at the interspatial ring in Nyeli's hand, then looked at the pearl that he didn't know what use it had. He nodded and bitterly smiled. All right. Nyeli's silver bullet attack is too terrifying. All right. Nyeli lightly smiled. This time, he returned with a full load. He doesn't know what that black bead is, but it shouldn't be an ordinary item. There's also the Soul Puppet Technique's blueprint. It's also not bad. Furthermore, just that soul weapon alone isn't something that money can buy. Soul weapons are especially useful when used with demon spirits. The Shadow Devil demon spirit itself has sharp claws, therefore, it doesn't need the Fist Thorn. However, the Fang Panda is suitable to equip the Fist Thorn. Patriarch Nyahai, I'll head back first, Nyeli said, looking at Nyahai. All right, Nyahai sent Nyeli out. Right now, Nyeli is a tycoon in the family. Just by taking out a little bit of money, he can increase the family strength. Because of Nyeli, the whole Tensei family is different. Wouldn't he treat Nyeli like a lord? If any family has a junior like Nyeli, the patriarch would probably wake up smiling even in his dreams. Returning to his courtyard, Nyeli took out the pair of spear soul weapons. This pair of spears looks like a pile of scrap metal. Nyeli let out a low roar and activated his soul realm. Strands of soul force surged out from his soul realm and rushed towards the pair of spears. Nyeli continuously used his soul force to refine the pair of spear soul weapons. The rust on the surface of the spear soul weapons slowly faded, gradually blossoming with a dazzling luster. In the end, it formed a slight resonance with Nyeli's soul. The pair of spear soul weapons continuously vibrated, slowly flew into the air, and with a bang, exploded. The pair of thorn-like soul weapons transformed into a streak of light, and with a whoosh, entered Nyeli's soul realm. The power of a soul weapon is closely related to a person's soul force. Generally, it will be one rank higher than the soul force. In other words, Nyeli's soul force is silver rank, and this soul weapon has the strength of gold rank. Even a gold rank expert would be injured by this soul weapon if they're not careful. When Nyeli's strength advances, the soul weapon will also advance. Soul weapons are the masterpiece of the lightning demon spiritualists in the late Snow Wind era. Only they can forge soul weapons, but only a small number of lightning demon spiritualists are able to grasp the method of forging soul weapons. Only a few lightning demon spiritualist families are able to grasp the method of forging soul weapons. Everyone can only have one soul weapon in their lifetime. When the person dies, the soul weapon will be destroyed. Therefore, there are very few soul weapons that can be passed down from that era. This bunch of ignorant people actually treated soul weapons as ordinary weapons. What a waste. Luckily, it was discovered by me. Otherwise, who knows how long it would be covered in dust. Nyeli smiled as he thought to himself. Chapter 80. St. Laurent College, an elder with white hair and beard was looking at the beautiful Xiao Ninger in front of him. This elder is the vice principal of St. Laurent College, Yisheng. Xiao Ninger, are you sure you want to enter the heavenly sacred border? Yisheng slightly frowned and said, do you know that entering the heavenly sacred border has a certain degree of danger? In the history of our St. Laurent College, there were a few students who had entered the heavenly sacred border and had major problems with their souls. Principal, do I have the qualifications to enter the heavenly sacred border? Xiao Ninger raised her head, looked at Yisheng, and asked. A trace of determination flashed across her eyes. Of course, your talent is indeed sufficient. Entering the heavenly sacred border before advancing to silver rank does indeed have great benefits. Yisheng nodded his head. It has been many years since he saw such an outstanding student with such talent. I'm sure I want to enter the heavenly sacred border. Xiao Ninger heavily nodded her head. Her eyes had an unprecedented determination. What about your father? Did he also agree with your actions? Yes. Xiao Ninger nodded her head. In fact, she came here without her family knowing. Good. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. Yisheng nodded his head. Together with the other teachers, they brought Xiao Ninger towards a very grand building at the back of St. Laurent College. The few teachers of St. Laurent College looked at each other. Truth be told, they admired Xiao Ninger's courage in their hearts. She actually had the courage to enter the heavenly sacred border. The heavenly sacred border is a very mysterious place. Only the most outstanding geniuses of St. Laurent College can enter. Many of the geniuses that entered had some problems with their soul force. Some came out with nothing. Only a few people managed to pass through the heavenly sacred border. Of course, those that passed through the heavenly sacred border all obtained an extremely powerful inheritance and became a powerful expert, at least a black gold rank demon spiritualist. There's also Yi Mo, who even became a legend rank demon spiritualist. The heavenly sacred border is a legend. Once one passes through the test of the heavenly sacred border, that person will become the focus of the entire Glory City. This kind of genius will receive the protection of the City Lord's Mansion. The City Lord's Mansion will ensure the safety of this genius. No one will disturb this genius's training. At the same time, they also have a lot of authority. The reason why Glory City is able to stand tall under the threat of demon beasts is related to the number of geniuses in Glory City. It's the rise of these geniuses that ensured the safety of Glory City. Therefore, the protection of Glory City's geniuses is very thorough and complete. Under the guidance of Yisheng and the rest, Xiao Ninger walked towards the magnificent building far away. She lowered her head. Her eyes flashed with a trace of contemplation. She wondered how Nieli is doing right now. I will continue to chase after your footsteps and fight alongside you. One day you will notice me, Xiao Ninger murmured. Her face flashed with a touch of red. She thought of the various encounters she had with Nieli. Unknowingly, Nieli's figure could no longer be erased from her heart. The reason why Xiao Ninger is working so hard is mostly to get Nieli's attention. Xiao Ninger raised her head and strode forward. A few days later, Glory City's Northern Martial Arena. A Northern Martial Arena is a field with a circumference of a few thousand meters. It's surrounded by high stands that can accommodate tens of thousands of spectators. There would often be competitions held here. Due to Glory City's culture of martial arts, there are a lot of residents that come here to spectate. Many of them would participate in the betting for various kinds of battles. At this moment, the members of the various families have already sat in different places in the arena. The Tensei family's members are sitting in a corner in the north, not far from the Sacred Family's position. In the past, no one would care about a declining family like the Tensei family. But now, no family would ignore the Tensei family. What made people jealous and envious is that even Director Yang Xin of the Association of Alchemists has also come. She even brought along 3 elders of the Association of Alchemists. These people are sitting beside the Tensei family, chatting and laughing with the Tensei family's members. This caused their hearts to be filled with jealousy. People like Yang Xin and the elders of the Association of Alchemists, even if they desperately tried to curry favor with them, they might not even bother with them. However, when facing the Tensei family's members, Yang Xion's attitude is very polite. Little brother Nyeli, that pot of yours almost caused the death of big sister Yang. How are you going to apologize to big sister? Yang Xin charmingly looked at Nyeli and said, in fact, the situation isn't that serious. That day, the person who tried to assassinate her was dealt with by the guards beside her. There wasn't any danger at all. However, in front of Nyeli, she purposely made it sound serious. Nyeli, of course, knows what Yang Xin is thinking. However, he still lightly smiled and said, for this matter, I owe big sister Yang a favor. It's good that you know. Yang Xin smiled, slightly stretching her soft waist. Why hasn't this genius tournament started yet? I'm getting a little bored. Little brother Nyeli is also going up? In that case, I'll definitely follow. In the distance, the young descendants of the other clans saw the curvaceous and charming Yang Xin. Each and every one of them widened their eyes and stared intently. When they saw the amazing curves of Yang Xin's chest when she stretched out, they couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Some people even unconsciously began to fantasize in their minds. Although Yang Xin's beauty is unparalleled, due to Yang Xin's identity, no one dared to hit on her. Are you kidding? She's a super existence that can decide the fate of a family with just a word. Who dares to be rash? Towards those people's blazing gazes, Yang Xin seems to be used to it. She turned a blind eye to it, and her gaze would occasionally fall onto Nyeli's body. Just when Nyeli and Yang Xin were chatting, a few people from the Sacred Family's side walked over. The one leading them is the Sacred Family's deacon, Shunming. Director Yang, long time no see. I never thought that Director Yang would actually be interested in the Tournament of Geniuses, Shunming said, lightly smiling. His eyes flashed with fear. He never thought that the Tensei family would be so capable to be able to call the director and 3 elders of the Association of Alchemists over. Although the Sacred Family is one of the 3 major families, they still have a deep fear when facing a super force like the Association of Alchemists. Not to mention, the Sacred Family has to purchase a large amount of elixirs from the Association of Alchemists every year. If the Association of Alchemists were to reduce the Sacred Family's share, the Sacred Family would be in a difficult situation. I'm not interested in this tournament. I'm only here to see my little brother Nyeli. Who knows, I might even follow up on a few rounds. I heard that this year, the Sacred Family is the banker. Yang Xin said, lightly smiling. Little brother Nyeli? Shinming's gaze swept across Nyeli's face. In his heart, he was secretly guessing what is the relationship between Nyeli and Yang Xin. That's right. This year, our Sacred Family is indeed the banker. Director Yang Xin is also interested in playing? Shunming's expression slightly stiffened. Who doesn't know that the Association of Alchemists is overflowing with wealth? Even the Sacred Family can't afford to play with them. I'm just casually playing. I'm only betting on my little brother Nyeli. Deacon Shun, you don't have to worry about it. Ha! Yang Xin said, lightly smiling. Nyeli's gaze looked towards Shunming and fell onto Shun Fei, who was standing beside Shunming. He saw Shun Fei's snake-like eyes looking at him. The hatred of stealing his wife. Shun Fei now hates Nyeli to death. If it wasn't for Nyeli having the support of Yang Xin, he would have gone up and violently beat up Nyeli. Ah, young Master Shun, long time no see. Nyeli completely ignored Shun Fei's venomous gaze and laughed, as if he didn't know about the conflict between the two of them. Chapter 81. Seeing Nyeli's expression, Yang Xin understood something. There should be some conflict between Nyeli and Shun Fei. The reason why Nyeli called her over is very obvious. It's to confront the Sacred Family. Even if she knows that it will offend the Sacred Family, Yang Xin still stood by Nyeli's side without any hesitation. She can easily make her choice. Oomph. Shun Fei coldly snorted, ignoring Nyeli. I'll let you be arrogant for a while more. Wait till the tournament. See how I'll play you to death. Ha! Young Master Shun is so friendly. Nyeli laughed heartily and said, Ninger often tells me about you. She says that young Master Shun is a generous person. Hearing Nyeli mentioning Shao Ninger, Shun Fei was simply about to explode from anger. Nyeli is simply touching his sore spot. He can even feel that there's a green hat on his head. Seeing Shun Fei's face turning red, Nellie didn't seem to notice and continued. Recently, Ning'er's cultivation has been advancing by leaps and bounds. She's about to step into silver rank soon. After I gave her a massage, her cold illness is almost healed. Speaking of which, young Master Shun still has to thank me. Massage hearing Nie Li's words. Shun Fei's mind was suddenly filled with a charming scene. He almost vomited blood. One must know that, until now, Xiao Ning'er hasn't even let him touch her hand. The one with the surname Nie. You're pissing me off. I'll kill you. Shun Fei could no longer hold it in and open his eyes wide. As a direct descendant of the sacred family, since when did he, who is proud and arrogant, suffer such humiliation? Shun Fei charged out and threw a punch towards Nieli. Right at this moment, Yang Xian's brows raised as she stood between the two of them. Even though she clearly knew that Nieli was intentionally provoking Shun Fei, and she laughed bitterly in her heart. Since Shun Fei wanted to look for trouble with Nieli, she naturally couldn't sit idly by. Seeing that Nieli was deliberately provoking Shun Fei and making Yang Xian stand up for him, Shinming was also slightly sullen. He calmly pulled Shun Fei back. "Young Master Shun Fei, don't be rash," Shinming said with a smile. "The genius battle is about to begin. I'm sure the Nye clan will also send people to participate. Wouldn't it be great to have showdown then? There's no need to hurt our friendship here." Shun Fei's chest was heaving up and down, forcefully suppressing the anger in his heart. He fiercely stared at Nieli. He can see that Nieli has the protection of the Association of Alchemists. Therefore, he has nothing to fear. He can't do anything to Nieli here. When the genius battle starts, he will ruthlessly teach Nieli a lesson. If Nieli doesn't participate, then he'll beat the Tensei family's people half to death. Let's see if Nieli will participate or not. Shun Fei took a deep breath and stopped his steps. At this moment, Nieli indifferently said, "In the genius battle, there's no meaning if there's no wager. If there's no wager, then I won't participate." "Oh." Shinming faintly looked at Nieli and asked, "I wonder what kind of wager this little brother wants. I'll be the banker for this genius battle. I'll accept any wager that the sacred family wants. If the wager is too small, then I won't play," Nieli said casually. "If you're the banker, do you have that much money?" Shinming's brows twitched. Once the wager starts, both parties will have to take out the same amount of money. The winner will take everything. I'm worried that the Tensei family won't be able to afford it. With Big Sister Yang here, is the sacred family still worried that I won't be able to afford it? Nieli lightly smiled. Yang Xian, who was by the side, could tell that the reason why Nieli provoked Shun Fei and provoked the sacred family is to make the sacred family fall into his trap. Playing this wager with him seems like Nieli has the confidence to win against Shun Fei. If little brother Nieli can't afford it, I'm willing to pay for him," Yang Xian said, smiling. "Since Director Yang has said so, then let's have some fun. The battle between young Master Shun Fei and this young Master Nieli, I bet that young Master Shun Fei will win. I'll bet 50 million demon spirit coins. Do you dare to accept?" Shun Ming's eyes narrowed, looking at Nieli. Shun Fei also stared at Nieli with an ominous light in his eyes. 50 million demon spirit coins? Nieli suddenly widened his eyes. "What scared?" Shun Fei snorted. "A bet of 50 million demon spirit coins. Isn't that enough to scare you silly? I say, 50 million demon spirit coins, and you still have a nerve to play? Such a big sacred family, and you only bet this little." Nieli looked at Yang Xian, puzzled. "Big Sister Yang, is the sacred family that poor? Only 50 million demon spirit coins. Is it for kids to buy sweets?" Seeing Nieli's expression, Yang Xian laughed in her heart. "Nieli, this kid is simply full of bad ideas, trying to bait this sacred family." She shook her head and said in a serious tone, "Little brother Nieli, 50 million demon spirit coins is already a lot for these families. It can't be so shabby. What's the point of this?" Nieli took out a handful of demon crystal cards. There's a total of 20 to 30 of them. He casually threw them towards the stands, causing a commotion in the stands. Hundreds of thousands of demon spirit coins were casually thrown away. Nieli appeared to be very arrogant. Since the sacred family is so poor, then I'll reluctantly play with you. If I win 50 million demon spirit coins, I'll give it to the audience. Since it's meaningless, I'll just treat it as throwing away some pocket money. Hearing Nieli's words, Shen Ming and Shun Fei's faces turned green from anger. Nieli is too arrogant. 50 million demon spirit coins isn't a small amount. Ordinary noble families wouldn't be able to take out so much money. Only a major family, like the sacred family, would be able to take out so much money. Of course, it can't be compared to the Association of Alchemists. Right now, the Association of Alchemists is too rich, even richer than the City Lord Mansion. 50 million, you actually have the nerve to say it. Nieli sneered in disdain. Shenming took a deep breath. He's still very calm. For Nieli to anger Shun Fei like this, he must have some confidence. It's fine to bet 50 million demon spirit coins for the first round, since there's a lot of chances to bet. Let's see Nieli's strength first. For the first round, let's bet 50 million. Next, we'll have to see if young master is willing to continue playing with us. Shunming said, lightly smiling. Even if Nieli has the confidence to win against Shun Fei, there's still two people from the sacred family behind him. Placing the bet on those two people is obviously more reliable. Sure, as long as the sacred family wants to play, then I'll accompany you to the end. I'll be the banker, no matter how much the sacred family bet. I'll accompany you to the end, Nieli proudly said. Seeing Nieli's arrogant expression, Shun Ming coldly laughed. However, his mouth still flattered. This young master of the Tensei family is really straightforward. I wonder who will be the judge for this bet. Shinming swept a glance at Yang Xin and said, I'm afraid that Director Yang won't be able to do it. This bet will be judged by all the families here. Nieli said, Okay. Shinming also straightforwardly said, Under the influence of the Sacred Family and the Tensei family, the bet between the two quickly spread out. The entire arena was boiling with excitement. All the patriarchs of the various families were invited to be the witnesses of this competition. What's wrong with the Tensei family? They're actually betting with the Sacred Family? You don't know. The Tensei family has the backing of the Association of Alchemists. They're very rich and seem to be going against the Sacred Family. Could this be a struggle between the two giants of the Association of Alchemists and the Sacred Family? Who knows? The various patriarchs quietly discussed. Chapter 82. Everyone's attention shifted away from the geniuses of the various families and focused on the battle between the Sacred Family and the Heavenly Marks family. Many of the patriarchs participating in the tournament had the mood to watch a good show. I heard that the Tensei family and the Sacred Family have a bet of 50 million demon spirit coins. 50 million demon spirit coins. Only the Sacred Family and the Association of Alchemists can afford to play with it. A small Tensei family would definitely not dare to play with it. Without the support of the Association of Alchemists, the Tensei family probably wouldn't dare to play with it. The bet between the two great families caused the entire arena to boil with excitement. Aside from the bet with Nieli, the Sacred Family also opened a bet. Betting on Nieli winning is 1. 5. Betting on Shun Fei winning is 1. 3. Betting on Shun Fei defeating Nieli in one move is 1. 9. Nieli took a look. In this bet, betting on Nieli defeating Shun Fei in one move has the highest odds of 111. It's a pity that a bet can only reach a maximum of 6 million demon spirit coins. If there's no upper limit, the Sacred Family would lose so much that they'll have to take off their pants. Nieli secretly thought to himself, I'll play with you guys for the first round, then I'll play with you guys for the next round. Nieli got Niehai and Bunch to secretly send people to place their bets, spread them out, and not attract too much attention. They placed around 30 million demon spirit coins on Nieli. A portion of it is betting on Nieli defeating Shun Fei within 20 moves. The odds are 1-3. Under the cheers of countless experts in the audience, both sides prepare to enter the arena. The Tensei family's Niehai, Nie-In, and Bunch all had excited expressions on their faces. Yang Xian looked at Nieli. The corner of her mouth revealed a faint smile. She has a feeling that Shun Fei will definitely lose miserably. Shun Ming and Bunch returned to the Sacred Family's spectator stand. He looked at Shun Fei and said, "The tournament doesn't allow the use of armors and the like, but you can use elixirs. Bring 2 demon spirit strengthening pills with you, in case of emergency." Demon spirit strengthening pills are produced by the Association of Alchemists. They're specially provided to the major families. Normally, they'll only use it when fighting with demon beasts. Who would use such expensive elixirs in this tournament? However, to bet 50 million demon spirit coins with Nieli, a demon spirit strengthening pill, is only slightly more than 1 million demon spirit coins. It's definitely worth it. The demon spirit strengthening pill can greatly increase the power of the demon spirit. However, there is a certain side effect. It will cause permanent damage to the demon spirit, but it won't cause much harm to the cultivator. This is nothing to the Sacred Family. Even if Shun Fei's demon spirit is crippled, the Sacred Family can immediately give Shun Fei a stronger demon spirit. You must defeat Nieli within 20 moves. That way, we will to earn. Shun looked at Shun Fei and said, "He actually wants to defeat him after 20 moves? That's really letting him off easy." Shun Fei's eyes flashed with a trace of darkness. "Young Master Shun Fei, don't underestimate your opponent." Shun Ming reminded Shun Fei. "I understand." Shun Fei nodded his head. Although he said so, he still had some disdain in his heart. Every family has finished placing their bets. The majority of the people bet on Shun Fei to win. Many of them bet that Shun Fei will defeat Nieli within 20 moves. However, there are also quite a number of people who bet on Nieli to win. After all, the Association of Alchemists won't casually give 50 million to the Sacred Family. Seeing Nieli and Shun Fei walking down the stage, the entire arena was boiling. Everyone was cheering. "Young Master Shun Fei, defeat the Tensei family's Nieli. Young Master Shun Fei, do your best. Nieli, do your best. Defeat the Sacred Family. You can do it." The cheers in the arena were getting louder and louder. If Shun Fei defeats Nieli, they'll have money to earn. Under everyone's attention, Nieli and Shun Fei stood face to face in the arena. "I'll make you lose miserably. Furthermore, I won't let you off so easily." Shun Fei's face revealed a trace of a sinister smile. He wants to thoroughly play with Nieli. Who let Nieli touch his woman? Young Master Shun's words are simply a great compliment to me. When I return, I'll pass it on to Ning-Er. Nieli still had a smile on his face. Seeing Nieli's expression, Shun Fei almost exploded with hatred. He forcefully suppressed his anger. He remembered Shun Ming's words, to deal with Nieli within 20 moves. Shun Fei furiously roared. His body was emitting a violent fighting intent. He raised his fist and threw it towards Nieli. Facing an opponent like Nieli, he's not prepared to use his demon spirit right from the start. Because once he uses his demon spirit, Nieli probably won't even be able to take one move. Not to mention winning against Nieli after 20 moves. Seeing this scene, the corner of Nieli's mouth slightly rose. If I knew that this idiot wouldn't summon his demon spirit, I would have gambled and killed him in one move. I'm really speechless. Originally, I wanted to put on an act and barely win against you. But now, it seems like there's no need for that anymore. Nieli thought to himself. His soul realm suddenly fluctuated. "Come out, Fang Panda!" A huge Fang Panda appeared out of thin air and merged with Nieli. The muscles on his body became abnormally robust. Shun Fei waved his fist and charged towards Nieli. He thought that Nieli would first use his strength to exchange a few moves with him. He never thought that this despicable and shameless fellow, Nieli, would actually summon his demon spirit without any warning. Furthermore, the speed at which Nieli summoned his demon spirit was too fast. In an instant, he had already merged with his demon spirit. Shun Fei didn't even have time to react. Even if he wanted to summon his demon spirit, it was already too late. What's the point of summoning such a low-rank, fanged panda demon spirit? Shun Fei still has absolute confidence in his own strength. At most, after exchanging one move with Nieli's Fang Panda, he will immediately retreat and summon his demon spirit. There's actually an idiot who would merge with such a low-rank demon spirit like the Fang Panda. Shun Fei completely disdains a trash demon spirit like the Fang Panda. So what if you summon your demon spirit? A trash demon spirit like the Fang Panda is simply not my opponent. The corner of Shun Fei's mouth revealed a sinister smile. He wants to beat Nieli to the ground and ruthlessly stomp on him a few times to relieve the hatred in his heart. Seeing that Shun Fei's fist was about to land on his body, Nieli, who had merged with the Fang Panda, lightly smiled. He raised his huge palm and slapped towards Shun Fei's head. Boom! Nieli's Fang Panda slapped Shun Fei's face. Shun Fei was heavily slapped onto the ground of the arena. The ground seemed to have cracked. After suffering this slap, Shun Fei definitely didn't feel good. What heavy punch! Shun Fei never imagined that the strength of Nieli's punch would actually reach such a frightening degree. Although Nieli merged with the Fang Panda, this Fang Panda isn't an ordinary demon spirit. It's a fighter-type demon spirit with a god-level growth rate. It possesses a frightening strength that doesn't match with its appearance. Shun Fei was probably stunned by the slap. On one hand, Nieli is too cunning and shameless. He actually merged with a demon spirit and fought with him, who hasn't merged with a demon spirit. On the other hand, he never imagined that the low-rank Fang Panda that Nieli summoned would actually have such frightening strength. Shun Fei's ears were still ringing. His head had directly hit the ground. Although his martial Dao's cultivation is still not bad, suffering such a punch is still not good. His head felt like it was about to explode. The audience went into an uproar. Damn, young Master Shun wouldn't be throwing the match, right? He's actually not using a demon spirit to fight? That Nieli is too shameless. He actually summoned a demon spirit without any hesitation. Young Master Shun didn't even summon a demon spirit. This is too despicable. Those who bet on Shun Fei's victory all started to make a ruckus. In their view, if it wasn't for Shun Fei underestimating his opponent and Nieli suddenly summoning his demon spirit, Shun Fei wouldn't have suffered so easily. In the beginning of the fight, Shun Fei already suffered a loss. The people of the sacred family all exploded in anger. Despicable. The people of the Tensei family are too despicable. The people of the sacred family cursed. As for those who bet on Nieli, they of course stood on Nieli's side. Seeing Nieli slapping Shun Fei to the ground with a single slap, they were instantly happy. The fight just started and they already gained an advantage. It seems that Nieli might not necessarily be able to win against Shun Fei. What's wrong with Nieli doing this? There's nothing too deceitful in war. Young Master Shun is too stupid. He actually underestimated his opponent and didn't summon his demon spirit to fight. Can he blame others? On the side of the Tensei family, although Niehai and Bunch felt that Nieli is a little shameless, they naturally won't show any weakness. You people of the sacred family have your eyes on the top of your head. As a demon spiritualist, he actually didn't summon his demon spirit and charge forward. If this isn't stupid, then what is? All kinds of voices rose and fell, causing a ruckus. However, after a short period of boiling, the entire arena turned silent. Only then did they react. Damn, what did I just see? It's actually a Fang Panda? Damn, there's actually someone using a lousy demon spirit like the Fang Panda? No matter how poor the Tensei family is, they wouldn't go so far as to give a junior a Fang Panda, right? What can the Fang Panda do? If it encounters other demon spirits, wouldn't it just be chopped into pieces? I reckon that young Master Shun will only be taken advantage of for a short while. Once he merges with his demon spirit, that kid will suffer. Those who bet on Shun Fei's victory were once again excited. Damn, he actually brought out a Fang Panda to embarrass himself. Kill this kid. Kill him. Niehai. And bunch of Tensei family's eyes were wide open, especially Niehai and Nyan. During this period of time, they have purchased quite a lot of demon spirits. Many of them are much stronger than the Fang Panda. Why did Nieli choose such a trash Fang Panda? This simply doesn't make sense. Not only the Tensei family, even Yang Xian was extremely surprised. Yang Xian clearly knows how much money Nieli has right now. With Nieli's wealth, isn't it easy for him to buy a top-grade demon spirit? But Nieli actually chose a Fang Panda. This really makes people unable to understand. However, what they don't know is that the Fang Panda that Nyeli merged with isn't an ordinary Fang Panda. It's a super demon spirit that possesses a god-level growth rate. Although Nyeli had the upper hand in the first round, 90% of the people in the arena are not optimistic about Nyeli's chances. Each and every one of them widen their eyes, preparing to see how Shun Fei will summon his demon spirit and beat up Nyeli. Chapter 83. The entire arena was filled with all sorts of shouts and shouts. At this moment, in the center of the arena, Shun Fei, who was slapped by Nyeli, had his head cleared up a little. He struggled to get up. The current Shun Fei was simply furious. The reason why he didn't summon his demon spirit at the start of the battle was because of Elder Shun Ming's instructions. He wanted to win against Nyeli after 20 moves. Who knew that Nyeli would be so shameless and suddenly summon his demon spirit? After suffering such a loss for no reason, Shun Fei's lungs were about to explode from anger. He completely threw the task that Elder Shinming gave him to the 9 heavens. You asked for it. I'm going to kill you. Shun Fei furiously roared. His soul realm was constantly vibrating, and the aura of a demon spirit was emitted from his body. The demon spirit that Shun Fei integrated with is a powerful scarlet black tiger demon spirit. The scarlet black tiger is an extremely frightening demon beast. This demon spirit was personally hunted by the patriarch of the sacred family. It's a 1-star black gold rank demon beast. It's extremely powerful, enough to increase Shun Fei's strength by several folds. Young Master Shun is finally going to use his demon spirit. The audience in the arena boiled up. This aura, my god, too shocking. It's actually a scarlet black tiger. A scarlet black tiger against a Fang Panda? The result of this can be easily imagined. Almost everyone felt that the Fang Panda will definitely be killed in one move. The aura on Shun Fei's body became more and more turbulent. The aura of the scarlet black tiger shocked everyone. Nyehai, Nen, and Bunch couldn't sit still anymore. With Nyeli's Fang Panda demon spirit, it's impossible for it to fight against the scarlet black tiger. The difference in strength in this battle is too great. What should we do? Let Xiao Li admit defeat. The surrounding people that bet on Shun Fei's victory were constantly shouting, cheering for Shun Fei. In their view, Shun Fei will definitely win this battle. But then, all the voices came to an abrupt halt. At the crucial moment when Shun Fei was about to summon his demon spirit, Nyeli took a few steps forward and slapped the back of Shun Fei's head. Bang! Shun Fei, who was about to merge with his demon spirit, was once again heavily slammed into the ground. A deep crater appeared on the ground. Shun Fei's merging process came to an abrupt halt. The berserk aura also stopped. At this moment, Shun Fei was simply too horrible to look at. His originally handsome face had been smacked flat and was tightly stuck to the ground. Nyeli, the culprit behind all this, stretched his muscles and bones briskly. Dumbfounded, everyone was shocked. Nyehai, Nan, and Yang Exine were also dumbfounded. Despicable. Too shameless. Nyehai, Nan, and the others felt their faces burning. They almost had the urge to cover their faces and run away. Was this guy really from the Tensei family? The bloodline of the Tensei family, actually bred such a shameless descendant? Those who bet on Nyeli had their faces flushed red. Although Nyeli has the advantage, this seems a little inappropriate. In the past few years of the tournament, when have they ever seen such a showdown? In a previous tournament, the sparring was very particular about the spirit of martial arts. Most of the time, they would summon their demon spirit at the same time. The fight would also be limited to sparring. There has never been a situation like what Nyeli did, summoning his demon spirit without any warning, and suddenly interrupting the summoning of his opponent's demon spirit. The Sacred Family's side almost jumped up. Tensei family, your family is too shameless. This kind of fight is unfair. The Sacred Family cursed at the Tensei family's side. Nyehai, Nen, and the others felt that Nyeli's actions were a little shameless. However, facing the Sacred Family, they naturally wouldn't show any weakness We didn't violate the rules of the tournament. It's not your place to criticize. Do I need you to teach my Tensei family how to do things? It's your sacred family's young master Shun that's too stupid. He's simply a pig. He's obviously a demon spiritualist, but he didn't merge with his demon spirit to fight. When summoning his demon spirit, he actually pointed the back of his head at his opponent. Who can you blame? At this moment, Yang Xian looked at Shun Ming and lightly said, Deacon Shun Ming, it can't be that the sacred family can't afford to lose, right? Although Nieli is indeed a little shameless, she still stands on Nieli's side. Looking at the situation on the stage, Yang Xian's smile became even more charming. Nieli, this little guy, is really hard to fathom. He looks so innocent and kind, but deep in his bones, he's so cunning. He always has that lecherous look on his face, but when he's tempted, he's so resolute and firm. Shun Ming's expression was gloomy. Nieli, this brat is too cunning. He can only admit defeat. Since Nieli promised to fight 3 rounds, losing this round doesn't matter. Knowing that Nieli's demon spirit is the Fang Panda, Shun Ming sneered in his heart. Even if he loses this round, he'll win back everything he lost in the next round. Shun Ming took a glance at Yang Xian and said, Of course not. My sacred family can still afford to lose this little bit of money. At this moment, on the stage, Shun Fei, who was lying in the pit, was about to explode from anger. After suffering 2 slaps from Nieli, his face fiercely hit the ground. His nose was bleeding and his face was swollen. Earlier, when he wanted to merge with his demon spirit, he was slapped by Nieli, causing his soul realm to tremble, causing him to fail. Young Master Shun, are you all right? This is only a spar. Stop when the time is right. If you can't stand up, then just admit defeat. Nieli squatted beside Shun Fei and said with a bit of bad intentions, Admit defeat? Once he admits defeat, 50 million demon spirit coins will be gone. He's not willing. Shun Fei let out an angry roar and once again stimulated his soul realm. A demon spirit came out of his body, preparing to merge with his demon spirit. Bursts of powerful aura came out of his body. His body quickly changed into sharp fangs and claws. The scarlet black tiger demon spirit let out a series of tiger roars. As long as I merge with my demon spirit, with that fang panda of yours, you think you can fight against me? Trying to stop me from merging with my demon spirit is simply impossible. The flames of the scarlet black tiger is more than enough to burn you to ashes. Shun Fei thought to himself. His body burst out with blazing flames. Young Master Shun is going to show his might. This is the flames of the scarlet black tiger. This flame is incomparably hot. It will burn everything in its surroundings to ashes. Indeed worthy of being called Young Master Shun, to actually have such a combat skill. Nieli is doomed this time. He can't even get close to this flame. Once Young Master Shun completes his fusion, he can probably defeat the Fang Panda in one move. How can a demon spirit like the Fang Panda be the opponent of the Scarlet Black Tiger? Although it has an advantage in the beginning, so what? The sounds of discussion rose and fell in the arena. Flames? Is it very powerful? At this moment, after merging with the Fang Panda, although Nieli is standing in the middle of the flames, he can't feel the heat of the flames at all. Although Shun Fei's Scarlet Black Tiger is a demon spirit with a pretty good quality, it's still far from Nieli's Fang Panda. Ordinary people can't imagine how powerful the Fang Panda is. With this level of combat skill, you want to injure the Fang Panda? However, now is not the time to show off his strength. Just when Shun Fei was about to complete his fusion with the demon spirit, Nieli raised his leg and ruthlessly stomped on it a few times. Shun Fei's soul realm shook once again, and the fusion failed again. The demon spirit within his soul realm still hasn't come out. The clamor in the martial field came to an abrupt stop once again. Everyone was dumbstruck. The scene of the Fang Panda rolling on the ground after being scalded by the raging flames didn't happen. Instead, it was Shun Fei who was stepped on miserably. Fusion failed again? How could this be? Those few stomps were really satisfying. He helped Ning vent her anger. Nieli secretly thought in his heart that Shun Fei was miserably beaten by him. However, Shun Fei still looked like he wanted more. I heard that young Master Shun is a playboy and has played with many women. For the sake of young Master Shun's body, it's best that you don't play with women anymore. Nieli kicked Shun Fei's acupoint. From today onwards, Shun Fei probably won't be able to have sex. Those who bet on Shun Fei rolled their eyes. Originally, when they heard the tiger's roar, they thought that they had a chance to turn the situation around. However, they never imagined that Nieli's kicks would ruin their hopes. Puffed, puffed. How unlucky. He actually lost just like that. It's all that pig-head Shun Fei's fault. He was so arrogant that he didn't even summon his demon spirit and wanted to fight. In the end, he didn't even have the chance to summon his demon spirit. However, the Tensei family's methods are really ruthless. They didn't even give Shun Fei the chance to summon his demon spirit. This goes against the spirit of martial arts too much. Thinking about the process of this battle, they had the urge to cry. Meeting such a shameless fellow like Nieli, what else can they say? Although they can condemn Nieli on the basis of morality, the rules of the tournament didn't say that it's not allowed. Shun Ming could see that Nieli wouldn't give Shun Fei the chance to merge with his demon spirit. If this battle continues, Shun Fei, who hasn't merged with his demon spirit, can only be bullied by Nieli. This battle, my sacred family admits defeat. Please stop, Shun Ming angrily said. His voice spread throughout the entire stage. Anyone could feel the suppressed anger in his voice. In the audience, everyone bitterly smiled. This is the most ridiculous battle that they've ever seen. At this moment, Shun Ning and Shun Xiao of the sacred family looked at each other. They never thought that Shun Fei would lose in such a way. Aside from letting Nieli display his Fang Panda demon spirit, Shun Fei didn't even try to probe out Nieli's true strength. Looking at the naive and harmless appearance of the Fang Panda that Nieli merged with, they couldn't help looking down on Nieli. Seeing Shun Fei being beaten up so badly, not only did they not feel sad, but they secretly sneered. The young masters of the direct family are indeed spoiled since birth. That's all they have. They heard that Shun Fei often plays with women. His foundation is probably hollowed out. That's why he lost to Nieli. The money that Shun Fei lost, they will definitely earn it back. The young master of the main family is trash. It's their turn to fight. Hearing Shun Ming's words, Nieli was secretly depressed. Admitting defeat so quickly? This isn't fun at all. Nieli ruthlessly stepped on Shun Fei's body again, then cupped his hands towards Shun Fei and said, "Haha, this battle was really carefree. Brother Shun Fei, thank you for letting me win." Hearing Nieli's words, the audience was dumbfounded. Nieli is simply shameless to a new level. Carefree? It's probably Nieli who is carefree. From the beginning to the end, they only saw Nieli violently beating up Shun Fei, who was lying on the ground. Shun Fei didn't retaliate at all. As for letting me win, it's really like Shun Fei letting Nieli win. Without merging with his demon spirit, he went up and let Nieli beat him up. A lot of people who lost money because they bet on Shun Fei started cursing. What the hell is this? It can't be that the Association of Alchemists and the Sacred Family set us up, right? Making me lose so much, the people of the Sacred Family. I'll hate you for the rest of my life. At this moment, in a corner of the audience, Yi Ziyun, who was watching the battle, couldn't help laughing. When she was in the City Lord's mansion, she heard that the Sacred Family organized the tournament, and the Tensei family will also participate. She was a little worried about Nieli, therefore, she rushed over. However, she only hid in a corner and watched. Originally, she thought that Nieli would be at a disadvantage. However, seeing Nieli's lively appearance, she understood that her worries were unnecessary. It seems that up until now, no one has been able to make Nieli suffer a loss. Her pair of clear eyes looked at Nieli's back figure, slightly narrowing her smile. Yi Ziyun just sat in the corner. That beautiful appearance caused the surrounding people to look at her. They didn't know that Yi Ziyun is the daughter of the City Lord. Such a beautiful girl is rarely seen. Chapter 84. Nieli doesn't know that Yi Ziyun is also here. He's watching the match from the corner. Nieli, who returned triumphantly, returned to the viewing platform. The second match will be held a while later. At this moment, Shunming looked at his underlings and asked, "What's the result of the bet?" Shunming thought a while. Although they lost more than 50 million demon spirit coins in the bet with Nyeli, the majority of the people bet on Shunfei. Therefore, they should still be able to win back some of it, right? The underling reported, a total of 160 million demon spirit coins were bet. The total amount paid was 166 million demon spirit coins, losing more than 6 million demon spirit coins. How could this be? How could we still lose? Shunming angrily said. He thought that he would be able to win back some of it. He never thought that he would actually lose more than 6 million demon spirit coins. Although it's not a lot, it still made him very angry. Damn it! Shunming angrily cursed. Ever since he became the deacon of the sacred family, he has never made such a big mistake, losing more than 56 million demon spirit coins in one go. Furthermore, it's at the critical moment when the patriarch is about to come out of seclusion. Even if he can use his past achievements to make up for it, he still felt very unhappy in his heart. At this moment, on the side of the Tensei family, Nyahai, Nen and Bunch were very happy. Although the one who won wasn't them, but Nyeli, they were able to get such a big piece of meat from the sacred family. They felt very happy in their hearts. Previously, they were messed up by the sacred family, and now they can finally get back at them. Little brother Nyeli, I thought you were a decent person. I never thought that you would be so cunning. It seems that big sister Yang has to be careful in the future. Yang Xian looked at Nyeli and teased. She crossed her arms in front of her chest. That slightly squeezed area was even more alluring. Nyeli smiled bitterly and said, "Big sister Yang, you've misunderstood me. I'm actually a decent person, but desperate times call for desperate measures." When Yang Xian, Nyahai, Net-In, and the others heard Nyeli's words, they all looked at Nyeli with a faint smile. Their eyes seemed to be saying, "Who would believe that?" Nyeli shrugged. No matter how hard he tried to explain, it would be useless. He looked at Nyan and asked, "How much did we win in total?" "I've won 50 million demon spirit coins from the bet and 70 million demon spirit coins from the bet," Nyahai said, lightly smiling. In the blink of an eye, 100 million demon spirit coins had entered his account. Nyeli, this kid, is earning money really fast. Nyeli nodded his head. 100 million demon spirit coins isn't much to him, but to the sacred family, it's not a small number. At this moment, Shunming couldn't hold back anymore and walked towards the Tensei family. "Deacon Shunming, how is young Master Shun? Our Nyeli is a little too heavy-handed. Please forgive him," Nyahai said, cupping his hands towards Shunming. As the patriarch of the Tensei family, he still has to pretend to be a gentleman. However, his heart was filled with joy. Shunming's face slightly twitched. Everyone knows that Shun Fei won't be able to get off the bed for the next half a month. Nyeli, this kid, is really ruthless. Shunming still doesn't know where Shun Fei's injuries are. He doesn't know that Shun Fei won't be able to do anything in the future. If he knew, he would definitely be even more furious. However, Shunming still gave Shunning an order to play with Nyeli until he's crippled. In Shunming's view, Nyeli only has a Fang Panda. It's impossible for him to win against Shunning. Normally, a Fang Panda is only a bronze rank demon spirit. Even if Nyeli's Fang Panda is a little special, reaching silver rank is already the limit. And Shunning is already a 5-star silver rank demon spiritualist. Furthermore, Shunning integrated with a sacred flame demon bear, a gold rank demon spirit. Although Shun Fei's Scarlet Black Tiger has the talent to become a black gold rank demon spirit, its current strength is only at silver rank. As for Shunning's demon spirit, it has already reached gold rank. If he still loses like this, then there'll be a ghost. Shunming looked at Nyahai and Bunch, coldly snorted and said, 3 bets. This is only the first one. Don't be happy too early. Let's start the second round. Nyahai couldn't help looking at Nyeli. He also doesn't know how strong Nyeli is. Since the sacred family lost the first round, the one they sent up for the second round, his strength definitely won't be ordinary. Shunming also followed Nyahai's gaze and fell onto Nyeli. His eyes flashed with a chilling light. Nyeli coughed and said, Isn't it a little inappropriate for the sacred family to do this? I just fought a round, and my soul force has been greatly exhausted. If I were to immediately fight the second round, wouldn't it be unfair for the sacred family to fight me in this manner? How about this? The second round will be delayed for 2 months. When I've recovered my soul force, I'll challenge the younger generation of the sacred family. Hearing Nyeli's words, Yang Xian, Nyahai and Nyan were stunned as they looked at Nyeli. Soul force has been greatly exhausted? In the previous round, Nyeli only merged with his demon spirit, slapped Shun Fei a few times, and stepped on Shun Fei a few times. There wasn't any intense battle at all. Isn't this a little too fake? Shen Ming's face turned black, coldly snorted, and said, "The Tensei family can't be going back on their words after winning the money, right? If that's the case, our sacred family isn't a vegetarian." Shen Ming looked at Yang Exen, coldly snorted, and said, "The Tensei family is so untrustworthy. The Association of Alchemists wouldn't be sheltering the Tensei family, right? If that's the case, I'll have to get our patriarch to have a good talk with the president." Yang Xian's face was slightly red. Although she's definitely standing on Nyeli's side, her face is thin and she's a little embarrassed to say it. If Nyeli really wins and leaves, he'll indeed be in the wrong. Since Deacon Shun Ming has said so, then I can only accompany him. Even if the sacred family wins unfairly, I believe that no one will dare to speak ill of the sacred family behind their backs. Seeing Shun Ming's angry face, Nyeli lightly smiled in his heart. He has already thoroughly angered Shen Ming. Who dares to speak ill of my sacred family? Shen Ming coldly snorted. He suddenly realized that he made a slip of the tongue. Isn't this clearly admitting that he won unfairly? His lungs were about to explode from anger. Nyahai, Nat-In, and Bunch all had a look of understanding on their faces. The sacred family is indeed good at pressuring others with their strength. Yang Xian lightly said. She finally understood Nyeli's intention. Nyeli is constantly angering Shun Ming, step by step leading Shen Ming into his trap. However, can Nyeli really defeat the geniuses of the sacred family? If Nyeli is unable to defeat the geniuses of the sacred family, then all these things would be in vain. So what? Shen Ming was extremely angry. He looked at Nyahai, Nyeli, and Bunch and said, "How much is the Tensei family planning to bet this time?" Nyeli lightly said, "For what I see, they have to bet at least 200 to 300 million demon spirit coins. Otherwise, there won't be any meaning at all." Hearing Nyeli's words, Shen Ming's brain quivered and sobered up a little. Although he was angered by Nyeli, if there's a problem with the 200 million demon spirit coins bet, the consequences isn't something he can bear. Even if he had some contributions to the sacred family in the past, if he loses 200 million demon spirit coins in one go, his good days will come to an end. Since Nyeli dared to accept this bet, it proves that he has some ability. Earlier on, when Shun Fei fought with Nyeli, he didn't manage to probe out Nyeli's strength. Therefore, Shen Ming didn't dare to act rashly. Shen Ming went silent for a moment and said, "Since there's still another bet, let's bet 100 million demon spirit coins first." Seeing Shun Ming's expression, Nyeli understood that Shun Ming, as a deacon of the sacred family, has a certain amount of authority. He doesn't dare to bet too much. If he were to continue pushing, the other party might be alerted. Since the sacred family doesn't have any confidence, then let's bet 100 million demon spirit coins first. Nyeli lightly smiled and said. Hearing Nyeli's words, Shen Ming's face turned green. Every time Nyeli opens his mouth, the sacred family would be this and that, degrading the sacred family to nothing, causing him to be extremely angry. Chapter 85. After placing the bet of 100 million, the sacred family no longer continued to be the banker. Yang Xian took over. Since it was Yang Xian who started the bet, Nyeli did not continue to play. Nyeli, you have to work hard. 90% of the people bet on the sacred family to win. This sister's entire fortune is all on you. Yang Xian charmingly looked at Nyeli. Her pink lips pursed into a smile. Her pink lips stuck to the side of Nyeli's face. Her curvaceous figure stuck to the side of Nieli. He could vaguely feel that pair of softness. It's simply incomparably tempting. This woman was simply a seductress who could charm people to death. Big Sister Yang must be joking. This amount of money is nothing to Big Sister Yang. Even if it's all gone down the drain, it doesn't matter. Nieli lightly smiled. He naturally wouldn't be so easily tempted by Yang Xin. This sister is betting all of her private money. Yang Xin pouted and said with a little dissatisfaction. Her slender eyebrows were filled with smiles. I don't know about that. I can only light an incense and leave it to fate. A moment later, the bet started. Nieli and Shun Ning of the sacred family walked down the stage. The entire stage was boiling. Shouts were coming one after another. Some were supporting Nieli, some were supporting Shun Ning. In the previous round, that kid from the Tensei family cheated quite a bit of money. This time, we must get it back. That kid from the Tensei family actually got a Fang Panda demon spirit. He's simply an idiot. Although he tricked the sacred family, Shun Ning is already a 5-star silver rank demon spiritualist. Therefore, Shun Ning will definitely win. Although Nieli had just won a round, his victory was too disgraceful. Shun Fei's loss was too unjust. Therefore, the majority of the people still placed their bets on Shun Fei. However, there were also a small number of people who were optimistic about Nieli and felt that Nieli could create a miracle. After all, Nieli had already won once. Looking at Nieli in the arena, Yi Ziyun couldn't help lightly laughing. She heard that the sacred family placed another 100 million as a bet. Nieli is too bad. Although Nieli's results weren't high during the year-end test, Yi Ziyun firmly believes that Nieli's cultivation has already reached an unimaginable level. Otherwise, how could he control his strength and soul force to such a degree? Therefore, from her point of view, Nieli will definitely win against Sacred Family's Shun Ning. Therefore, she took out all of her private stash and bet on Nieli winning. Thinking of Nieli's bad look, although Yi Ziyun felt a little annoyed, she didn't know why she would always have some concern for Nieli. Just like this time, when she heard that Nieli participated in the tournament, she immediately rushed over. It's just the concern between friends. Yi Ziyun's gaze fell onto Nieli, thinking to herself. Her face was slightly hot. She has never paid so much attention to a boy before. The battle began. Shun Ning immediately merged with his demon spirit. His body was covered in blazing flames, transforming into a robust, sacred flame demon bear. Roar! Shun Ning took a step forward. Raging flames soared into the sky, and a tyrannical force swept out. The martial arena trembled, and the ground was scorched black. It's actually a sacred flame demon bear, a 5-star silver rank demon spiritualist coupled with a sacred flame demon bear. Within a younger generation, he's definitely an invincible existence. This time, Nieli is going to suffer. Previously, he beat up a direct descendant of the sacred family so miserably. The sacred family will definitely not let him have a good time. Those who bet on Shun Ning raised their arms and cheered, their voices boiling. He didn't even greet me and immediately merged with his demon spirit. That's too rude, Nieli murmured. Hearing Nieli's words, Shun Ning bitterly smiled. In the previous battle, Shun Fei didn't even have a chance to merge with his demon spirit and was beaten half to death by Nieli. How could he dare to go easy on him? This battle is of great importance. He has to merge with his demon spirit first. As long as he merges with his demon spirit, Nieli's Fang Panda will definitely not be able to win against him. Shun Ning's victory is already within his grasp. Nieli also quickly merged with his Fang Panda demon spirit, turning into a chubby, charmingly naive and harmless-looking Fang Panda. No matter how you look at it, this Fang Panda doesn't have any threat. Roar! Shun Ning walked towards Nieli. Waves of scorching air gushed out. Fire thunder. Shun Ning suddenly soared into the sky and slapped down with his palm. Blazing flames fell down like meteors. Seeing this scene, Nieli no longer wanted to fight and immediately ran away. Boom! Boom! Meteors after meteors fell down, wreaking havoc on the ground, leaving deep craters on the ground. Nieli leaped, dodging every single one of them. Seeing this, The spectators broke out in cold sweat. If Nieli were to be hit by one of the meteors, even if he doesn't die, he'll still lose half his life. Booing sounds came from a stage. That brat from the Tensei family is too gutless. He actually ran away the moment the battle started. Can't he have a little backbone? This genius battle is too boring. That brat from the Tensei family, if he can't win, he should just admit defeat. What a waste of emotions. The voices from the stage fluctuated. Yang Xian took a glance at Nia Hai and Nian. Her face slightly sunk and angrily asked, "Are you guys not going to accompany Nieli to exchange for a demon spirit? Why are you letting Nieli use a trash demon spirit like the Fang Panda?" "My great aunt," Nia Hai complained incessantly. He hurriedly said, "Director Yang has misunderstood. Recently, we've helped Nieli buy at least 100,000 demon spirits. However, Nieli chose this Fang Panda. We can't do anything about it." Hearing Nia Hai's words, Yang Xian was astonished. Nia Hai and Bunch bought over 100,000 demon spirits during this period of time. She took a glance at Nieli on the stage. Although Nieli looks to be in a sorry state, he still managed to dodge every attack. It's very possible that he did it on purpose. Since little brother Nieli chose the Fang Panda himself, there must be a reason for it. Yang Xian faintly smiled and thought to herself. Seeing Yang Xian's expression turn from gloomy to sunny, Nia Hai let out a breath of relief. He wiped his sweat. In the end, he's only the patriarch of a small family. How can he afford to offend a big figure like Yang Xian? Yi Ziyun, who was sitting in the corner of the stage, stared at the stage. Her brows were slightly knitted. Even she couldn't tell if Nieli did it on purpose or if he had already tried his best. However, she has a feeling that Nieli will definitely win. Flaming meteors constantly exploded around Nieli. In fact, these flaming meteors can't do anything to Nieli. Nieli casually opened his mouth and spat out a yin-yang blast toward Shen Ning. It's more than enough to send Shen Ning flying. However, Nieli doesn't want to win against Shen Ning so easily. If he were to easily win against Shen Ning, the sacred family will definitely not play with him in the third round. Therefore, he has to barely win against Shen Ning. "Kid, don't run." Shen Ning continued to go berserk, using the sacred flame demon bear's terrifying strength to bombard the stage. The entire stage was ruthlessly ravaged. However, what made Shen Ning a little depressed is that Nieli's luck is too good. Every time his flaming meteors were about to hit Nieli, Nieli would always be able to dodge them. Thinking of the clumsy appearance of the ordinary Fang Panda and looking at Nieli's rolling and crawling posture, Shen Ning couldn't help having a weird feeling in his heart. The Fang Panda that Nieli integrated with is really a freak. If it was an ordinary Fang Panda, it would have already been killed by him. How could it last for so long? Roar! Shen Ning jumped down from the sky. Both of his hands were clasped together, turning into a flaming fist, and fiercely smashed down from the sky. Seeing this scene, Nieli's eyes lit up and rolled to the side. Try to run? It's too late. Shen Ning's face showed a trace of a sneer. Blazing flames were spewing out from his body. His entire body was like a meteorite falling down. Chapter 86. Gravity Field. Nieli used the Fang Panda's gravity field combat skill. The surrounding gravity suddenly increased by several folds. Boom! Shen Ning's entire body fell down from the sky. Just when Shen Ning was about to hit his body, Nieli leaped to the side, dodging the impact of the flames. However, there were still burn marks on his body. Nieli secretly let out a sigh of relief. He almost became a roasted panda. He obviously had the strength to crush his opponent, but he pretended to be weaker than his opponent. This is really a test of his acting skills. The entire arena rumbled, the earth shook, and the mountains shook. Shen Ning smashed a 10-meter wide crater on the ground. Flames soared into the sky, dust scattered in all directions. The spectators in the stands became excited and screamed, "Oh, what kind of terrifying strength is that? Oh my God, this is the strength of the sacred flame demon bear? It's too scary." Although he's only a 5-star silver rank, his strength is already comparable to a gold rank. Shen Ning will win. Shen Ning, Shun Ning. The stands were filled with shouts, each wave louder than the last. Not to mention the bet. Nieli ran away before the fight even started, being chased by Shun Ning. Their hearts were filled with disdain. If Nieli won, there would be no justice in this world. Shun Ning also showed a satisfied smile, nodded his head, and said, Shun Ning is a good kid. Looking at the strength he displayed, he should have reached gold rank. He must be very diligent in his training. If he wins against that kid from the Tensei family, I'll definitely reward him when we get back. Hearing Shun Ming's words, Shun Xiao couldn't help showing a jealous expression. Even he, who often trains with Shun Ning, never thought that Shun Ning's strength would have already reached gold rank. On the Tensei family side, Yang Xin frowned her brows and murmured, Shun Ning is only a 5-star silver rank demon spiritualist. How can he display such powerful strength? With such powerful strength, he should at least be a 3-star gold rank, right? Yi Ziyun's eyes were filled with confusion as she watched from afar. At this moment, on the martial arena, the drifting dust slowly drifted down, and the figure in the middle of the deep pit gradually became clear. In an instant, the stands that were originally boiling with excitement became deathly silent. Everyone stared dumbfoundedly at the center of the deep pit, because at this moment, Shun Ning was lying motionless in the middle of the deep pit like a dead dog. His body was riddled with wounds, all of which were burnt marks. What the hell is going on? Who can tell me what is going on? Shun Ming roared hysterically. After Shun Ning leaped up, he used the Fire Meteor Heaven's fall battle technique. But in the end, he fainted from the fall. Who would believe such a thing? Seeing this scene, not only was Shun Ming puzzled, even Yang Xin, Nia Hai, Nen, and Bunch were dumbfounded. The people of the sacred family can't be that stupid, right? The first person that came up without summoning his demon spirit was beaten up by Nieli. The second person that summoned his demon spirit exploded with strength no less than a gold rank, and in the end, he fainted from the fall. However, this scene was placed in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it. Yang Xin seemed to have understood something and murmured, I've said it before, that Shun Ning wouldn't have the strength of a 3-star gold rank for no reason. Could it be that little brother Nieli did something to it? The stands were dead silent. Everyone had their eyes wide open, staring at the martial arena. However, after waiting for a long time, Shun Ning still couldn't get up. He was like a dead dog, lying there motionless. Fuck, Sacred Family's trash, get up. Damn it, the Sacred Family's trash are really useless. Those who lost money started cursing the Sacred Family. The audience in the stands had the urge to go berserk. It can't be that the Association of Alchemists colluded with the Sacred Family to trick us, right? Impossible. The Association of Alchemists earned God knows how much money just from those elixirs. Why would they care about this little bit of money? It's the Sacred Family's trash that are too useless. As for those who bet on Nieli, they were all smiling. Nieli is really a lucky kid. The first round, Shun Fei, that idiot, didn't integrate with his demon spirit and came up for free. The second round, Shun Ning learned to be smart and integrated with his demon spirit. But in the end, he fainted from the impact again for free. What they don't know is that Shun Ning didn't faint from the impact, but was tricked by Nieli. The might of the heavenly fire meteor that Shun Ning executed is very huge. It's to jump to a very high place and increase the speed of the fall. That speed is already the limit of a 5-star silver rank. Nieli suddenly added a gravity field to Shun Ning, causing the gravity that Shun Ning felt to suddenly increase by several times. Shun Ning couldn't even react in time and smashed into the ground with a strength that was several times stronger than usual. The consequences of that could be imagined. It's already very lucky that all the bones in his body didn't shatter. Seeing Shun Ning lying on the ground, the corner of Nia Li's mouth slightly smiled. Shun Ning fainted. He probably won't wake up for 2 to 3 days. The gravity field is an invisible combat skill. Outsiders wouldn't be able to detect that it was Nieli who did it. Nieli won again. There's really no challenge at all. Although Nieli is only a silver rank, his true strength is enough to crush 2 to 3-star gold rank experts. Therefore, Shun Ning isn't a threat to him at all. After Yi Ziyun saw this scene, she wasn't surprised at all. On the contrary, she had an as expected expression on her face. The sacred family once again fell into the hands of Nieli. Looking at Nieli, she couldn't help pouting. Nieli always has the appearance of having the pearl of wisdom in his hands. Even in terms of feelings, he's confident that Yi Ziyun will definitely fall for him. He's really too annoying. Will I really fall for Nieli one day? Yi Ziyun's eyes flashed a trace of blankness. Thinking about what happened in the ancient Orchid City's underground palace, Yi Ziyun couldn't help feeling shy in her heart. Her heartbeat inexplicably sped up and started beating. After the competition ended, Nieli once again received 100 million demon spirit coins from Shenming, making the sacred family pay 150 million demon spirit coins. Although it's not enough to shake the foundation of the sacred family, it can at least let the sacred family live a tight life for a period of time. Even if it's a major family like the sacred family, to be able to maintain 3 to 500 million demon spirit coins is already very good. Of course, the total value of the sacred family's various industries is far more than that. It can reach tens of billions, but the cash they have is probably only that much. Although this 150 million demon spirit coins isn't much to Nieli, but Nieli's mood is still very comfortable. Deacon Shenming, thanks for letting me win. The few brothers of the sacred family are too polite, letting me win every time. I'm a little embarrassed from winning, so I've been wrongly blaming the sacred family. The sacred family isn't stingy, they're just too generous. Nieli smiled and said to Deacon Shenming. Shenming's face was ashen. His lips were trembling from anger. Hearing Nieli's sarcastic word again, if it's possible, he really wants to slap Nieli's head into the mud. 150 million demon spirit coins. How is he going to explain this to the patriarch? Monday is going to be on the leaderboard. Everyone, give your recommendation to the snail. If it's recommended tomorrow, the snail will add another chapter. Chapter 87. After losing this 150 million demon spirit coins, Shenming's contributions to the sacred family are all gone. When the patriarch comes out, he will definitely not let him go. Losing his position as a deacon is still secondary. With the patriarch's means and the fact that he knows so many secrets of the sacred family, he won't be able to escape death. At this moment, Shenming's eyes flashed with a hint of madness. There's still one more match. If he can win back the money he lost in the third match, then not only will he not be in the wrong, he will also have done a good deed. I must win the third match. Shenming calculated for a moment. He can still take out 200 million demon spirit coins. This is all the money that the sacred family has left. Originally, it was prepared to be used to purchase a batch of elixirs from the Association of Alchemists for the younger generation to cultivate. 200 million demon spirit coins. If he wins, he will be able to answer to the patriarch. Fight! Shenming's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. Patriarch Niahai, we still have a third match, right? Shenming glanced at Niahai and coldly said. Niahai was stunned for a moment, glanced at Nieli. Seeing Nieli nodding his head, Niahai said, yes, there's still the third match. Yang Xin slightly frowned. With her understanding of Shenming, Shenming made the sacred family lose 150 million demon spirit coins. The consequences will be very serious. After returning, Shenming probably won't be able to escape the fate of being under house arrest. And now, Shenming still wants to bet. That proves that Shenming is already fighting with his life on the line. The development of the matter is also reasonable. Shenming is already close to insanity. Wanting to fight for the last time is very normal. This match will bet 300 million demon spirit coins. Shenming coldly said. He has already sent people to the various shops of the sacred family to withdraw the funds. If the patriarch of the sacred family is here, he will definitely stop Shenming's actions. However, Shenming has been a deacon in the sacred family for so many years. He has always been trusted by the patriarch of the sacred family. His authority is very high. All the shops under the sacred family are under his management. If he wants to withdraw the funds, the shops of the sacred family won't say a word. Since it's the last fight, if he can win back 300 million demon spirit coins, His position in the sacred family will go up a step. All right, then let's bet 300 million demon spirit coins, Nieli said, nodding his head. Seeing Shun Ming's expression, he already knew that Shun Ming wanted to make his final struggle. The corner of Nieli's mouth curved into a cold smile. This was exactly what he was looking for. The patriarchs of the various families were discussing amongst themselves. They are all witnesses. They never thought that the sacred family would still want to bet after losing 150 million demon spirit coins. This time, they bet another 300 million. The sacred family is really going all out. Previously, Deacon Shenming had lost so many demon spirit coins. When he goes back, he probably won't be able to be a deacon anymore. He probably wants to win it back in this round. I heard that Shun Xiao is the one they sent this time. I know Shun Xiao. He's already a 1-star gold rank demon spiritualist at such a young age. The reason why that brat Nieli was able to win against Shun Fei and Shen Ning was mostly due to luck. Now that he's facing a gold rank demon spiritualist, I'm afraid that there's no suspense in the outcome. 300 million demon spirit coins. If he loses, Deacon Shen Ming will be finished. Furthermore, this is probably all the liquid funds of the sacred family. The various families were discussing amongst themselves. It's another bet. The amount of money being bet is definitely something that they've never seen before in their lives, causing their blood to boil. On Yang Xian's bet, everyone also placed their bets. However, whether Yang Xian wins or loses, Nieli doesn't care. Anyways, Yang Xian has some money. As a member of the Association of Alchemists, Yang Xian has a lot of power in her hands. After coming in contact with Nieli, she helped the Association of Alchemists earn God knows how much. Even if she took out a few 100 million, the elders wouldn't say anything. After the money for the bet was in place, the third round was about to begin. The surrounding stands were once again boiling with excitement. Under the attention of everyone, Nieli slowly walked down the stage. Shenming's cold gaze stared at Nieli. His eyes flashed with a hint of fierceness. He took out 2 elixirs from his bosom and solemnly said, Shun Xiao, these are 2 demon spirit strengthening pills. Before the battle starts, immediately eat these 2 demon spirit strengthening pills. Shun Xiao looked at Shenming in shock and said, Deacon Shenming, that kid's probably only a 1-star silver rank. With my 1-star gold rank strength, it's more than enough to get rid of that kid. There's no need for me to use these demon spirit strengthening pills. Shun Xiao's demon spirit is the Longyan Owl. It's a very powerful and rare demon spirit. The price is as high as 2 million demon spirit coins. If he were to eat 2 demon spirit strengthening pills, although it can let the Longyan Owl's power increase by several folds for half an hour, it's the same as crippling the Longyan Owl. Shin Zhao's heart ached for it. What are you afraid of? Listen to me. This matter is very important. If something goes wrong, can you afford it? That's 300 million demon spirit coins. If you win this battle, I'll give you 20 million demon spirit coins. At that time, you can buy any demon spirit you want. Shun Ming solemnly said. Hearing Shun Ming's words, Shun Zhao's eyes lit up. Although the Longyan Owl is rare, it can be bought with 2 million demon spirit coins. If Shun Ming were to give him 20 million, he can buy a higher grade demon spirit. Wasting the Longyan Owl wouldn't be a pity. Okay, I will listen to Deacon Shun Ming's instructions. Shun Xiao nodded his head and placed the 2 demon spirit strengthening pills into his interspatial ring. Shin Xiao looked at Nia Li's back figure and snorted. Losing to me is your fate. You actually want to waste a Longyan Owl's demon spirit and eat 2 demon spirit strengthening pills to deal with you. You should feel honored. In Shun Zhao's view, with his 1-star gold rank strength, defeating Nieli is an easy matter. One must know that he's a 1-star gold rank demon spiritualist. After the 2 of them left the stage, the audience once again boiled up. However, this time, no one is sure who will win. Although Nieli's strength is far from Shun Zhao's, who knows if Nieli will have the same heaven-defying luck as before. They believe that the reason why Nieli was able to win 2 battles in a row is all due to luck. This time, the majority of the people didn't dare to place their bets. The only one that firmly believes that Nieli will win is Yiziyun. Yiziyun once again placed all of her pocket money and the money she just won on Yeli. Cheers came one after another. I never thought that you would be able to win 2 battles in a row. However, you will definitely lose to me next. Shen Xiao coldly stared at Yeli and confidently said, I'm different from them. I'm a 1-star gold rank demon spiritualist. Furthermore, I'm a 1-star gold rank demon spiritualist that integrated with the Longyanal Eagle. At this moment, Yeli lazily stretched his waist. He was so tired from pretending earlier. Now that it's the 3rd round, he can finally stop pretending. How would I know if I don't try? I won 2 battles in a row before. Who knows? Maybe my luck will be as good as before in the 3rd round. Yeli lightly smiled, appearing calm and leisurely. Shen Zhao's gaze turned cold. Yeli is indeed a little weird. He obviously knows that he's a gold rank expert, but he's not panicking at all. His right hand moved, listening to Shun Ming's words, and swallowed 2 demon spirit strengthening pills. At this moment, the audience went into an uproar. Did my eyes see wrongly? The sacred family's Shun Xiao actually swallowed a demon spirit strengthening pill? A 1-star gold rank demon spiritualist facing a Fang Panda actually swallowed a demon spirit strengthening pill, and it seems to be 2 of them. Indeed, the sacred family was frightened by the 2 battles they lost earlier. Chapter 88. Before the fight even started, the sacred family's momentum has already weakened. However, the sacred family no longer cares about this. Even if they lose their face, it doesn't matter. After all, it's 300 million demon spirit coins. At this moment, the spectators were discussing amongst themselves. Even if he has heaven-defying luck, it's impossible for him to win this round. 1-star gold ranked demon spiritualist, and with 2 more demon spirit strengthening pills, Yeli will definitely lose. At this moment, even Yehai and Bunch weren't optimistic about Yeli. After all, his opponent is too strong. I bet on the sacred family 3 times in a row. This time, I can finally win, right? The previous 2 rounds were really unjust. This time, I must win it back. I'll still bet a portion of my money on Yeli. I still feel that Yeli can win. There's definitely something strange about this kid. Even if he loses this round, I've already won the previous 2 rounds. On the arena, Shun Xiao had already made his preparations. Waves of powerful sacred flame energy swept out. Boom, boom, boom. The arena was bombarded by the sacred flame energy, causing cracks to appear on the surface. The cracks were like a spider web, rapidly spreading out. Shun Xiao walked towards Yeli 1 step at a time. At this moment, Yeli lightly smiled, merged with the Fang Panda. If you guys underestimate the strength of my Fang Panda, then you're making a huge mistake. Gravity field, Yeli coldly snorted. An invisible gravity field formed around him, enveloping Shun Xiao. Shun Xiao suddenly felt that his weight had increased by several folds. Taking a step forward became extremely difficult. His face slightly changed. Yeli's strength is indeed extraordinary. It's actually a rare gravity combat skill. Shun Xiao kept the contempt in his heart. His expression was extremely solemn. Boom, boom, boom. Shun Xiao's feet created a deep depression in the arena. That terrifying might caused everyone to be shocked. So powerful. A 1-star gold rank already has such frightening strength. Everyone in the stands exclaimed in shock. Only Shun Xiao, who was in the gravitational field, knew what was going on. He suddenly understood why Shen Ning lost. He didn't dare to underestimate his opponent anymore. He quickly merged with the Longyan Owl, and a pair of huge wings grew out from his back. Those strong and powerful wings flapped as he flew. You are the strongest opponent I have ever met among my peers. Have a taste of my Longyan break. Shen Xiao faced the sky and let out a long cry. He opened his mouth and spat out a blazing flame. A scorching pillar of flame shot towards Yeli. A wave of heat hit him in the face, and Yeli felt like his whole body was about to be burnt. This Longyan owl was a part of the dragon species. The flames it spat out contained traces of a dragon's might. It was incomparably powerful. Let's see if your Longyan break is more powerful or my Inyon blast is more powerful. Nieli leaped back, opened his mouth, and spat out 2 balls of light, one black and one white. The 2 balls of light intertwined in the air, drawing 2 streaks of light. Boom! The black and white balls of light danced in the air and collided with the pillar of flame. A terrifying explosion rang out. After the 2 forces exploded, the terrifying force continued to wreak havoc, sweeping across the ground again and again, causing rubble to fly everywhere. Nieli leaped backwards and steadily stood outside of the explosion's range. He looked calm and composed. As for Shun Xiao, he was swept away by the explosion and was sent flying dozens of meters away. Only then did he stagger and stabilize his footsteps. There was dead silence in the spectator stands. What's going on? Could it be that I'm seeing things? Did Nieli completely gain the upper hand in the battle? Shun Xiao is a super genius of the sacred family, a 1-star gold rank demon spiritualist. Furthermore, he has eaten 2 demon spirit strengthening pills. Even with that, he still isn't Nieli's opponent. They were dumbfounded. In this match, Nieli was calm and composed. He looked like he still had energy to spare. It was completely different from the previous 2 matches. Yang Xian looked at Nieli's back figure. Her eyes were filled with splendor. Only 13 years old, and his strength is already enough to fight against a gold rank. It seems that I've underestimated you. After a brief moment of shock, Nia Hai and Nia En were ecstatic and excited. A 13-year-old gold rank demon spiritualist. Even Lord Yemo didn't have such shocking talent back then, right? After today's match, Nieli will rise like a comet in Glory City, receiving the protection of the City Lord's mansion. In the future, if anyone or any family wants to touch Nieli, they will have to think twice. Such a genius with such talent will definitely become a pinnacle existence in Glory City. After so many years of silence, the era of the Tensei family is about to arrive. At this moment, the spectators from the various families finally understood what had happened. In the previous 2 matches, Nieli had been concealing his strength. They all thought that Nieli had won by luck. However, that wasn't the case. What made them even more shocked was Nieli's frightening talent and strength. A 13-year-old gold rank demon spiritualist, my god. Could it be that a legend rank demon spiritualist like Yemo is about to appear? Nieli, Nieli, Nieli. The entire viewing platform was boiling. Everyone was shouting and yelling in excitement. Many of them had complicated feelings. Because they bet on Shan Xiao, they lost quite a bit of money. However, at this moment, they were cheering for Nieli from the bottom of their hearts. It wasn't easy for Glory City to survive until now. Every time the demon beast attacked, Glory City had to rely on Lord Yemo to repel the strongest demon beasts in the demon beast horde, allowing Glory City to survive. However, as time passed, Lord Yemo gradually aged. The citizens of Glory City had a strong sense of urgency. If there's no legend rank demon spiritualist appearing, then Glory City will be in danger. Although there are a few black gold rank demon spiritualists in Glory City, the majority of those black gold rank demon spiritualists are already over 40 years old. It's very hard for them to have the opportunity to charge into legend rank demon spiritualist. Everyone is looking forward to the appearance of a genius. Nieli is, without a doubt, the most dazzling one. A 13-year-old gold rank demon spiritualist. This age is the golden period for cultivation to rapidly increase. After 30 years old, one's cultivation talent will slowly go downhill. Their cultivation will also gradually regress, making it hard for them to advance. Nieli has such shocking achievements at such a young age. Who can say what level Nieli can reach in the future? Who knows? He might even become a legend rank demon spiritualist that's even stronger than Lord Yemo. Losing money is nothing. To be able to see the appearance of such a genius is simply an exciting matter. At this moment, Shun Ming slumped on his chair. Both of his eyes were lifeless as he muttered, "Just what is going on? How can this be? How can Nieli already have the strength of a gold rank demon spiritualist at the age of 13? What he doesn't know is that Niel Li's soul force is only a 2-star silver rank. The reason why he has the strength to contend against a gold-ranked demon spiritualist is because Niel Li's usage of soul force has reached perfection. The other reason is that Niel Li's Fang Panda is a god-level growth rate demon spirit. By itself, it has terrifying strength. Anyone who underestimates it will pay the price. If Shun Xiao loses, then he will be the center of the sacred family. His ending has already been determined. No, Shun Xiao has not lost yet. Shun Ming's eyes reignited a trace of hope as he stared at the arena. Chapter 89. Boom, boom, boom. The battle on the arena became more and more intense. Shun Xiao frantically counterattacked, but every time he burst out with a violent power, it was ruthlessly suppressed by Niel Li. Looking at that nimble figure, Shun Xiao's eyes flashed with a trace of fear. Niel Li gave him too much pressure. Longyan's sacred pillar. Shun Xiao roared. One after another, thick Longyan sacred pillars descended from the sky. They turned into huge pillars and swept across the arena, wreaking havoc and flames. The audience burst into exclamations of shock. What a frightening move! They couldn't help but worry for Niel Li. Seeing the thick pillars of fire sweeping towards him, Niel Li didn't feel nervous at all. Instead, he let out a relaxed smile. This kind of move looks good, but it's useless. It might be useful in dealing with low-level beasts, but in a battle between experts, using this kind of move is just wasting one's soul force. Niel Li secretly thought. Niel Li, who had the battle experience from his previous life, naturally wouldn't put this kind of move in his eyes. What Niel Li didn't know was that Shun Xiao had already used all his moves, but they were all useless. He could only use this Longyan sacred pillar. Shun Xiao didn't expect to use this move to kill Niel Li. He had already given up all hope. Looking at Niel Li's calm expression, he knew that Niel Li still had many hidden moves that he hadn't used. Niel Li leaped up, dodging the pillars of fire. With a swoosh, he swept behind Shun Xiao. Thunderstrike. Niel Li's huge palm cut through the sky, emitting a shocking sound. With a bang, it heavily slapped on Shun Xiao's back. In an instant, Shun Xiao was like a meteor crashing into the ground. Boom! A terrifying and deafening sound rang out. The entire martial arena shook violently, and a huge pit appeared on the ground. Shun Xiao was gasping heavily in the pit. He lay on his back in the pit. His eyes gradually lost focus, and his consciousness slowly blurred. He had lost. From the beginning, Niel Li had been suppressing him, not giving him any chance to fight back. Moreover, he had been holding back. Niel Li gave him an unfathomable feeling. He felt that no matter how he burst out, he would not be a match for Niel Li. His eyes were filled with confusion. He never thought that he would lose after eating 2 demon spirit strengthening pills. He can only say that Niel Li is too scary. Moreover, the opponent was only a 13-year-old boy. The difference was too great. I've always thought that I was an unparalleled genius, but it turns out that I'm just a frog at the bottom of a well. Seeing this scene, the stands were dead silent for a moment, and then erupted into a tsunami of cheers. Niel Li! Niel Li! Niel Li! Waves of cheers were earth-shattering. Niel Li's strength left a deep impression on them. When a super expert rises, they would easily crush any opponent of the same age. However, at this moment, the opponent that Niel Li crushed wasn't an opponent of the same age, but a genius in his 20s. How far will Niel Li grow in the future? No one had an answer in their hearts. However, they knew that they had witnessed history today. In the corner of the stands far away, Yi Ziyun was looking at Niel Li's back figure. At this moment, she was still shocked by Niel Li's strength. What a powerful talent. He's even stronger than her grandfather when he was young. She suddenly had a thought. Will Niel Li really become a legend, rank demon spiritualist like he said? The possibility of this happening is very high. Yi Ziyun couldn't help thinking of the joke that she had with Niel Li. She said that if Niel Li becomes a legend, rank demon spiritualist, she'll marry him. Is she going to keep her promise or not? Her thoughts couldn't help becoming chaotic. Thinking of the unclear relationship between Niel Li and Ninger, she snorted. She doesn't want to marry Niel Li, this womanizer. The cheers slowly calmed down. However, the shock caused by Nieli won't calm down so quickly. It will soon spread throughout the entire Glory City. Shunming was dejected as he was supported by someone and left. After this matter, he's afraid that he will no longer be a managing elder of the sacred family. Nieli also successfully received 300 million demon spirit coins. In this tournament, Nieli earned a total of 450 million demon spirit coins. Although Nieli doesn't lack money, he's very happy to be able to make the sacred family fall into a predicament. Although this amount of money isn't much to Nieli, it's enough to make the sacred family have a headache for a period of time. Yang Xian looked at Nieli. Her eyes were filled with worry and said, "Nieli, I'm afraid it's not good for you to display your strength like this. What if the Dark Guild has their eyes on you? After all, Nieli is too dazzling right now. If they knew of Nieli's talent, the Dark Guild might do anything to get rid of Nieli." However, at this moment, Nieli lightly smiled, shook his head, and said, "I have my own plans." Hearing Nieli's words, Yang Xian lightly nodded. Nieli should have his own plans, right? However, she's still prepared to send more guards for Nieli. "Big Sister Yang, I previously asked you to help me investigate if there's any connection between the Dark Guild and the Sacred Family. How's your investigation?" Nieli transmitted his voice to Yang Xian. "I've investigated and found out that the Sacred Family has taken in a person from the Dark Guild. His name seems to be something like Li Yanhua. However, just based on this point, there's no way to do anything to the Sacred Family." Yang Xian shook her head and sighed. However, at least she can confirm that the Sacred Family isn't clean. They have to be careful. She has already reported this information to the president. The president will definitely pass this information to the city lord. Nieli nodded his head. If he wants to bring down the Sacred Family with this, then he's thinking of the Sacred Family as too simple. To deal with the Sacred Family, he has to take his time. Along with the Sacred Family leaving, the Tensei family also left. The Tournament of Geniuses is still going on. It's just that the other families are playing by themselves. In the corner of the arena, Yi Ziyun saw this scene and pursed her lips into a smile. Nieli is really bad. Shunming of the Sacred Family is in trouble. However, she doesn't have any good impression of the Sacred Family. It's good that the Sacred Family is out of luck. Just when Yi Ziyun was about to turn around and leave, a familiar figure entered her eyes. She saw Nieli smiling at her. "I'm only here to take a look at the Tournament of Geniuses. I never thought that you would be here." Yi Ziyun's face was red as she stubbornly said, "Did I say anything?" Nieli spread his hands and teased, "Since that's the case, why don't you continue watching and want to leave?" Yi Ziyun stomped her feet. It's impossible for her to admit that she cares about Nieli in front of Nieli. She angrily said, "I realize that there's no meaning in this place, so can't I just leave?" Seeing Yi Ziyun's cute look, Nieli lightly smiled. He took out a demon spirit stone from his interspatial ring and grabbed onto Yi Ziyun's smooth hand. He stuffed the demon spirit stone into Yi Ziyun's hand, smiled, and said, "This is for you." Feeling the warmth coming from Nieli's palm, Yi Ziyun didn't shake off Nieli's hand. She doesn't know why, but her heartbeat suddenly sped up. "What is this?" Yi Ziyun lowered her head. There was an indescribable shyness in her heart. Seeing Yi Ziyun's appearance and the faint fragrance of a young girl caused Nieli's heart to be moved. He smiled and said, "This is a snow wind attribute snow, Queen Demon Spirit. A black gold rank snow, Queen Demon Spirit? Where did you get this demon spirit?" Yi Ziyun asked in surprise. Snow Queen is a very rare and powerful demon spirit. This Snow Queen is not an ordinary Snow Queen. It's a Snow Queen demon spirit with a god-level growth rate. After you integrate with it, you'll know that it's very powerful. After integrating with it, you must nurture it well. Don't eat things like demon spirit strengthening pills. Nieli exhorted. In order to get this Snow Queen demon spirit, he spent a lot of effort. Chapter 90. Nieli, why are you giving it to me? Yi Ziyun raised her head, blinked her big bright eyes, and looked at Nieli. "Because I like you." Nieli looked at Yi Ziyun, lightly smiled, and said, "Then all the more I can't accept it." Hearing Nieli's bold confession, Yi Ziyun's face blushed. She has already received a great favor from Nieli. If she were to receive another favor from Nieli, she wouldn't know how to return it in the future. How about this? Consider it as you owing me a favor. In the future, I will definitely need your help with something. Nieli thought a while and said, to make this stubborn girl agree to his request so quickly, it's obviously not an easy matter. What can I help you with? Yiziyun lowered her head. Her face was still blushing. Of course you can help me. You're the daughter of the city lord. Who knows how many people want to ask you to do something for them? I'm the same. I have already integrated with my demon spirit. This snow queen isn't suitable for my attributes. There's no point in keeping it. Nieli looked at Yiziyun's lowered head, thinking that this little girl is getting more and more charming. Hearing Nieli's words, Yiziyun hesitated for a moment, nodded her head and said, all right, but the thing you want me to do, it definitely can't be a bad thing. That's for sure. Have you ever seen someone more upright than me? Nieli said with a serious expression. Hearing Nieli's words, Yiziyun suddenly giggled. She laughed until her body trembled. Nieli's words are simply too funny. Who was the one that played the sacred family's people around? Nieli, I'll accept this Snow Queen. I want to see what kind of God-level growth rate demon spirit you have. Consider it as me owing you a favor. You can ask me to do one thing for you, but it definitely can't be a bad thing. Otherwise, I'll let my father buy this demon spirit from you. Yiziyun waved her little hand, lightly like a butterfly, and ran forward. What Yiziyun doesn't know is that she has gradually treated Nieli as a very close person. If it's someone else, like Shunyu and the rest, she would definitely not accept it. Looking at Yiziyun's figure gradually getting further away, Nieli smiled and muttered, it won't be long before we can meet again. In our previous life, fate has bound us together. Even if we want to cut it off, it's impossible to cut it off. Finishing speaking, Nieli slowly turned around and left. Very quickly, the news of Nieli suppressing Sacred Family's 1-star gold rank demon spiritualist, Shun Xiao, at the age of 13 quickly spread out. The entire Glory City was shaken. How many years has it been since Glory City had such a shocking genius? The Tensei family once again entered everyone's line of sight. Every day, there would be an endless stream of people visiting the Tensei family. However, Nieli seemed to have suddenly disappeared. He went into seclusion and did not meet anyone. Those who wanted to meet Nieli were all blocked by the Tensei family. As the news spread out, the city guards found traces of the Dark Guild's activities all over Glory City. They captured and killed dozens of Dark Guild's people. In order to ensure Nieli's safety, City Lord Yizong has decided to bring Nieli into the City Lord's mansion to nurture him. After knowing this news, the Dark Guild's activities slowly calmed down. If Nieli were to stay in the Tensei family, the Dark Guild would definitely not let Nieli go. However, since Nieli has been brought into the City Lord's mansion, they don't have the guts to cause trouble in the City Lord's mansion. After all, the City Lord's mansion has legend-ranked demon spiritualists, several black gold-ranked demon spiritualists, and countless martial experts. Aside from Nieli also brought Nyeyu into the City Lord's mansion. He has decided to properly guide Nyeyu in her cultivation. As for the Tensei family, no one would dare to touch the Tensei family. As long as he's not in the Tensei family, the Dark Guild will not make a move on the Tensei family, because it's meaningless. All of this is within Nieli's expectations. The reason why Nieli dared to reveal his strength in the Tournament of Geniuses was because he had already calculated this step. It said that when Shunyu of the Sacred Family heard that Nieli has revealed his gold-rank strength and has been brought into the City Lord's mansion, he vomited blood in grief and indignation. Originally, he still had a little bit of hope for Yiziyun, but now he knows that there's no hope for him. When Yang Xian heard this news in the Association of Alchemists, she understood why Nieli was so confident. Nieli probably already expected that he would be brought into the City Lord's mansion. It seems that if she wants to meet Nieli in the future, she'll have to go to the City Lord's mansion. Sacred Family, the patriarch of the Sacred Family, Shan Hong, finally came out from his secluded cultivation. After this period of secluded cultivation, his cultivation has greatly increased. However, he still hasn't stepped into the realm of legend-rank demon spiritualist. Legend-rank demon spiritualist isn't that easy to reach. As his cultivation increases, he understood this point more clearly. He doesn't know how that old man, Yemo, broke through. Every time he thought of his age getting older and his cultivation showing signs of declining, Shun Hong became more and more anxious. When he heard about the bet, he immediately flew into a rage. Shen Ming has always been reliable, therefore, he has always been at ease. However, he never thought that Shun Ming would make such a big mistake, losing 450 million demon spirit coins in one go. With that much money, how many elixirs can he buy, and how many younger generations of the family can he nurture? Shun Ming, do you know your crime? Shen Hong sat on the high chair, coldly looking at Shun Ming, who was kneeling on the ground. Feeling Shen Hong's fearful gaze, Shun Ming's body was trembling from fear. He anxiously said, "Please forgive us, Patriarch. We never thought that Nyeli of the Tensei family would have the cultivation of gold rank at such a young age. We were careless for a moment and got tricked by them. I hope that Patriarch can consider the fact that I have done my best for the sacred family in the past." Shut up. Shen Hong furiously swept his gaze at Shun Ming. Shun Ming immediately shut his mouth, not daring to speak anymore. Shen Hong silently pondered. This loss of 450 million demon spirit coins isn't enough to shake the foundation of the sacred family. However, what made Shen Hong feel the pressure is that, during his seclusion, the relationship between the sacred family and the Tensei family has reached an inexplicable degree. Originally, the Tensei family is such a small family that the sacred family doesn't have to care about. However, this youth, Nyeli, caused him to pay attention to him. A 13-year-old youth actually has the strength of gold rank. This kind of talent caused him to be jealous. Who can imagine how far this youth will grow in the future? Once this youth grows up, no matter if it's the sacred family or the Dark Guild, he will be a huge threat. This threat must be strangled in the cradle. If Nyeli and the sacred family are fine, then Shun Hong can still tolerate him. However, Nyeli has never been on good terms with the sacred family from the start. Therefore, he must be killed. Now that Nyeli is being protected by the City Lord's mansion, it will be a little difficult for them to kill Nyeli. I don't believe that you can stay in the City Lord's mansion and not come out. Shen Hong coldly thought. He looked at Shun Ming, who was kneeling on the ground, and solemnly said, "Shun Ming, you know the rules of our sacred family. According to the sacred family's rules, you have committed such a huge mistake. According to the rules, you will be beheaded. However, seeing that you are an old servant of our sacred family and have made a great contribution to the sacred family, I will give you a chance to atone for your mistake." Hearing Shun Hong's words, Shun Ming's eyes, which were originally like dead ashes, suddenly flashed a trace of hope. He raised his head, looked at Shun Hong, and said, "As long as the Patriarch commands, even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames, I will have no complaints. Very well. I want you to bring people to kill Nyeli. As long as you kill Nyeli, I will get people to send you out of the city and send you to the Dark Guild to be a deacon." Shen Hong said, "But Nyeli is in the City Lord's mansion. Shen Ming knows about the matter between the sacred family and the Dark Guild. Either he kills Nyeli or he dies. He has no other choice. There will be a day when he comes out." Shen Hong lightly said, "I understand. I will listen to the Patriarch's command." Shen Ming's eyes flashed a trace of ruthlessness. He understands that only by doing this will he have a chance of survival. Otherwise, with Shen Hong's means, he will definitely die without a corpse left. "Shen Ming, I have treated you well. Don't let me down." Shen Hong's right hand rotated the thumb ring on his left hand. His dark brown eyes flashed with a cold light. Hearing Shen Hong's deep voice, Shen Ming's heart trembled for no reason. Aside from himself, the lives of his family are all in the hands of Shen Hong. He can only fight. Chapter 91. Glory City's City Lord's mansion, endless courtyards, magnificent and magnificent. Pavilions, small bridges, and flowing water. The scenery was picturesque. At the same time, this place is heavily guarded. Any random guard is a silver rank fighter. Occasionally, you can see some gold rank fighters patrolling back and forth. It's said that some courtyards even have black gold rank fighters and demon spiritualists. This is the core area of Glory City. Nye and Nye were arranged to stay in one of the courtyards. As long as it's not a black gold rank expert attacking the City Lord's mansion, this place is extremely safe. It can be seen that a genius like Nye is highly valued. Big brother Nye, why are we staying in the City Lord's mansion? Nye timidly asked. Ever since she entered the City Lord's mansion, she has been very nervous. Because it's safe here. Nye smiled and patted Nye's shoulder. You don't have to be afraid. With your big brother Nye here, you can be assured. Furthermore, the City Lord's daughter is your sister-in-law. In the future, when you see her, just call her sister-in-law. Okay? Sister-in-law? Oh, Nye raised her head and looked at Nye in astonishment. Since when did big brother Nye find a sister-in-law for him? Furthermore, it's the City Lord's daughter? Nye was filled with doubt. However, Nye did not explain. The City Lord probably never thought that his action of protecting a genius would actually lead a wolf into the house. From the beginning, Nye didn't have any good intentions. TSK. He's already in the City Lord's mansion. Usually, he'll be cultivating. When he's bored, he can even tease Yi Ziyun. Life is really leisurely. If there wasn't the Sacred Family and the Dark Guild, then there wouldn't be so many demon beasts attacking. For his future life, he can only think of a way to get rid of the Sacred Family that's right under his nose. In his previous life, if it wasn't for the betrayal of the Sacred Family, Glory City wouldn't have fallen so easily. The root of the problem usually comes from within. Nye is still a 2-star silver rank. However, in terms of strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to suppress a 1-star or 2-star gold rank. However, this is still far from enough. He has to make use of his time to train. Is there anything that can quickly increase my strength? Nye suddenly slapped his head. How could I have forgotten about this? I actually forgot to enter the Heavenly Sacred Border. In St. Laurent College, the only thing that he cares about is the Heavenly Sacred Border. Let's prepare first and find a chance to go to Heavenly Sacred Border. Nye said after thinking about it. Nye sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Nye also obediently sat beside Nye and cultivated. She was very sensible and did not make any noise to disturb Nye. Instead, she concentrated on cultivating. 1 day, 2 days, as time passed, Nye and Nye were doing quite well here. Apart from not being able to go to the core area of the City Lord's mansion, there were no restrictions. Moreover, 3 meals were delivered by someone, and outsiders could visit at any time. It is said that in a few days, the City Lord and Yimo will personally meet Nye. Therefore, the surrounding maids and guards were very courteous to the siblings, Nye and Nyeyu. Nye's cultivation steadily increased. On the 5th day, his cultivation finally increased again. His soul force reached 3-star silver rank. After reaching 3-star silver rank, Nye did not continue to charge upwards. At the beginning, it's best not to increase his cultivation too quickly. It's better to have some time to settle down. There's no need to rush. He blinked his eyes. After being in the City Lord's mansion for so many days, Yi Ziyun did not come a look for him. As the evening approached, the afterglow of the setting sun shone on the City Lord's mansion, making the building look even more magnificent. It's probably because a girl's skin is thin and can't bring herself to do it. Seems like I can only inconvenience myself and go look for you. Nye thought about it and chuckled. He looked at Nyeyu and said, Xiaoyu, I'll go look for your sister-in-law. You stay here and cultivate properly. Oh, Nyeyu's big watery eyes looked at Nye in doubt. How is big brother Nye going to look for sister-in-law? Although she has doubts in her heart, she did not ask and obediently stayed in the yard to cultivate. After Nye stepped out of the yard, he summoned the shadow devil demon spirit and disappeared without a trace. The few gold rank fighters guarding the side of Nye's yard felt a trace of a strange aura. They vigilantly looked around, but did not discover anything. Only then did they retract their gaze, thinking that it was just their misconception. The shadow devil demon spirit's void form combat technique is still not up to par. Its ability to hide its aura is still not strong enough. It can still fool a gold rank opponent, but if it were a black gold rank or even a legend rank expert, it would definitely be discovered by them. Nieli thought to himself as he headed towards the yard that Yi Ziyun is staying in. Although Nieli has never been here before, he has heard from Yi Ziyun about the City Lord mansion. He also knows where Yi Ziyun is staying. Stealing the daughter of the City Lord, it's really a little exciting. Nieli thought to himself and couldn't help but lightly smile. The City Lord's mansion is filled with experts, but Nieli entered it as if it's an uninhabited place. Gold-rank fighters are of no threat to Nieli at all. A small yard appeared in Nieli's line of sight. It's a unique yard, filled with all kinds of flowers and trees. Bursts of fragrance came from the yard. Looking from afar, you can see an exquisite two-story building within the walls. This is where Yi Ziyun lives. Nieli easily passed through the door of the small yard. After removing the void form, Nieli casually walked in. On a rock in the corner of the small yard, Yi Ziyun is sitting cross-legged, cultivating. Her soul force revolved around her body, and a faintly discernible white figure appeared behind her. This white figure is wearing a fluttering white robe. She has a beautiful face and a white ice crown on her head, giving her an indescribable nobility. This demon spirit is the Snow Queen. Among the demon beasts, it's the most human-like demon beast. Legend has it that the Snow Queen is the incarnation of a goddess from the ancient times. The Snow Queen is very rare. Furthermore, it can use very powerful snow wind combat skills. For Yi Ziyun, who cultivates the 9 revolving ice phoenix technique, it's definitely a good match. Nieli's gaze fell on Yi Ziyun's body. His nose suddenly felt hot, almost having a nosebleed. Yi Ziyun should have just finished bathing. Her hair is still wet, adding a bit of cuteness to her temperament. At the same time, she's only wearing a thin veil, vaguely showing her soft breasts. This scene made Nieli recall his previous life. That night, under the moonlight, Yi Ziyun was as pure as a goddess. The two of them hugged each other, listening to each other's breathing. Nieli's hand gently kneaded that pair of soft breasts. Some people say that the proudest moment of a man is holding his first love's breasts. Nieli took a deep breath. Although the current Yi Ziyun has not grown up yet, she has already grown into a slender and beautiful woman. After cultivating the 9 revolving ice phoenix technique, her skin is so soft that it could be broken by the wind, making her even more alluring. At this moment, Yi Ziyun, who was cultivating, felt something. She suddenly opened her eyes and shouted, "Who?" When she saw that it's Nieli, she relaxed and asked in puzzlement, "Why are you here? Why did you come here?" If it was someone else, suddenly appearing in this courtyard, Yi Ziyun would certainly suspect the other party's intentions. Even if it was someone she was very familiar with, it was impossible for Yi Ziyun to completely let down her vigilance. But even Yi Ziyun herself did not know that when she saw Nieli, she subconsciously relaxed. "I came to take a look. Your courtyard is very unique, but it must be very boring to live alone. How about I move in and live together with you?" Nieli looked around, seemingly very satisfied, and nodded his head. Yi Ziyun's eyes glazed over at Nieli. She was ashamed and resentful at the same time. This person, how can he be so shameless to this extent? Did I say that I'm very bored living here? Even if I'm very bored living here, I won't let you move in. Chapter 92. Yi Ziyun suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "Nieli, quickly turn your head." Yi Ziyun blushed and anxiously stamped her feet. "What's wrong?" Nieli blinked and looked a few more times. This was not something that could be seen at any time. Wouldn't it be a loss if he turned his head? "Nieli, how can you be like this? Yi Ziyun looked angry and hurriedly took out a piece of clothing from the spatial ring to cover it. At this moment, she was confused. Since she was a child, it was the first time that a boy saw her like this. "It's not like I haven't seen it before," Nieli muttered, then slowly turned around and said with a smile, "You put on your clothes, I won't look. You can't turn your head, or I'll ignore you again." Yi Ziyun didn't know what to say, so she could only use this threat. A rustling sound came from behind Nieli, which made people's imagination run wild. But this time, Nieli didn't turn his head to look. He didn't want to force the beautiful girl behind him. No matter what, today's trip was profitable. "Okay, you could turn around." Hearing Yi Ziyun's voice, Nieli turned his head and found that Yi Ziyun had put on a white dress. Her delicate purple long hair was a little wet, draped over her shoulders, looking gentle and elegant. Her white skin was like a freshly peeled egg. Her big watery eyes twinkled as if they could speak. Her small red lips and white skin were more distinct. A pair of small dimples evenly distributed on both sides of her cheeks, and there was a touch of seductive blush on her face. Such an attractive appearance made Nieli dumbfounded. Nieli, I will remember today's matter. I will definitely find you to settle accounts. Yi Ziyun angrily looked at Nieli, but even her angry appearance was exceptionally beautiful. She didn't know why, but Nieli's scorching gaze gave her a strange feeling in her heart. I forgot that you still owe me a favor. Nieli smiled and looked at Yi Ziyun. I also saw you, so let's call it quits. No, these are two different things. I will return that favor to you. I can't let this matter go. Yi Ziyun said with dissatisfaction. She felt that she had suffered too much. Nieli had seen everything. If that's the case, why don't I let you watch me? Nieli said as he undressed. I want to see you. Yi Ziyun stamped her feet and quickly covered her eyes. She was really helpless. How could this guy, Nieli, be like this? He was simply too shameless. But she didn't know why. But in Yi Ziyun's heart, there was a faint ripple. As the daughter of the city lord, she didn't even have a friend. How could there be such a person who could tease her so unscrupulously? Because of the existence of Nieli, her originally monotonous life had added a bit of a different color. Since you don't want to see, then forget it. Nieli shrugged, and the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Looking at Yi Ziyun's cute appearance, there was a faint sense of warmth in his heart. It was great to be able to be reborn and see Yi Ziyun again. He would never let God down. Nieli looked around casually, and then walked toward Yi Ziyun's small building. What are you doing? Yi Ziyun saw Nieli's action, but she asked anxiously. Since I'm here, aren't you going to invite me to visit your boudoir? Isn't that too rude? Nieli walked straight to Yi Ziyun's small building. Rude? Yi Ziyun was going crazy. Who was the rude one? Who broke into a girl's yard without knocking on the door, and then wanted to visit a girl's boudoir? Nieli, you stop. Yi Ziyun shouted anxiously. How could her boudoir be broken into by others? With a whoosh, Nieli had already slipped into Yi Ziyun's small building like a loach. He hadn't seen Yi Ziyun's boudoir in his previous life, so his heart was full of curiosity. He didn't know what Yi Ziyun's boudoir looked like. After entering the small building, he walked all the way into Yi Ziyun's boudoir. Yi Ziyun's boudoir was decorated very delicately. There were all kinds of carved decorations, and the pink curtain showed a bit of sweetness. Nieli looked around in a very fresh way. He looked behind the screen next to him. There was a wooden barrel there, and it was still steaming. Yi Ziyun had just taken a bath here and then went out to cultivate. Thinking of Yi Ziyun bathing in the wooden barrel, Nieli couldn't help but feel his heart burning. Yi Ziyun hurriedly ran in. Nieli, how can you break into a girl's boudoir? Quickly get out. Yi Ziyun said anxiously. But in the face of the rascal Nieli, she was completely helpless. It's nothing, just looking at the boudoir. I won't get pregnant. Nieli took a deep breath. There was a familiar faint fragrance here. It was the smell of Yi Ziyun. Pregnant. Yi Ziyun's eyes widened. Her expression was as if she was struck by lightning. What was in Nieli's head? She simply wanted to break open Nieli's head and take a look. The hot water is ready. You go out first. I'll take a bath first. Nieli quickly took off his clothes and then jumped into the wooden barrel. He immediately let out a comfortable groan. So comfortable. Yi Ziyun was simply going crazy. When Nieli came here, it was like he was at his own home. She had just finished washing the wooden barrel and hadn't had time to pour out. How could he jump in? And Nieli actually shamelessly stripped his clothes in front of her. Yi Ziyun was deeply powerless. If she stayed here, would she have to watch Nieli take a bath? Yi Ziyun could only helplessly retreat. In the small courtyard, Yi Ziyun's thoughts were in a mess. She sat on a stone, and her slender fingers kept breaking a grass stem. Although she was bullied by Nieli, Yi Ziyun's heart wasn't unhappy. She couldn't tell what kind of emotion was in her heart. What a hateful fellow, Yi Ziyun thought angrily. Perhaps she was really too lonely. She usually didn't have any friends in the academy. After her mother passed away, her father and grandfather were also busy with their own things and rarely accompanied her. So when someone came to bother her, she would feel very happy. Although Nieli was indeed a bit of a rascal, she didn't hate Nieli at all. Nieli understood Yi Ziyun's character very well. That was why he did such a thing. He wouldn't let Yi Ziyun alienate him. The warm water still had the fragrance of Yi Ziyun. If they could take a bath together, that scene would be wonderful. Thinking about it, Nieli's heart couldn't help but speed up a bit. But the road was long, and Nieli knew that if he wanted to reach that step, he still had to work hard. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the courtyard. Hearing this sound, Yi Ziyun's face suddenly changed. This knock on the door, it was obviously her father coming. Nieli was still in the room. It's over. At this time, Nieli also heard the knock on the door. He was immediately dumbfounded. This time it's big. Thinking about the stern and cold face of Yi Ziyun's father, Nieli suddenly had a headache. In Nieli's heart, Yi Ziyun was his woman. That's why he was so casual. This had nothing to do with acting like a hooligan. Nieli wouldn't do the same thing to Xiao Ning. In the process of rushing the rankings, please vote for me. Chapter 93. In his previous life, Nieli didn't have much contact with Yi Ziyun's father. However, he knows that this father-in-law of his is a stone-hearted person with a weird temperament. He's extremely hard to deal with. Nieli heard from Yi Ziyun that Yi Ziyun's father is extremely strict. Since young, his relationship with Yi Ziyun wasn't that good. If such a father-in-law were to find out that he's naked in his daughter's room, who knows what kind of things he might do? Nieli swept away his previously leisurely state of mind and hurriedly put on a pair of pants. Afterwards, he summoned the shadow devil demon spirit, activated the concealment ability, and moved outside. He has to quickly slip away, or else he won't have the chance anymore. The city lord is a black gold rank demon spiritualist, an existence closest to legend rank. At this moment, in the small courtyard, a robust man walked in with majestic steps. He wore a gray robe, his hair was tied behind his head, and his resolute face looked very cold. His body emitted a biting cold aura, a kind of imposing aura of a superior. Yi Ziyun was scared stiff. She never thought that her father would come in at this moment. She was dumbfounded. One must know that Nieli is still bathing in her room. If her father were to find out about this, who knows what would happen? Yi Zong frowned his brows and solemnly asked, "Yinner, why don't you look good? Have you been sick recently?" And no, Yi Ziyun hurriedly shook her head. Her heart was in a panic. She doesn't know if Nieli, who's in the room, knows that her father is here. Please don't get found out. If Nieli is found out under her father's rage, Nieli would be in danger. At this moment, Yi Ziyun was worried about Nieli's safety. Yi Zong suddenly sensed something and frowned. Why is there someone else's aura here? Hearing Yi Zong's words, Yi Ziyun was shocked in her heart. One must know that her father is a black gold rank demon spiritualist and has already reached the pinnacle of black gold rank demon spiritualist. He's only a step away from legend rank. Therefore, his perception is very sharp. How is this possible? There's only me here. Yi Ziyun hurriedly waved her hand, looking a little flustered. Yi Zong looked at Yi Ziyun coldly. He could tell at a glance that Yi Ziyun was lying. Not only was there someone else's aura here, but it was also a man. Yi Zong coldly snorted, and a majestic soul force enveloped the entire courtyard. At this moment, Nieli, who was preparing to leave the courtyard from the back, felt a powerful soul force descending from the sky. He immediately did not dare to move. Indeed, what he's afraid of has come. He desperately converged his aura and released all of his soul force into the shadow devil demon spirit. Yi Zong's soul force searched again and again. A moment later, it locked onto Nieli's surroundings. Nieli immediately complained. In this life, he hasn't been cultivating for a long time. His soul force is only 2-star silver rank. If he could reach gold rank and use the shadow devil demon spirit's void form concealment, he would definitely not be discovered. But now, Yi Zong should have already discovered his location. It's actually the void form combat skill. I never thought that he would have some ability. He's not an idiot. Yi Zong coldly snorted. He's experienced and knowledgeable, so he still has some understanding of the void form combat skill. A surge of soul force surged out, turned into ropes, and tied Nieli up. Under the powerful soul force's suppression, Nieli's void form combat skill finally lost its effect, and his body slowly appeared. Boom! Yizong's soul force ruthlessly threw Nieli onto the ground, causing cracks to appear on the ground. Cough, cough. Nieli instantly vomited a mouthful of blood. His body was injured, and his internal organs were shaken. However, Yizong was obviously lenient. Otherwise, with his strength, he could have killed Nieli in one strike. Nieli, how are you? Seeing this scene, Yiziyun suddenly became anxious. She ran to Nieli's side and supported Nieli. Frowning, she angrily looked at Yizong and said, "Father, how could you injure my friend for no reason?" "Friend?" Yizong coldly snorted. Glaring at Yiziyun, he said, "You explain to me. What the hell is going on here? I'm Nieli. Greetings to the city lord." Nieli operated his soul force to heal himself. Facing Yizong, he cupped his hands and said, "No matter what, the other party was still Yiziyun's father, his future father-in-law. Although this was the first time they met, it was a bit awkward. Nieli, I have a slight impression. You're the kid who was recruited into the city lord's mansion? Tell me, what were you doing in my daughter's yard?" Yizong coldly looked at Nieli. Nieli was only wearing a pair of pants, his upper body was naked. His gloomy gaze swept at Nieli, then swept at Yiziyun. "Of course I'm here to visit. I'm Ziyun's classmate. Knowing that she lives here, I came to take a look." Nieli bitterly smiled. "Visit? Is there a need to take off your clothes when visiting?" Yizong angrily snorted. Like a bolt of lightning, it bombarded Nieli's heart. Looking at Yiziyun, his face sunk. "Ziyun, I'm very disappointed in you. I never thought that you would do such a thing to ruin the family's reputation." Hearing Yizong's words, Yiziyun's body slightly trembled. Her eyes reddened, and her expression was lonely. Seeing Yiziyun's expression, Nieli raised his head, took a glance at Yizong, and said, "Uncle, please don't misunderstand. There's nothing between me and Ziyun. If there's any problem, come at me. It has nothing to do with Ziyun." Hearing Nieli's words, Yizong angrily walked towards Nieli, step by step. The entire yard was filled with sand and stones. When a black gold rank demon spiritualist is enraged, it's extremely terrifying. No matter if it's Nieli or Yiziyun, both of them felt a terrifying pressure. "Come at you? At least you still have some backbone. Since you've ruined my Snow Wind family's reputation, don't even think of leaving here alive." Yizong waved his right hand. A surge of soul force that was like a surging tide was sent towards Nieli. Nieli's face slightly changed. He thought that Yizong would, at most, lock him up and punish him. He never thought that Yizong would actually be so ruthless. With his current strength, there's no way for him to fight against a black gold rank demon spiritualist. Nieli felt depressed in his heart. If only his cultivation was a little higher, reaching gold rank, then he would at least have the strength to fight. Nieli's heart was filled with regret. If he were to die here, it wouldn't be worth it. The entire Glory City is still waiting for him to save it. Boom! His soul realm shook. Nieli was sent flying with blood spurting out from his mouth. He slammed into the wall and fell down. "You dare to be presumptuous in my city lord's mansion with just this bit of strength." Yizong took a step out with his right foot. Another surge of soul force surged out. "Father, don't." When Yiziyun saw this scene, sparkling tears flowed down her cheeks. She leaped up and stood in front of Nieli. Along with the surge of soul force, the Snow Queen's image appeared above her. The sky full of snow formed a powerful storm, instantly forming a thick wall of snow in front of her. Boom! Under the bombardment of Yizong's soul force, this wall of snow wind instantly shattered into pieces. The difference in strength is too big. Even if Yizong doesn't summon his demon spirit, he can still easily defeat Nieli and Yiziyun, who have summoned their demon spirits. You actually integrated with the Snow Queen's demon spirit and still dare to fight against your father. You've really grown capable. Get out of my way. Yizong's eyes coldly stared at Yiziyun. Yizong's entire body was emitting a violent and frightening aura. This kind of aura made Yi Ziyun feel unfamiliar. She cried and said, "Father, I beg you, let Nieli go. As long as you let Nieli go, I'm willing to accept punishment." Looking at Yi Zong's cold expression, which was like a sword, Nieli wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly stood up. Soul force revolved around his body, slowly forming huge wings on his back. This is soul force manifestation. However, the wings formed by Nieli are several times bigger than the wings formed by Xiaoning. Furthermore, there are 3 pairs of them. 6 pairs of huge wings slowly flapped behind him. A majestic power was fighting against Yi Zong's soul force. The reason why I'm not taking action is because you're Ziyun's father, not because I'm afraid of you. Cold words slowly came out from Nieli's mouth. His sharp gaze was like a sharp sword. At this moment, Nieli was floating in the sky like a god. His eyes emitted a frightening aura. Chapter 94. Ziyun, get out of the way, Nieli said in a deep voice. His gaze was as solid as it could be. He had completely stimulated the potential within his soul realm, causing his soul force to reach its peak. Feeling the boundless soul force coming from Nieli, Yi Zong's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Nieli is still so young, but he's actually able to suppress his aura on a certain level. Such talent is indeed a little shocking. However, he still coldly stared at Nieli. "Nieli, don't. I beg you." Yi Ziyun's face was filled with tears. Nieli coldly stared at Yi Zong and furiously said, "Are you worthy of being a father? Since young, have you ever cared about Ziyun? Apart from asking her to keep cultivating, what else have you done for her? Do you know the loneliness in her heart? She doesn't have a single friend in the academy. In the City Lord's mansion, no matter if it's you or that old fart EMO, you're both busy with your own matters and don't care about Ziyun at all. I'm only good friends with Ziyun, even if there's something going on between us. Is there anyone like you who would kill someone without any reason? Have you ever cared about Ziyun's feelings? All you care about is the reputation of the Snow Wind family. Brat, do you know what you're saying? You're courting death. You dare to be so impudent towards me?" Yi Zong became even more enraged. With a deep roar, waves of demon spiritual aura emitted from his body. An even more powerful soul force came from all directions and suppressed Nieli. Boom! Nieli was sent flying. Boom! 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 Nieli's soul force continued to crazily clash with Yi Zong's soul force, causing explosions in the air. Nieli was sent flying again and again. His body was riddled with injuries. Those who are afraid of death are cowards. Even if I die, I still have to say it. Do you think that the City Lord is that great? I don't put you in my eyes. Isn't he just a black gold rank demon spiritualist? Give me a year, and I'll be able to defeat you? So what if a black gold rank demon spiritualist is amazing? I've even seen those above the legend rank. Covered with cuts and bruises, Nieli spat out a mouthful of saliva with one of his eyes half open. Damn it. If you insist on fighting me now, I'll use the soul uniting technique to teach you a lesson even if I have to die. If he used the soul unification technique, both sides would definitely suffer. Nieli didn't want to do that, nor did he want to make Yi Ziyun sad. After all, the person opposite him was Yi Ziyun's father. 1 year? You want to defeat a black gold rank demon spiritualist within a year? Yi Zong coldly smiled. Looking at Nieli, the corner of his mouth was filled with disdain. What? Do you want to try? Nieli had both of his hands on his waist. Since he has already let go, he pointed at Yi Zong and cursed. If you give me a year, I'll ruthlessly step on you. This is what you said. If you can defeat me within a year, I won't pursue today's matter. And you, Yi Ziyun. Yi Zong coldly glanced at Yi Ziyun. Deep within his eyes, a hint of undetectable gentleness flashed. He coldly said, "If you can't reach gold rank within a year, the two of you are not allowed to see each other anymore." Yi Zong's soul force fiercely bombarded Nieli's body, sending Nieli flying. He slowly turned around and walked out. Don't forget what you said today. With a huge explosion, Nieli's soul force scattered. The 3 pairs of wings on his back were also broken into pieces. His internal organs were displaced, but his life wasn't in danger. He was gasping for air. At that moment, he felt that he had just brushed shoulders with the god of death. The strength that Yi Zong displayed in that last attack was much stronger than an ordinary black gold rank demon spiritualist. Yi Zong has already reached the pinnacle of black gold rank demon spiritualist, only a step away from legend rank. Rest assured, I will definitely not go back on the words that I said, Nieli solemnly said, looking at Yi Zong's back figure. Seeing Yi Zong slowly leaving, Nieli's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. He originally thought that Yi Zong would disregard everything to protect the reputation of the Snow Wind family and kill him. He never thought that Yi Zong would actually let him go. There's a problem with the layout of this chapter. The number of words is a little less. Therefore, it's together with the next chapter. Chapter 95. Yi Ziyun silently sent Nieli to the entrance of the small courtyard. After a moment of silence, Yi Ziyun lowered her head and said softly, Nieli, don't come looking for me in the future. Why? Nieli slightly frowned and looked at Yi Ziyun. Yi Ziyun raised her head and looked at Nieli. Her clear eyes were filled with deep sadness. She asked, aren't you afraid of death? Aren't you afraid that my father will kill you? Kill me? If your father wanted to kill me, he would have already done it. Nieli's eyes were deep. Or, at least he has expelled me from the City Lord's mansion. As long as I am expelled from the City Lord's mansion, I will definitely die. The Dark Guild will definitely not let me go, but he didn't do it. Then why didn't he do it? A trace of confusion flashed in Yi Ziyun's eyes. Nieli glanced at the direction where Yi Zong left. That stalwart back was like an iron tower. Under the sunset, it was so lonely and desolate. For a moment, Nieli suddenly understood a lot. He said, this is a matter between men. In any case, just listen to me in the future. At this time, Nieli understood that it wasn't that Yi Zong didn't care about Yi Ziyun, but that Yi Zong's shoulders were shouldering too much. Hey, Nieli, why should I listen to you? Yi Ziyun suddenly pouted in dissatisfaction. She was really wrong today. Although the relationship between Yi Zong and her wasn't that close, it was the first time that her father punished her so coldly. Yi Ziyun felt a little pain in her heart. Yi Ziyun's angry look was particularly attractive. Cough, cough. Nieli coughed out a few more mouthfuls of blood and said with a bitter smile, are you going to let me go back like this? How are you? Seeing Nieli's appearance, Yi Ziyun immediately asked with concern and quickly supported Nieli. No, my injury is too serious. I think I'll have to stay here for 2 days, Nieli said while clutching his chest. Yi Ziyun looked at Nieli, and her eyes fell into a daze. Was there anyone more shameless than Nieli? What the hell was in his head? He had just been injured by his father, and he still wanted to stay here for 2 days? Was Nieli's brain filled with paste? Wasn't he afraid that his father would really kill him out of anger? At this time, in a corner of the City Lord's mansion, 2 figures stood proudly. One of them is Yi Zong, who just came out from Yi Ziyun's yard. The other one is the president of the Association of Alchemists, Gu Yan. City Lord, you've injured him too much. If the master behind him gets angry, it won't be a good thing for Glory City, Gu Yan said, bitterly smiling as he looked at Yi Zong. Injured too much? Yi Zong's brows were filled with killing intent. I'm already being polite enough by not killing him. This brat actually dared to take liberties with my daughter in my City Lord's mansion, ruining my daughter's innocence. Gu Yan was also helpless. Nieli's actions were too much. Taking liberties with the City Lord's daughter in the City Lord's mansion. Only Nieli would do such a thing. The City Lord not killing Nieli is already very kind. Then why didn't the City Lord expel him from the City Lord's mansion? What's the use of expelling him from the City Lord's mansion? I don't know what demon spirit this brat integrated with, but he actually has the void form combat skill. In the City Lord's mansion, only a few black gold rank demon spiritualists can discover his location. To him, the City Lord's mansion is like an uninhabited land. Furthermore, I don't know what happened to Ziyun, but she's being controlled by this brat. This is really infuriating. Don't tell me that I really have to find a secret place to lock my daughter up? Yi Zong coldly snorted. This brat is still so young, and he's already a gold rank demon spiritualist. Furthermore, he contributed a few elixir formulas. His contribution to Glory City can be considered as huge. In the future, Glory City's safety might have to rely on him. Even if it's for Glory City, I can only endure this. Hearing Yi Zhong's words, Guyan didn't know why, but he found it a little funny. The dignified city lord was actually helpless against a 13-year-old brat. A 13-year-old dared to enter the city lord mansion to pick up girls. Just what is this brat's brain made of? In my opinion, if Ziyun were to follow him, she might be wronged. I've heard that until now, this brat has not only provoked one girl, the little girl from the Fenlei family and the girl from the Huyin family. This brat's future wife definitely won't only be one. Yi Zhong was extremely angry. Then what does the city lord intend to do? Guyan looked at Yi Zhong, lightly smiled, and asked, "What else can I do? I can only endure it." Yi Zhong clenched his teeth. Ever since he became the city lord, he has never compromised like this. If that brat showed a trace of cowardice and hid behind Ziyun, even if I have to offend the super expert behind him, I will still kill him. However, at least he has some backbone. Even if he has a lot of women in the future, I don't think this brat will turn his back on Ziyun. Hearing Yi Zhong's words, Guyan felt slightly relieved in his heart. It's good that this matter hasn't reached the point of no return. Guyan, do you know what is the soul restoration technique? Yi Zhong suddenly thought of something, looked at Guyan, and asked. Guyan shook his head and said, "I'm not too sure either." According to what this brat said, if he used the soul restoration technique, he can even defeat me. However, it seems that the side effect of the soul restoration technique is also very big. After using it, he will undoubtedly die. It should be the ultimate skill that the person behind him taught him. If there's a way, President Guyan can help me get the soul restoration technique out of this brat's mouth. Yi Zhong went silent for a moment and said. Guyan was stunned for a moment, then asked, could it be that the city lord wants to use the soul restoration technique? This is absolutely not possible. Didn't the city lord say that the soul restoration technique has a huge side effect? Yi Zhong went silent for a moment, then sighed. This kind of secret technique, unless it's a last resort, I will definitely not use it. However, it's better to be prepared. Recently, the Dark Guild is getting more and more impatient. Could it be that there's news from Lord Yimo's side? Guyan looked at Yi Zhong and asked in puzzlement. That's right. The Dark Guild wants to command the demon beasts to destroy Glory City. Command the demon beasts to destroy Glory City? What's in it for them? Guyan asked, feeling a chill in his heart. Are the people from the Dark Guild crazy? If the skin doesn't exist, how can a hair attach to it? If Glory City is destroyed, can they be spared? They might have other methods to avoid the demon beast attacks. Yi Zhong said in a solemn tone. Guyan thought for a while and said, why don't the city lord get in touch with Nieli? Who knows? The person behind Nieli might have some methods. Beg him? Yi Zhong's face sank. I'm already being polite to him by not killing him. It's absolutely impossible for me to beg him. Hearing Yi Zhong's words, Guyan couldn't help bitterly smiling. He doesn't know if he can think of other ways to mediate. At this moment, in Yi Ziyun's room, Nieli was sitting on the bed, cultivating. Although he was seriously injured by Yi Zhong, which caused cracks to appear in Nieli's soul realm, he still managed to make a breakthrough in progress. As he cultivated, traces of soul force revolved around his body. After his soul force took shape, Nieli's cultivation had a clear breakthrough. His soul force has reached 3-star silver rank and will soon be able to take another step forward. Yi Ziyun doesn't dare to stay in the same room as Nieli. She adjusted her breathing in the small courtyard. Thinking of her father's stern face, she couldn't help sighing. Her mother had passed away a long time ago, and her relationship with her father had never been that close. Ever since she was young, her father had been very strict with her, making her cultivate nonstop. Therefore, her cultivation and knowledge in various aspects had far surpassed those of her age. However, she had never seen a father as strict as he was today. Nieli, what should I do with you? Thinking of how Nieli stood in front of her despite knowing that he couldn't win, Yi Ziyun's heart rippled. Although Nieli is a little shameless and doesn't know what's good for him, he's still very brave at crucial moments. Her heart was filled with entanglement and distress. At the same time, her father's reaction caused Yi Ziyun to be deeply puzzled. She thought that her father would do something terrifying under his rage. She never thought that her father would only give her a request, which is to reach gold rank demon spiritualist within a year. Yiziyun really wants to know what her father is thinking. However, no matter what, she will still work hard to train and definitely won't let her father down. Regarding the Demon Gods Chronicles, I believe many readers have already read Chapter 95. Snail has indeed used the title Demon God Era to publish it in other places. At that time, it was also used as a manga script. Now that he is publishing it again, please support him. In addition, the Demon Gods Chronicles manga will be published on Tencent Cartoon Network and other places. Snail really likes the manga version of the Demon Gods Chronicles. Everyone can take a look. Chapter 96. Nieli, on the other hand, did not have that many worries. He never thought that his luck would be so bad. The first time he came here, he was met by the city lord. However, Yizong did not do anything to him. He probably found out something from the Association of Alchemists. Since that's the case, there's nothing for Nieli to be afraid of. Not long from now, he will completely subdue Yizong and make him obediently offer his daughter to him with both hands at the thought of this. Nieli revealed a faint smile. For the sake of his ambitious goal and ideal, he still has to work hard. Nieli swallowed a few elixirs, sat cross-legged, and started cultivating. He circulated the Heavenly God cultivation technique and charged towards 4-star silver rank. In the small courtyard, ever since she started cultivating the 9 revolving ice phoenix technique and integrated with the Snow Queen demon spirit, Yiziyun's cultivation has also increased by leaps and bounds. Compared to Nieli, she has also reached 3-star silver rank. After all, her cultivation technique is much more advanced compared to Nieli's Heavenly God cultivation technique. The power of the Heavenly God cultivation technique can only be clearly displayed towards the end. Among the cultivation techniques of Yiziyun, Xiao Ninger, Daozit, Lu Piao, and the rest, Nieli's Heavenly God cultivation technique's progress is the slowest. The difficulty of cultivating it is also several times more difficult than the rest. Of course, after successfully cultivating it, the power will be the strongest. After cultivating it to the same realm, even if Yiziyun and the rest join hands, they still might not be Nieli's opponent. The cultivation technique's difficulty is the highest, but the speed of cultivation is the same as the others. This is the advantage of Nieli's rebirth. Holy Emperor, wait until I cultivate the Heavenly God cultivation technique to the pinnacle level. After that, I will cultivate another 7 God rank experts. This time, let's see who is stronger. Nieli thought to himself. The reason why he had lost in his previous life was because his cultivation level was indeed slightly lower than the Holy Emperor's, and the other reason was that the Holy Emperor had a few deity-level demonic beasts by his side, constantly attacking and exhausting his strength. That was why he had lost so quickly. In this life, he definitely wouldn't repeat the same mistake. In addition to increasing his strength, he also wanted to bring along a few powerful helpers. He couldn't be alone like in his previous life. After sitting cross-legged and cultivating for more than an hour, Nieli's injuries were finally almost healed. Nieli, how are you recovering? Yiziyun looked at Nieli and narrowed her eyes. Hearing Yiziyun's words, Nieli thought that Yiziyun was concerned about him, so he nodded and said, I'm almost recovered. All right, if that's the case, you have to go. If you continue to stay here, I won't be polite to you anymore. Yiziyun's beautiful face stiffened as she pushed Nieli out. Ziyun, I'm deeply in love with you, and this is how you treat me. My internal injuries have yet to recover. I need to rest for at least another 2 days before I can walk. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to vomit blood. I won't believe you anymore in the future. If you don't leave, I'll use a broom to chase you away. Yiziyun clenched her teeth. Nieli is too shameless. You can't be so heartless, right? Nieli looked at Yiziyun anxiously. You could try. Yiziyun placed her hands on her hips and snorted. After today's matter, it's already magnanimous of her to not beat up Nieli. All right, then I'll go back first. I'll come and find you tomorrow. Yiziyun pushed Nieli out, pouted her lips, placed her hands on her hips, and said hatefully, "If you dare to come again tomorrow, you'll see what happens." "Ah, then when can I come and find you?" Nieli bitterly looked at Yi Ziyun. With a bang, the door of the small courtyard was closed by Yi Ziyun. "Then I'll come a day after tomorrow." Although he was chased out by Yi Ziyun, Nieli's mood wasn't too bad. With his hands behind his head, he hummed a tune as he walked back to his residence. Looking at the closed door, Yi Ziyun stomped her feet and gritted her teeth in hatred. But then she seemed to think of something and giggled. That smile was bright and beautiful. If it was seen by others, they would definitely stare blankly. She was really helpless towards Nieli, the shameless guy. But since this matter had already developed to this extent, she had no other choice but to listen to Nieli. As if she thought of something, Yi Ziyun's cheeks were as red as the morning glow. Nieli walked, his thoughts drifted as if he had returned to his previous life. In fact, Nieli didn't know how to pursue a girl. In his previous life, the relationship between him and Yi Ziyun was the result of going through all kinds of life and death trials. After Yi Ziyun was killed by the demonic beast, although he came into contact with a few girls, he didn't have any ambiguous relationship with them. Nieli's heart had always been thinking about Yi Ziyun. He didn't have a mood to accept other girls. Seeing Yi Ziyun again in this life, Nieli's happiness could be imagined. But in this life, there weren't all kinds of life and death trials. Nieli didn't know how to get Yi Ziyun's favor. He could only shamelessly go forward. Anyway, even if Yi Ziyun hated him, he would still shamelessly stay by her side because Nieli didn't want to lose her again. At least it was better than doing nothing. Nieli thought in his heart. No matter how Yi Ziyun treated him, Nieli would always stay by Yi Ziyun's side. In Nieli's yard, Nieli was also diligently cultivating. After seeing Nieli, she suddenly revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. "Nieli Gidge, you're back?" Nieli hurriedly walked up. After Nieli left, she had been very worried. Nieli patted Nieli's little head. "Did Xiaoyu cultivate well?" Xiaoyu is very diligent. The cultivation technique that Nieli Gidge gave me is very magical. I'm now a 2-star bronze rank." Nieli looked at Nieli with sparkling eyes filled with worship. In her heart, Nieli was an omnipotent existence. "Not bad." Nieli smiled and nodded his head. Nieli's cultivation progress is quite good. Just when Nieli and Nieli were chatting, knocking sounds came from the yard's door. When Nieli opened the door, he saw Dowsit, Lu Piao, and the other two. He was a little surprised and asked, "How did you guys come here?" "We heard that you came to the city lord's mansion, so we came to look for you. However, it wasn't easy to find you. We finally managed to find President Gu Yin and got him to give us a travel document. That's how we came in." Lu Piao laughed and said, "You're really powerful, chasing Yi Ziyun all the way to the city lord's mansion. I admire you." Dowsit sized up Nieli and said, "You actually defeated the genius of the sacred family, Shun Xiao. Are you purposely showing off your strength? Otherwise, with your character, you'd be very low-key." "Before, my strength was too weak, so I didn't dare to be too flamboyant. But ever since I integrated with a demon spirit, even if I meet someone from the Dark Guild, I have the strength to protect myself. Furthermore, to be able to scam the sacred family, why not?" Nieli said, lightly smiling. Hearing Nieli's words, Lu Piao, Dowsit, and Bunch couldn't help laughing. "This time, the sacred family has really been scammed by you. 450 million demon spirit coins. Yeah, the patriarch of the sacred family is probably going to vomit blood." Nieli shook his head and said, 450 million demon spirit coins is still unable to shake the foundation of the sacred family. Nieli, you can't be thinking of getting rid of the sacred family, right? That's on the 3 major families." Lu Piao widened her eyes, looking at Nieli, and said, "Of course, I've scammed the sacred family. The sacred family definitely won't let this go. Sooner or later, they'll find me to settle the debt. However, I also don't intend to let them go." Nieli's eyes flashed with a chilling light. Seeing Nieli's expression, Dowsit's heart trembled. Nieli doesn't look like he's joking. Nieli is really planning to bring down one of the 3 major families, the sacred family, by himself. This isn't as simple as sparring. "No matter what you want to do, as long as you tell us, We brothers will definitely support you. Dowsett confidently said. If there wasn't Nieli, there wouldn't be him today. No matter what, as long as Nieli opens his mouth, even if he has to sacrifice his life, he won't even frown. How can I be left out of this matter? Lu Piao chuckled and said, Good brothers. Nieli hammered Dowsett's chest. To have such a group of brothers, even if it's climbing a mountain of swords or going through a sea of flames, they won't even frown. It's the greatest fortune in life. Thinking of Dowsett and Lu Piao, who died for Glory City in his previous life, Nieli's eyes flashed with tears. In this life, he will definitely not let Glory City fall into the same disastrous situation. Cough, cough, continue to seek recommendations. Chapter 97. Did you know that Ning entered the heavenly sacred border? Lu Piao suddenly remembered something and said, She entered the heavenly sacred border? Why didn't she tell me? Nieli's expression froze as he asked in shock. Recently, you first returned to the Tensei family, then participated in the genius battle, and then entered the city lord's mansion. It's hard for us to find you. Lu Piao spread her hands and said helplessly, With Ning Er's talent and cultivation, entering the heavenly sacred border shouldn't be a problem, but we can't rule out accidents. Nieli pondered as he looked at Lu Piao, Dowsett, and the others and said, Let's go, we'll go too. Nieli had wanted to go to the heavenly sacred border for a long time, because there was a treasure that he needed very much in the heavenly sacred border. This time, when he found out that Ning was in the heavenly sacred border, Nieli couldn't sit still. After knowing all about Ning Er's past life, Nieli was very pitiful towards Ning Er's past life. He also admired Ning Er's tenacious character and her courage to love and hate. Ning didn't hide her feelings for him. Although Nieli already had Yi Ziyun in his heart, no matter what, Ning Er was still one of the few people that he cherished. If you leave the city lord's mansion, what if something happens? Dowsett frowned and asked, It's fine, I have a way. I'll just dress up and go out. Wei Nan, Zhu Xiangjuan, Zhang Ming, you three stay here and take care of my sister. My room is over there. You guys can stay there. Nieli looked at the other three and said, Okay, leave it to us. Wei Nan and the other two nodded. Little you stay here and focus on your cultivation. I'll be back in a few days. Nieli said as he patted Nieyu's little head. Okay, be careful, big brother Nieli. Come back quickly. Nieyu nodded sensibly. After giving some instructions, Nieli changed his appearance into Wei Nan's appearance. Lu Piao, Dowsett, and the others were dumbfounded. Nieli's disguise technique was too magical. He just casually applied something on his face and changed his appearance. Apart from the clothes, he looked almost exactly the same as Wei Nan. In this world, is there anything that you don't know? Duze bitterly smiled. I didn't think that you had this trick up your sleeve. Lu Piao opened her eyes wide. With this method, Nieli didn't need to hide in the city lord's mansion. Even if he swaggered on the streets, the Dark Guild wouldn't be able to recognize Nieli. As an expert, it's necessary to be proficient in all kinds of life-saving methods. Nieli said with a faint smile. This kind of simple disguise was a piece of cake for him. It wasn't a brilliant method. A true expert could still distinguish a person by their aura. When one cultivated to legend rank, a truly superb disguise technique was to change one's height and aura in addition to one's appearance, making it impossible for the opponent to recognize them. If an ordinary person wanted to kill the reborn Nieli, it would be impossible without using some special methods. Even when he was confronting Yi Ziyun's father, Nieli still held back some of his methods. However, those methods were too ruthless and would definitely cause both sides to suffer. This was something that Nieli didn't want to see. No matter what, that was Yi Ziyun's father. Otherwise, even when facing an expert like Yi Ziyun's father, he wouldn't have been beaten so miserably. All right, I forgot to give these to you guys. Nieli waved his right hand and took out 5 demon spirit stones. These were the demon spirits that Nieli had merged with. Every one of them was a god-level growth rate super demon spirit. What are these? Demon spirit stones? Lu Piao placed her hands on her hips and proudly smiled. During this period of time, I've been diligently cultivating at home and broke through to silver rank. My old man was so happy that he rewarded me with a gold rank demon spirit. I've already merged with it, so I don't need it anymore. After merging with a gold rank demon spirit, I'll be able to step onto the peak of the martial path and become a powerful gold rank demon spiritualist. Ha ha ha. I was going to give you a scarlet demonic leopard. That a god-level growth rate demon spirit that can grow to legend rank. Since you don't want it, then forget it. Nieli shrugged his shoulders and handed the demon spirit stones over to Dowsett and the rest. This is a Hell Tiger, a Berserker-type demon spirit. These three are Divine type, Sacred Fire type, and Sacred Healing type demon spirits. They were prepared for you guys. Nieli looked at Wei Nan, Zhu Xiangjuan, and Zhang Ming. Dowsett and the rest had already decided to follow Nieli. Therefore, they didn't stand on ceremony with Nieli and receive the demon spirit stones. They curiously examined the demon spirit stones, wondering if these demon spirits were as strong as what Nieli said. They still don't know what a god-level growth rate is. However, since Nieli said that it could grow to legend rank, it should be an extremely powerful existence. God-level growth rate? Grow to legend rank. Is there really such a powerful demon spirit? You said that it can grow to legend rank? Is that true? Dowsett asked, puzzled. Of course it's true. Nieli nodded his head. Actually, what he didn't say was that the demon spirit stones that he gave to Dowsett and the rest weren't only able to grow to legend rank. The future growth rate is immeasurable. However, even if he told Dowsett and the rest, they probably wouldn't be able to understand. Nieli, we're good brothers, right? Can you let me take a look at this demon spirit? Lu Piao rubbed her hands and said with a mischievous smile. Seeing Lu Piao's expression, Nieli smiled. He no longer teased Lu Piao. With a wave of his right hand, he threw the scarlet, demonic, leopard demon spirit stone to Lu Piao. Lu Piao, quickly throw away that gold-ranked demon spirit of yours. You guys can slowly merge with your demon spirit when you get back. We'll go to the college first and enter the heavenly sacred border. Nieli said. Ning is still in the heavenly sacred border, so Nieli is still worried. After all, in his previous life, Nieli never went to the heavenly sacred border. He doesn't know what the heavenly sacred border is like. He only has a rough idea of what's hidden inside. Okay, Lu Piao and Dowsett nodded. The three of them left the City Lord's mansion and headed towards St. Laurent College. St. Laurent College Vice Principal Yi Sheng, Xiaoning, has already been in there for so long. Why hasn't she come out yet? A few teachers nervously asked Yi Sheng. Yi Sheng's brows were also tightly knitted. Xiaoning has indeed stayed in there longer than others. Under normal circumstances, the higher the talent of the student, the longer they will stay in there. As for the less talented ones, they will come out very quickly. However, isn't the time that Xiaoning has stayed in there for a little too long? Vice Principal Yi Sheng, there are 3 students looking for you. A teacher walked in from outside. They're all students from the genius class. Vice Principal Yi Sheng nodded his head and said, Bring them over. A moment later, Nieli and the other 2 were brought over. At this moment, Nieli's disguise had already been removed. When he saw Nieli, Yi Sheng's pupils violently contracted. He has a deep impression of Nieli. During the end of the year test, no matter if it's strength or soul force, Nieli was only a 1-star bronze rank. However, not long after, Nieli participated in the Genius Tournament and displayed strength that is not inferior to a gold rank. Such a shocking change quickly made him realize that something is wrong. The strength test can be faked, but the soul force test, how can it be faked? Even if Yi Sheng cracked his head, he still wouldn't be able to figure it out. However, no matter what, a super genius appearing in the school is something worth celebrating. Vice Principal Yi Sheng, I want to enter the heavenly sacred border. There shouldn't be a problem, right? Nieli looked at Yi Sheng and asked, With your strength, entering the heavenly sacred border won't be a problem at all. Yi Sheng nodded his head. To enter the heavenly sacred border, one must be one of the top few students in the genius class. However, with Nieli's current strength, he is already an invincible existence in the genius class. Then, thank you, Vice Principal. I want to enter the heavenly sacred border now. Nieli cupped his hands towards Yi Sheng and said. Yi Sheng also knows that Xiaoning, and Nieli's relationship is very good. Xiaoning hasn't come out from the heavenly sacred border for a long time, so it's fine to let Nieli go in and take a look. Everyone together sent Nieli to the entrance of the heavenly sacred border. Looking into the distance, a deep door appeared in Nieli's line of sight. In his previous life, Nieli did not enter the heavenly sacred border. His understanding of the heavenly sacred border was obtained from books. With regards to the heavenly sacred border, Nieli is still somewhat curious. Letting Daozit and Lu Piao wait outside the heavenly sacred border, Nieli directly walked into the heavenly sacred border. The previous 95 chapters have already been posted. Now is the new chapter. Everyone, please support and vote for me. Chapter 98. Nothing will happen to Nieli, right? Daozit looked at Nieli's disappearing figure and slightly frowned his brows. Regarding an unknown place like the heavenly sacred border, he is still a little worried. Lu Piao laughed and said, Daozit, you're thinking too much. Don't you trust Nieli too much? What kind of matter can trouble Nieli? If you have the time to worry about Nieli, why don't you quickly integrate with your demon spirit? I can't wait to see how strong my little scarlet demonic leopard is. Lu Piao patted her interspatial ring, feeling extremely excited. The two of them looked to the side, found an empty space, and sat down to cultivate, while waiting for Nieli. Seeing their actions, Yisheng couldn't help feeling gratified. No wonder Daozit and Lu Piao's cultivation could improve so much. They're simply too hard-working, not willing to waste even a little bit of time. If the other students were as hard-working as Daozit and Lu Piao, they would be much more at ease. Yisheng and the other mentors went to the side to rest, while Daozit and Lu Piao focused on integrating with their demon spirits. At this moment, inside the heavenly sacred border, light and shadow flashed before his eyes. Countless scenes flashed before his eyes, as if he was passing through endless time and space. Nieli walked in and looked around. Far away, the grass was lush, the flowers were blooming. The scenery was too beautiful to be imagined. However, after stepping into the heavenly sacred border, Nieli felt his soul realm exploding. His soul force felt like it was about to explode, constantly expanding his soul realm. His soul realm expanded bit by bit. Nieli's face revealed a painful expression. The feeling of his soul realm being forcefully expanded is extremely uncomfortable. This heavenly sacred border is indeed a holy land for raising soul force. Staying in there for a while, the effect is even more obvious than cultivating outside for several days. His soul realm expanded by a third. The intense pain caused Nieli's face to twitch. Nieli forced his eyes open and looked into the distance. He saw a figure sitting cross-legged on the grass in the distance. It vaguely looked like Ning. However, Nieli's vision was very blurry, so he couldn't see clearly for the time being. He decided to cultivate and recover first. Within his soul realm, the Shadow Devil Demon Spirit and the Fang Panda were constantly getting stronger. As expected of the heavenly sacred border, Nieli can feel that the two demon spirits in his soul realm are constantly getting stronger. Their cultivation speed is extremely shocking. At this moment, an old voice exclaimed in the depths of Nieli's consciousness, Brat, how can your soul realm integrate two demon spirits? Who are you? Nieli asked back, while constantly consolidating his cultivation and increasing his soul force. He could feel a drifting soul spying on him. However, this soul couldn't threaten him, so Nieli didn't care. Haha, answer my question first, and I'll tell you who I am. Because I'm practicing a special cultivation technique, is this okay? Nieli calmly said. And what kind of cultivation technique is so magical? This is already the second question, right? Nieli rolled his eyes, constantly asking others questions, but not answering the other party's question. This doesn't seem too polite. The old voice laughed involuntarily and said, You brat, you're really hard to deal with. I've been sleeping in this heavenly sacred border for hundreds of years. Although I've met some geniuses with pretty good talent, they couldn't enter this old man's eyes. You and that little girl over there have pretty good talent, but your talent is even better. Today, I've taken a fancy to you. This old man will accept you as my disciple. You're accepting me as your disciple? Did I say that I want you to be my disciple? Nelly said in disdain. My master? Who are you? Can you teach me? If anyone wants to be my master, then wouldn't I have a lot of masters? Brat, do you know who I am? The old voice proudly said. Who are you? Nieli asked with a little contempt. After the age of darkness descended, us 5 legend-ranked demon spiritualists brought hundreds of thousands of survivors and migrated to Glory City. Furthermore, we resisted the attacks of the demon beast horde. I'm one of the 5 ancestral ancestors of Glory City, ancestral founder Yin, the founder of the Snow Wind family. Brat, after hearing my name, you must be scared, right? The old voice sounded a little proud. I sealed my soul in the heavenly sacred border and have been protecting Glory City. If it wasn't for me, Glory City would have fallen long ago. So it's one of the 5 legend rank ancestors. Nieli suddenly understood, slightly cupped his hands. I've been disrespectful. However, Lord Ancestral Founder, I'm not interested in becoming your disciple. Not interested? You're actually not interested in becoming my disciple? Ian was furious. Brat, do you know how good an opportunity you're giving up? With my guidance, you can become a legend rank demon spiritualist in your lifetime. At the very least, you could become a black gold rank demon spiritualist. I don't need you to be my disciple. I can also become a legend rank demon spiritualist. Nieli mumbled. Although I respect you as the ancestral founder of Glory City, I don't have to be your disciple. You are simply arrogant. Do you think it's that easy to become a legend rank demon spiritualist? Legend rank demon spiritualist is the pinnacle existence in this continent. Aside from geniuses with extraordinary talent, ordinary people will never be able to touch that realm. If Ian was still alive, his lungs would probably explode from anger. As a legend rank demon spiritualist, he wanted to take Nieli as his disciple, but was actually rejected by Nieli. This is simply intolerable. Do you know how many people begged their grandparents to become my disciple? All right. Nieli was depressed. Lord Ancestral Founder, since you want to be my master, then tell me, what are you going to teach me? As a legend rank demon spiritualist, there's nothing that I don't know about in this continent. I'm proficient in astronomy, geography, calculation, inscription patterns, and I also have a few extremely powerful inherited cultivation techniques. I can also give you pointers on the cultivation of demon spirit combat techniques. Ian proudly said, feeling very proud. You have 5 powerful legacy cultivation techniques here. You can choose one to practice. In front of Nieli's eyes, a dazzling light suddenly appeared. 5 light figures appeared. On top of them were 5 books. Let me see what powerful cultivation techniques you have. Nieli's gaze fell onto the 5 books. What? You still have the cheek to take out the wood conversion spiritual art? You can only be a black gold rank demon spiritualist in the end, right? That cultivation technique is simply full of mistakes. In the 3rd chapter, you actually need to circulate your soul force into the heaven's pivot point. Isn't this destroying your own future? The heaven's pivot point is used to communicate with heaven and earth. I took this cultivation technique by mistake. Ian looked a little embarrassed, only to see one of the books disappear. Let me take a look at this one. I'm going to vomit. Yang Spirit Cultivation Technique. The training speed of this cultivation technique is so slow. You still need to find a place with the sun to train. If it's cloudy, you won't be able to train. Even if you reach legend rank demon spiritualist, you'll probably be in your 70s or 80s by then. Furthermore, I don't even need to say anything about that cultivation technique. Changing the red sun into a yin and yang state, the training speed will definitely be 3 times faster. Ian pondered for a while. He felt that what Nieli said made some profound sense. He was choked and didn't know what to say. Let me take a look at this one. Isn't this the Ash Wolf cultivation technique? To fuse with a wolf-type demon spirits cultivation technique, you can indeed reach legend rank demon spiritualist realm. How? Is it? Do you like this cultivation technique? Ian asked with a hint of joy. Practice this cultivation technique? I say, Lord Ancestor, Why is your ash wolf cultivation technique only 9 chapters? It'll be over once you reach 3-star legend, rank demon spiritualist. I also have the ash wolf cultivation technique here. Do you want me to give you the 10th chapter? I guarantee that you'll be able to reach 5-star legend, rank demon spiritualist realm. Nelly said. Yi Yin was speechless. He's simply going crazy. Just where did this kid come from? He actually wants to teach him a cultivation technique? Over the years, Yi Yin has seen geniuses. Even if there aren't tens of thousands, there are still thousands. They're all at the peak of Glory City. However, he has never seen someone as monstrous as Nieli. The 5 cultivation techniques that he gave Yi Yin are already very powerful top-tier cultivation techniques. However, in Nieli's eyes, they're worthless. Yi Yin couldn't understand. How old is Nieli? How can his knowledge be so profound? It's even more shocking than an old demon that has lived for thousands of years. Chapter 99. Lord Founder, these 5 cultivation techniques are too lousy. You only learnt these cultivation techniques? No wonder your cultivation was so lousy when you were alive, only reaching legend rank. Why don't I teach you a few super cultivation techniques? I guarantee that your cultivation will improve by another level. Nieli patted his chest and said, I have a total of 3,600 super cultivation techniques. Even the worst is better than these 5. If it's too lousy, I'll be embarrassed to teach you. All right, that's enough, Yi Yin angrily said. Nieli really didn't give him any face. Doesn't he know that he's the founder of Glory City? Brat, I don't know where you got so many cultivation techniques. Maybe you opened some kind of treasure. Even if you have super powerful cultivation techniques as a legend rank demon spiritualist, I can still give you a lot of advice on the path of cultivation. My knowledge is something that you can't imagine. Oh, the knowledgeable Lord Founder. I would like to ask, why can demon spirits fuse with the soul realm? Nieli looked at Yi Yin and asked, TSK, is Yi Yin going to compete with me in terms of knowledge? It's such a simple question. Didn't your teacher teach you? Demon spirits exist in the form of a soul, and the soul realm is the soul's container. Of course it can be fused. Yi Yin faintly smiled and said, although your talent is not bad, your foundation is too lousy. Young people shouldn't bite off more than they can chew. Since the soul realm is the container and the demon spirit is the soul, it's like a cup and water. Then why do some people fail to fuse with their demon spirit after reaching silver rank? Nieli chuckled and asked, speaking of which, as long as it's a cup, it can hold water. The probability of failure is very low, almost negligible. Therefore, there's no need to bother about this question. Yi Yin paused for a moment and said with a little vexation. Nieli's question was too obscure. He couldn't answer it. These exceptions, after research, are often the key to unlocking the secret. A legend rank demon spiritualist actually doesn't know about this. I really don't know how your teacher taught you. If I had such a disciple, I would definitely slap him to death. Nieli shook his head with a look of regret. Then why do you think this is? Yi Yin's voice was trembling from anger. As a legend rank demon spiritualist, when has he ever been scolded like this? The soul realm has a fixed attribute, and so does the demon spirit. If the difference between the 2 attributes is too great, it will naturally lead to failure. It's like fire and water are incompatible. Attribute difference? Yi Yin muttered to himself. In the past, he had never considered this aspect, but Nieli's words seemed to have opened a window in his heart. Aside from the difference in attributes, there are many profound secrets in the depths of a human soul realm. A demon spiritualist of your level would naturally not understand them. If you're willing to take me as your teacher, I might be able to explain it to you. Your soul hasn't dissipated yet, and I might even be able to help you reconstruct your physical body. Nieli sat cross-legged with a slight smile on his face. Become Nieli's disciple? Yin almost came back to life from anger. He's the founder of Glory City. Being looked down upon by a brat like this was simply intolerable. However, Nieli's last sentence caused him to be dumbfounded. Reconstruct my physical body? Can this really be done? Yi Yin was stunned. This was already a realm that he couldn't imagine. Just where did this young man come from? Why does he know so much? As the founder of Glory City, if he wanted to take in a teenager as his disciple, wouldn't they have to kneel and kowtow to him? How would they be like Nieli, who taught him a lesson? Although he was angered to the point of vomiting blood, everything that Nieli said was like a magnet that deeply attracted him. What Nieli said was indeed something that he didn't know. Brat, you really want me to take you as my teacher? Take me as your teacher? Let me think about it. Forget it, I don't want it. I'm too lazy to teach a disciple with such a poor talent. Nieli snorted in disdain. If my disciple is 100 years old and still in legend rank, and is still so proud of himself, see if I don't whip him to death. Yin pointed at Nieli, trembling. You unfilial descendant. Yin was angered to the point that his beard was trembling. Even if he were to come back to life, he would still be angered to death by Nieli. I'm not a descendant of your Yi family. I'm a descendant of the Tensei family. In terms of family history, the Tensei family is much older than your Yi family. If it weren't for the fact that you're Ziyun's founder, I wouldn't even bother with you. Nieli curled his lips in disdain. Yi Yin was angered. However, he's only in a soul state, so he can't do anything to Nieli. Tensei family. I remember now. When I established Glory City, the Tensei family was only a small family. I admit that your founder is indeed very powerful. It seems that you've obtained some of your family's inheritance. However, you've only obtained a little bit of inheritance, yet you dare to be so arrogant. Although Yin has to admit that Nieli does know more than him, he still won't admit defeat. Losing to a 13 to 14-year-old kid, where would he put his face as a legend, rank demon spiritualist? Yin no longer spoke. Since that old man didn't come to bother him, Nieli naturally wouldn't take the initiative to talk to Yin. Nieli continued to cultivate. Waves of majestic soul force constantly surrounded Nieli. After circulating the heavenly god cultivation technique, the two demon spirits in his soul realm were like sponges, constantly absorbing the soul force, constantly growing stronger. Yin's soul floated around Nieli. Although he was angered by Nieli, when Nieli started to circulate his cultivation technique, he couldn't help watching. Waves of soul force surged. This cultivation technique doesn't look like a silver rank demon spiritualist, but more like a legend rank demon spiritualist cultivation. Yin glanced at Xiao Ning who was far away, and inwardly pondered. No matter if it's this kid or that girl, their cultivation techniques are too frightening. They're already so monstrous at such a young age. Could it be that after not going out for so many years, the outside world has already changed? Compared to Nieli's heavenly god cultivation technique, the 5 cultivation techniques that Yin just took out are indeed too trashy. Although the cultivation speed of the heavenly god cultivation technique was a bit slower compared to the lightning winged dragon technique and the 9 revolving ice phoenix technique, it was tens of times faster than the 5 cultivation techniques that Yin had used earlier. The two of them were on completely different levels. With a thought, Yin moved to Xiao Ning. Little girl, this old man can see that you're talented. Why don't this old man take you as a disciple? Hearing Yian's voice, Xiao Ning was slightly stunned. She immediately asked, May I ask who Senior is? I'm the founder of Glory City, the founder of the Snow Wind family. Yin proudly said. So it's Lord Founder. Xiao Ning, from the Winged Dragon family greets Lord Founder. Xiao Ning, immediately revealed a respectful expression. She's naturally full of respect towards the experts in Glory City's history. Yin stroked his beard and lightly smiled. Not bad, not bad. You're worth teaching. This is more like a daughter of a normal family. Someone like Nieli is simply too abnormal. I've been in this heavenly sacred border for 1,000 years. I wonder how the outside world is now. Lord Founder, Glory City is still safe and sound. How many legend rank demon spiritualists are there in Glory City? Replying to Lord Founder, Glory City only has one legend rank demon spiritualist, Lord Yimo. Xiao Ning respectfully said. How could this be? Yin frowned his brows. He felt that this matter is a little fishy. No matter if it's Xiao Ning, or Nieli, the cultivation techniques that they practice are frighteningly powerful. It's simply shocking. Logically speaking, with such powerful cultivation techniques, it's impossible for Yemo to be the only legend-rank demon spiritualist. Is there a problem? Xiaoning, curiously asked. Nothing. Little girl, let me have a look at your cultivation technique. Who knows, I might be able to give you some pointers. Yin said. After finishing his words, his face turned red. This Xiaoning fell into hesitation. Chapter 100. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Yin solemnly asked. Reporting to Lord Ancestor, the cultivation technique that I'm practicing is called Lightning Dragon Cultivation Technique. It was taught to me by a friend. Without that friend's permission, I'm afraid that I can't tell this cultivation technique to Lord Ancestor. Xiaoning was said after pondering for a moment. I'm only taking a look at this cultivation technique. It's not like I'll steal your cultivation technique, Yi Yin said with his face flushed red. It's already hard for him to lower his face and ask Xiaoning about her cultivation technique. He couldn't suppress his curiosity towards the lightning dragon cultivation technique, but since he couldn't see it, he felt like there were cats scratching his heart. But forgive me, Ning for not being able to comply. Xiaoning stubbornly said. In her view, giving the lightning dragon cultivation technique to someone else is equivalent to betraying Yeli. Even if the other party is the ancestor of Glory City, she still won't listen. Why don't I use something to exchange with you? Let me take a look at the lightning dragon cultivation technique, and I can teach you 10 powerful cultivation techniques, Yi Yin said patiently. Just when Yi Yin was talking with Xiaoning, a voice suddenly sounded. Ning don't believe this old liar. How can those broken cultivation techniques in his hands be compared to your lightning dragon cultivation technique? Nelly said, It's you, you stinking brat. You actually dare to call me an old liar. Ian was about to explode from anger. His heart felt as if it was poked at a sore spot. What's wrong? You actually want to use those broken cultivation techniques to exchange for the lightning dragon cultivation technique? Shameless. To think that you call yourself the ancestor of Glory City. As someone who has lived for hundreds of years, you actually lied to an innocent little girl. You're simply shameless. Nielian scrupulously scolded. Ian simply went crazy. Nieli's words were simply ruthless. Nieli, why are you here? How can you talk in my head? Xiao Ninger asked in confusion. At this moment, she was sitting cross-legged and cultivating, and Nieli's voice seemed to come from her mind. Xiao Ning, words caused Yi Yin to be stunned. He died a long time ago and is currently in soul form. That's why he can use soul transmission to talk to Xiao Ning. But how did Nieli do it? This is the soul leaving the body. It's a very simple ability. Nieli smiled faintly. Soul separation? When Yin was still alive, he had never heard of it. Yet, Nieli actually said that it was a very simple technique. Yin was simply going crazy. Just what kind of background did this brat have? Old liar. What else do you want? Nieli snorted. Hearing Nieli addressing ancestral founder Yi Yin in this way, Xiao Ninger also had a suspicious expression. Yi Yin's soul was about to explode from anger as he said, This old man is already dead. I don't care about your cultivation technique, not to mention cheating you guys of your cultivation technique. Since you don't care, then why did you entice Ninger to hand over the lightning dragon cultivation technique? If you don't want others to know about it, then don't do it. Nieli didn't leave any face for Yi Yin. Yi Yin flew into a rage. You're simply angering me to death. I only wanted to see if there's any flaw in the lightning dragon cultivation technique. Flaw? With your standard, it will be a ghost if you can see the flaw in the lightning dragon cultivation technique. It's not impossible for us to show you the lightning dragon cultivation technique. Nieli lightly smiled. Yi Yan's brows twitched. He could clearly feel that Nieli definitely has something up his sleeves. However, he still couldn't suppress his strong curiosity. When Yi Yin was still alive, he was infatuated with martial arts and loved to research all kinds of cultivation techniques. He had seen many powerful cultivation techniques. When he discovered that Nieli and Xiao Ninger were cultivating 2 cultivation techniques that he had never seen before, he became excited and wanted to take a look. Originally, He wanted to take Nye Li as his disciple to see how profound Nye Li's cultivation technique is. However, in the end, Nye Li was too monstrous and gave him a heavy blow. Originally, he thought that since he couldn't see Nye Li's cultivation technique, he would settle for the second best and take a look at Xiao Ninger's cultivation technique. In the end, Nye Li mercilessly exposed him. Originally, Yin thought that there was no hope. However, Nye Li's words ignited a trace of hope in him. What do you want? Just say it. Yin understood that Nye Li is too treacherous. If he doesn't get straight to the point, he might be tricked by Nye Li. Ancestral founder Yin is indeed worthy of being one of the founders of Glory City. You're indeed straightforward. Then I'll be straight to the point. I want the Thunder God's meteorite sword. Nye Li said, lightly smiling. Impossible. Yin cried out. Thunder God's meteorite sword? What's that? Xiao Ninger had a blank expression on her face. She has never heard of it before. Ever since the appearance of ancestral founder Yin, Nye Li has been scheming against him. His objective is the Thunder God's meteorite sword. The Thunder God's meteorite sword is an extremely powerful weapon. Because it had devoured countless demon spirits in battle, it became so powerful. Then forget it, Nye Li said, shrugging his shoulders. Brat, how do you know that the Thunder God's meteorite sword is sealed in the heavenly sacred border? Ancestral founder Yi Yan's brows twitched as he looked at Nye Li with a profound gaze. I naturally know. The Tensei family has been passed down for a long time. There are many things that ancestral founder Yi Yan doesn't know about. I also know about it, Nye Li said, shrugging his shoulders. You stinking brat. It's not that easy for you to obtain the Thunder God's meteorite sword. Even if I allow it, it's impossible for you to control that divine sword with your strength. If you're not careful, you might be devoured by the Thunder God's meteorite sword. Yi Yan said, that might not be the case. As long as Lord Ancestral Founder can bring me to the Thunder God's meteorite sword, I will be able to subdue that divine sword. Nye Li said, proudly smiling. That's impossible. Back then, among the 5 of us legend-rank demon spiritualists, only legend-rank demon spiritualist Sheng Mu was able to subdue that divine sword. Yi Yan said, shaking his head, since Lord Ancestral Founder thinks so, why don't we make a bet? Nye Li said, his brows twitching. Yi Yan's gaze deeply looked at Nye Li. If it's someone else, Yi Yan can confidently say that no one can subdue that divine sword. However, Nye Li gave Yi Yan a strange feeling. It's as if everything is just a small matter in Nye Li's eyes. Can Nye Li really subdue the Thunder God's meteorite sword? Yi Yan couldn't help having a trace of doubt in his heart. If Nye Li is really able to subdue the Thunder God's meteorite sword, it's definitely a significant matter to the entire Glory City. Back then, the Thunder God's meteorite sword shone brightly under Sheng Mu's hands, killing millions upon millions of demon beasts. It's a terrifying, bloodthirsty sword. Although Sheng Mu died from the backlash of the Thunder God's meteorite sword, there's no doubt that the Thunder God's meteorite sword is powerful. What bet? If I'm able to subdue the Thunder God's meteorite sword, then Ancestral Founder Yi Yan will follow me. If I'm unable to subdue it, then I'll let Ancestral Founder Yi Yan take a look at the Lightning Dragon cultivation technique. How about it? Nye Li lightly smiled. This bet is only beneficial to him. Even if he loses, the Lightning Dragon cultivation technique is only a cultivation technique. It's impossible for Yi Yan to cultivate it. You actually want me to follow you? Bastard. You have no respect for your elders. Yi Yan raged. Since that's the case, Ancestral Founder Yi Yan can also choose to give up on the bet. Nye Li shrugged. The consciousness in Xiao Ning, Er's mind looked at Nye Li, then looked at Yi Yan. Suddenly, she pursed her lips and lightly laughed. She finally understood that the reason why Nye Li spoke so much to Ancestral Founder Yi Yan was to infuriate him. Ancestral Founder Yi Yan was tricked from the start. Nye Li is too bad. Xiao Ning, seemed to have thought of something, and her face turned red. If it said that she was tricked by Nye Li from the start, then Xiao Ning was also willing. Brat, it's not that easy for you to fool me. We can bet, but you have to change the stakes. Ancestral Founder Yi Yan proudly said. Although he knows that Nyeli is purposely baiting him, he still wants to bet and see if Nyeli is able to subdue the Thunder God's meteorite sword. Change what stakes? Nyeli's brows slightly twitched. Give me the lightning dragon cultivation techniques chant. Then I'll bring you to the location of the Thunder God's meteorite sword. If you're unable to subdue the Thunder God's meteorite sword, then you have to let me have a look at your cultivation technique. Ancestral founder Yi Yin said. His curiosity towards Nyeli's cultivation technique far exceeds Xiao Ning, Er's lightning dragon cultivation technique. Nyeli looked at Xiao Ning. Are you willing to give the lightning dragon cultivation techniques chant to ancestral founder Yi Yin? Xiao Ning immediately nodded her head and said, This lightning dragon cultivation techniques chant was originally taught to me by you. I naturally have no objections. Nyeli nodded his head. Ancestral founder Yi Yin, it's a deal. Nyeli said, lightly smiling. It's only 2 cultivation techniques. Even if he gave it to ancestral founder Yi Yin to have a look, it wouldn't be a big deal. Without his help, ancestral founder Yi Yin would still be in a soul state. Nyeli recited the lightning dragon cultivation techniques chant once. Ancestral founder Yi Yin listened attentively. His brows were sometimes tightly knitted and sometimes relaxed. He had an intoxicated look on his face. When Nyeli finished reciting the lightning dragon cultivation techniques chant, he sucked in a cold breath. What an exquisite cultivation technique. If I had been cultivating such a powerful cultivation technique from the start, I might have already reached the realm above legend rank, an unimaginable realm. Ancestral founder Yi Yin exclaimed. The power of this lightning dragon cultivation technique far exceeded his imagination. He originally thought that as a legend rank demon spiritualist, he would more or less be able to find some flaws in the lightning dragon cultivation technique. He never thought that the realm and level of the lightning dragon cultivation technique would far exceed his current realm. It's simply uncanny workmanship. Could it be that there's an even more powerful existence above legend rank? All right, ancestral founder Yi Yin, can you bring us there now? Nyeli looked at Yi Yin, who was still in a daze, and said, lightly smiling, Of course. Ancestral founder Yi Yin recovered from his shock and nodded his head. His gaze fell onto Nyeli. His expression was complicated. Chapter 101. Nyeli and Xiao Ning both stood up. Under the lead of Yi Yin, they headed towards the inner part of the heavenly sacred border. As they walked in, all kinds of illusions kept appearing in their minds. It was as if there were thousands of demon beasts pouncing towards them from all directions. However, this kind of low-level illusion has no effect on Nyeli, because right now, Nyeli's heart is already very firm. In order to resist this illusion, Xiao Ning, Er's face was slightly pale. Her clothes were soaked in sweat. Even those geniuses in the past did not dare to go so deep into the heavenly sacred border. The deeper you go into the heavenly sacred border, the more dangerous it is. Nyeli felt that there was a dense killing intent coming from afar. That's the aura of the Thunder God's meteorite sword. Just this terrifying aura alone is already giving people a huge pressure. The main body of the heavenly sacred border is this Thunder God's meteorite sword. The entire heavenly sacred border is constructed with the Thunder God's meteorite sword. Seeing the killing intent coming towards Xiao Ning, Nyeli suddenly let out an angry roar. Like a rolling thunder, it bombarded Xiao Ning Er's soul realm. Xiao Ning Er's expression turned cold. Her mind instantly became a lot clearer. Are you all right? Nyeli looked at Xiao Ning and lightly smiled. And thank you, Nyeli. Xiao Ning gratefully looked at Nyeli. If it wasn't for Nyeli's help, she might have fallen into that terrifying killing intent. The thin clothes on Xiao Ning Er's body, because of the sweat, tightly stuck to her tender skin, revealing her sexy figure. The jade peaks in front of her chest stood proudly. Ninger was getting more and more charming. Nyeli was stunned. He touched his nose awkwardly and looked away. Feeling Nyeli's fiery gaze, Xiao Ninger also blushed and lowered her head. Although she was very shy, her heart was faintly happy. Ancestral founder Yi Yin If I am able to subdue the Thunder God's meteorite sword, you will submit to me. Is this true? Nieli quickly changed the topic and said to ancestral founder Yi. Of course. Yi proudly said, I mean what I say. If you can really subdue the Thunder God's meteorite sword, then I will not be able to continue staying in this heavenly sacred border. Because my soul is attached to the Thunder God's meteorite sword, it did not dissipate. But kid, let me give you a piece of advice. It's not that easy to pull out the Thunder God's meteorite sword. If this matter is that easy, then it wouldn't be challenging at all. Nieli didn't mind and said with an indifferent smile. Yi was puzzled. Why is Nieli so confident? If Nieli can really pull out the Thunder God's meteorite sword, then leaving the heavenly sacred border and looking at the outside world isn't bad either. As time passed, they slowly approached the center of the heavenly sacred border. On an ancient altar far away, a divine sword appeared in front of Nieli. This divine sword was bathed in lightning, and the sound of wind and thunder could be heard. Terrifying, killing intent. The divine sword has a spirit. Even if it's 100 meters away, it can still make people feel a bone-piercing chill. That's the Thunder God's meteorite sword. Xiao couldn't help sighing. Even if it's so far away, she can still feel the strong pressure on her soul, making it hard for her to even take a step forward. Although she can feel the pressure on her soul, at the same time, Xiao can also feel that her soul force is rapidly growing. The lightning dragon cultivation technique quickly revolved within her body. Within her soul realm, there seems to be a dragon soaring. In a moment, her soul realm suddenly exploded, rushing toward Xiaoning's limbs and meridians. Boom! Her soul realm became exceptionally clear. Breakthrough. 5-star silver rank. Lightning dragon cultivation technique is a fierce and progressive type cultivation technique. The cultivation speed is a lot stronger than Nieli's heavenly god cultivation technique. Under the guidance of the Thunder God's meteorite sword, adding on the fact that Xiao has already reached the soul manifestation stage, her cultivation speed is even more shocking. She's only a step away from reaching gold rank. Although her cultivation hasn't reached gold rank, Xiaoning's cultivation technique is too powerful. Even an ordinary 1-star or 2-star gold rank expert might not be Xiaoning's opponent. Seeing Xiaoning's cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds, Nieli can't help lightly smiling. The current Ning already has enough strength to break free from her previous life's fate. Integrate with this demon spirit. Nieli passed a demon spirit stone to Ning. What is this? Ning looked at Nieli's demon spirit stone in doubt. Wind and lightning attribute, heavenly lightning sparrow. A demon spirit with a god-level growth rate. Nieli said as he stuffed it into Ning's hand. Xiao raised her head. Her eyes seemed to be flickering with tears. She doesn't know how to repay Nieli for treating her so well. Nieli patted Xiaoning's shoulder, lightly smiled, and said, quickly integrate with it. With your current strength, if you integrate with the heavenly lightning sparrow, I'm afraid that even I won't be your opponent. To follow in Nieli's footsteps, to be able to stand side by side with Nieli one day. After Xiao received the demon spirit stone from the heavenly lightning sparrow, she began to integrate with it. Brat, you can even get a heavenly lightning sparrow's demon spirit. However, what does a god-level growth rate mean? Yi frowned his brows and asked, why should I say? Nieli spread out his hands and said, if you don't want to say, then forget it. Yi snorted. Looking at Xiao beside him, Nieli raised his head and walked towards the Thunder Meteorite Sword. Seeing Nieli approaching the Thunder Meteorite Sword, Yi stopped talking and stared at Nieli's back figure. Is Nieli able to pull out the Thunder Meteorite Sword? According to common sense, Nieli is only a silver rank demon spiritualist, not even a gold rank. How can he pull out the Thunder Meteorite Sword? To be able to control the Thunder Meteorite Sword, one has to be at least a legend rank demon spiritualist. However, Yi isn't sure if Nieli can do it. That's because Nieli is too monstrous. Whether it's his cultivation technique, his unique abilities, or his profound knowledge, They all exceed the limits of an ordinary person's judgment. Yin almost thought that Nieli is an old monster that has lived for hundreds of years. 50 meters away from the Thunder Meteorite Sword, a horrifying pressure came over. The Thunder Meteorite Sword has killed countless demon beasts. After being bathed in the blood of demon beasts, it became extremely powerful. At the same time, it devoured countless demon spirits, causing it to form an extremely powerful sword soul, filled with horrifying killing intent. The horrifying killing intent was like a raging wave sweeping over, as if it wants to devour everything. Indeed, it's an ancient godly sword. If it's an ordinary demon spiritualist, even if it's a black gold rank demon spiritualist, under this horrifying killing intent, they would probably die from mental disorder. In that instant when the killing intent was about to hit Nieli, Nieli let out a low growl and quickly summoned the shadow devil demon spirit. His body quickly changed and activated the void form combat skill. His body slowly disappeared. The solid killing intent passed through Nieli's body, but did not cause any damage to Nieli. Seeing this scene, Yian's pupils slightly contracted. He can feel that within Nieli's soul realm, there are two demon spirits. However, he doesn't know what those two demon spirits are. Until this moment, when he saw Nieli executing the demon spirit combat skill, he sucked in a mouthful of cold air. It's actually the shadow devil demon spirit. Thinking of the name of the shadow devil demon spirit, Yi Yin couldn't help his scalp going numb. In an extremely ancient era, the shadow devil was an extremely powerful demon spirit. Anyone that integrated with the shadow devil demon spirit were all extremely powerful assassins. Even a legend rank demon spiritualist would find it hard to defend against them. The number of legend rank demon spiritualists that died under the sharp blades of the shadow devil demon spirit was innumerable. Later on, the shadow devil demon spirit was nearly extinct. The number of demon spiritualists that integrated with the shadow devil demon spirit also decreased. He never thought that today he would actually see a person that integrated with the shadow devil demon spirit. No wonder this kid is so confident that he can pull out the Thunder God's meteorite sword. He indeed came prepared. Yin sighed inwardly. After Nieli executed his void form, he slowly approached the Thunder God's meteorite sword. Step by step, he stepped onto the altar. When he was 2 meters away from the Thunder God's meteorite sword, Nieli's figure slowly appeared. Within the altar, he could no longer feel the killing intent of the Thunder God's meteorite sword. Nieli did not continue to approach the Thunder God's meteorite sword. Instead, he sat down on the ground. Waves of soul force were emitted from his body and bombarded towards the Thunder God's meteorite sword. Buzz! The Thunder God's meteorite sword suddenly exploded, emitting a horrifying roar of thunder. Tens of thousands of demon beasts, demon spirits, turned into bolts of lightning as they charged towards Nieli. Just in time, a demon spirit slowly rose from Nieli's body. It's Nieli's Fang Panda demon spirit. This demon spirit guarded Nieli's side, fighting with the other demon spirits. One of the demon spirits charged into Nieli's soul realm. Nieli's soul realm was like a whale that opened its mouth, directly devouring the demon spirit. Like a terrifying golem, it directly crushed the demon spirit into pieces. The soul force contained within the demon spirit was all absorbed by Nieli, turning it into his own. A moment later, another demon spirit charged into Nieli's soul realm. The Fang Panda demon spirit guarded outside of Nieli's soul realm, only letting one demon spirit enter at a time. Nieli continued to devour demon spirits. His cultivation continued to rise. 4-star silver rank, 5-star silver rank, gradually reaching the edge of gold rank demon spiritualist. Countless demon spirits were crushed. The soul force was condensed into a bundle by Nieli. It was like a huge rope coiling towards the Thunder God's meteorite sword. Boom, boom, boom. The soul force and the lightning surrounding the Thunder God's meteorite sword constantly collided, exploding again and again. Seeing this scene, Yin suddenly understood. So Nieli is using this method to subdue the Thunder God's meteorite sword. Chapter 102. The previous legend, rank demon spiritualist, Sheng Mu, practiced a lightning attribute cultivation technique. Using his own body to transform into a lightning physique, he subdued the thunder god's meteorite sword. Without a doubt, this method was very effective. However, at the same time, it also had a huge side effect. It caused irrecoverable damage to Sheng Mu's soul realm. Therefore, Sheng Mu died at the age of 39. Logically speaking, 39 years old is the peak age for demon spiritualists. Therefore, the death of Sheng Mu made people sigh. After that, no one was able to subdue the Thunder God's meteorite sword. In order to prevent the Thunder God's meteorite sword's killing intent from leaking, the legend-ranked demon spiritualists constructed this heavenly sacred border and sealed the Thunder God's meteorite sword here. What was different from Sheng Mu was that Nieli didn't use the method of changing his own physique to subdue the Thunder God's meteorite sword. Instead, he used the power of the demon spirits on the Thunder God's meteorite sword for his own use, and used the power of the demon spirits to suppress the Thunder God's meteorite sword. Nieli is using the small to win the big. Although he only has the strength of a silver rank, using this method, he has achieved something that not even a legend-ranked demon spiritualist can do. If we had known that we could use this method to suppress the Thunder God's meteorite sword, we would have been able to control this divine sword back then. If they knew how to control the Thunder God's meteorite sword, then those legend-ranked demon spiritualists wouldn't have died in battle. Glory City would be even more glorious than it is now. Boom, boom, boom. The Thunder God's meteorite sword emitted waves after waves of lightning. However, as time passed, the lightning slowly dimmed. Only then did Nieli slowly stand up. With the boundless soul power in his surroundings, he walked towards the Thunder God's meteorite sword step by step. In front of the lightning-like spiritual energy, the Thunder God's meteorite sword was like a small snake that had been restrained. It continued to struggle, but gradually it stopped. Nieli gripped the hilt of the sword tightly. With a buzzing sound, the Thunder God's meteorite sword let out a deafening buzzing sound. At this moment, the buzzing sound was like an invisible ripple that spread in all directions. It continued to spread far and wide until it penetrated the entire Glory City. This sound wave seems to be invisible. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to hear it. Only black gold rank and above demon spiritualists would be able to feel this powerful sound wave, as though it could penetrate through their souls. Sacred Family, what happened? The head of the Sacred Family, Shun Hong, had an ugly expression on his face. When he was cultivating, he was suddenly bombarded by this sound wave. His soul realm was shaken, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. His several hours of cultivation instantly vanished into thin air. What a terrifying power! Shen Hong couldn't figure out where the power of this sound wave came from. City Lord residents. Several of the top powerhouses were communicating with each other via voice transmission. Where did this sound wave come from? Yi Zong asked with a frown. Several black gold rank demon spiritualists replied. Reporting to the City Lord, this sound wave is invisible and traceless. Even we are unable to track its position. Inexplicably sensing an invisible sound wave, Yizong thought that it was some kind of terrifying legend-ranked demon beast roaming around the vicinity of Glory City. He immediately gathered a few black gold rank and above demon spiritualists to discuss countermeasures. The super experts of the other major families also encountered a similar situation. However, ordinary fighters and demon spiritualists weren't affected. What a terrifying power! Tightly holding onto the Thunder God's meteorite sword, Nieli inwardly sighed in his heart. This Thunder God's meteorite sword is indeed an ancient divine artifact. It's unimaginably powerful. It's even stronger than the purple mist sword that he used in his previous life. Suddenly pulling out the Thunder God's meteorite sword, lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts gathered towards the Thunder God's meteorite sword in Nieli's hand from all directions, then quickly converged. The Thunder God's meteorite sword that was originally surrounded by lightning quickly converged, turning into a simple and unadorned broadsword. On the surface of the broadsword, there were traces of rust. No one would have imagined that this broadsword was the thunder god's meteorite sword that stirred up the lightning and had boundless power. At this moment, the thunder god's meteorite sword recognized its master and became Nieli's servant. Usually, the thunder god's meteorite sword is no different from an ordinary iron sword. Only when Nieli injected his soul force into the thunder god's meteorite sword would the thunder god's meteorite sword explode with such frightening power. Carrying the thunder god's meteorite sword on his back, Nieli looked at ancestral founder Yi Yin in the sky, lightly smiled and said, "How is it, ancestral founder Yi Yin? The thunder god's meteorite sword has been subdued by me." After a brief moment of shock, ancestral founder Yi Yin sighed and said, "I never thought that you would actually be able to subdue the thunder god's meteorite sword. I will naturally keep my promise. However, the thunder god's meteorite sword has already been subdued by you, becoming an artifact with an owner. My soul will no longer be able to attach itself to it. In a few days, my soul will slowly dissipate. Therefore, my promise will only be effective for a few days. Ancestral founder Yi Yin, you're not trying to go back on your words, right?" Nieli looked at ancestral founder Yi Yin in disdain. "You, as the ancestral founder of Glory City, how can I go back on my words?" Ancestral founder Yi Yin coldly snorted. "Isn't it easy to find an artifact for your soul to attach itself to?" Nieli rolled his eyes, shrugged his shoulders, and said, "Follow me. Finding an artifact for the soul to attach itself to, how could it be as easy as Nieli said? In this world, aside from the ownerless thunder god's meteorite sword, ordinary things are unable to be attached to by the soul. However, seeing how confident Nieli is, ancestral founder Yi Yin hesitated for a moment and followed. Before his soul dissipates, he will definitely keep his promise with Nieli. Without the thunder god's meteorite sword, the heavenly sacred border is no longer the original heavenly sacred border." Nieli looked at Ning Er, who was concentrating on her training, and said, "Ning Er, let's go." Ning Er nodded her head. Outside the heavenly sacred border, Nieli and Xiao Ning Er stepped out of the heavenly sacred border and met up with Lu Piao, Dowsit, and the rest. "You guys actually passed the test of the heavenly sacred border." Yi Sheng was extremely shocked as he looked at Nieli and Xiao Ning Er. In their view, if either Nieli or Xiao Ning Er managed to pass, it would already be pretty good. "Vice Principal, I hope that Vice Principal Yi Sheng will keep the matter of me passing the heavenly sacred borders test a secret." Nieli slightly cupped his hands and said, smiling. Hearing Nieli's words, Yi Sheng slightly frowned his brows, pondered for a moment, then nodded his head. Nieli's way of doing things is right. The talent that Nieli has displayed is already very shocking. Adding another title wouldn't have too much of an impact. On the contrary, it would cause the Dark Guild to be even more restless. Regarding passing the test of the heavenly sacred border, Xiaoning Er is very excited. Right now, she is already a 5-star silver rank. With her talent, she will definitely be well protected by the higher-ups of Glory City. In the future, she won't have to be forced to marry Shun Fei. Very quickly, Yi Sheng reported the matter of Nieli and Xiaoning Er passing the test to City Lord Yizong. City Lord Yizong ordered that Xiaoning Er should also be arranged to stay in the City Lord's mansion. However, Nieli did not immediately return to the City Lord's mansion. Instead, he wantonly bought materials in Glory City. After buying a lot of materials, Nieli started to make the soul puppet according to the blueprints. He handed the special metal to the blacksmith of Glory City to forge it, grind it into a sample, then tighten the steel bar and engrave complex inscription patterns on it. "This is a soul puppet." Seeing the thing that Nieli made, Yi Yin said in shock. "Not bad." Nieli lightly smiled and nodded his head. "You're actually making such an evil thing." Yi Yin immediately understood that Nieli is preparing to seal his soul in the soul puppet. "There are no evil things in this world, only evil people," Nieli said, shaking his head. Yi Yin went silent. Since he already made an agreement with Nieli, he naturally has to keep his promise. Although he's unwilling, being sealed in the soul puppet is still better than having his soul dissipate. However, what made Yin depressed is that the soul puppet is being controlled by Nieli. Although depressed, there's nothing he can do about it. Since he's already promised, he naturally has to do it. The metal used to make the soul puppet was specially made by Nieli. There's no need to talk about its sturdiness. Even a legend rank demon spiritualist might not be able to shatter it. In addition, Yi Yin himself is a legend rank demon spiritualist. There's no need to doubt the strength of his soul. Although the attack power of the soul puppet isn't much, even if it's just made, its strength isn't any weaker than any gold rank demon spiritualist. As Yi Yan's soul slowly fuses with the soul puppet, his cultivation will slowly recover, eventually reaching the strength he had when he was alive. That will be a legend-ranked soul puppet. Before the Age of Darkness, although there were many people making soul puppets, legend-ranked soul puppets are still very rare. After sealing ancestral founder Yi Yan's soul into the soul puppet, Yi Yan flapped his wings a little and flew up, circling in the sky for a moment. Ancestral founder Yi Yan, what do you think? Nieli lightly smiled and said, "Not bad." Yi Yan was a little depressed. When he was alive, he was a legend-rank demon spiritualist. Now that he's turned into a soul puppet, it's unavoidable for him to be depressed. However, compared to the boring years in the heavenly sacred border, the current him is filled with curiosity towards the current world. Although he's turned into a soul puppet, he can spread his wings and fly, taking a look at the current world. In life, there are gains and losses. Yi Yin is a person who adapts to circumstances. Therefore, he wasn't too depressed. In the future, I'll call you Little Fei Fei. Nieli muttered to himself. Hearing Nieli's words, ancestral founder Yi Yin, who was originally not depressed, suddenly had the urge to bang his head against the wall. He is one of the ancestral founders of Glory City, and was actually called Little Fei Fei. This is simply an insult to his character. Just when Yi Yin was about to express the anger in his heart, he heard Xiao Ning lightly nodding her head and seriously said, "Little Fei Fei. This name is pretty good." Yi Yin simply wanted to roar. What's so good about this name? He heard Nieli say, since Ninger likes it so much, then call it Little Fei Fei from now on. Not giving Yi Yin any chance to explain, this newly born soul puppet was named Little Fei Fei by Nieli. After finishing all of this, Nieli, Xiao Ninger, Lu Piao, and Daozit walked towards the direction of the City Lord Mansion. Passing through a quiet forest, a cold wind would occasionally blow past. Vaguely, there was an uneasy aura. Nieli suddenly stopped his steps. "Nieli, what's wrong?" Lu Piao and Daozit asked. Xiao Ning also widened her eyes, looking at Nieli with a puzzled expression. Nieli's gaze looked straight ahead, coldly barking. "Since you're here, then come out. Why are you hiding?" When Nieli's voice landed, dozens of people came out from the forest, surrounding Nieli and his group. These dozens of people all had their faces covered, causing others to be unable to see their appearance. Chapter 103. This group of black-clothed men are led by two people. Nieli can feel that one of them is a silver rank and the other is a gold rank. As for the people behind them, there are 3 gold rank experts and the rest are all silver rank. One of the black-clothed men coldly snorted. "Looks like I've underestimated you. I never thought that your soul perception would be so sharp, to actually be able to sense our location." Nieli lightly smiled and said, "You're not just underestimating me. Elder Shinming, I wonder what's the meaning of you bringing so many people to stop me?" The leading silver rank black-clothed man is Elder Shinming. Elder Shinming's shoulders slightly trembled. He obviously never thought that Nieli would be able to see through his identity so quickly. His face that was covered by the black cloth suddenly turned sinister. "We definitely can't let this brat go. If we let him escape, there will be endless troubles in the future." Nieli can easily distinguish the aura of the people in front of him. Standing beside Shinming is another black-clothed man with a tall figure. It's Deacon Yunhua, who was injured and escaped that day. The Sacred Family and the Dark Guild are actually here. Ninger, Daozit, Lu Piao, be careful. Nieli circulated his soul force, preparing to take action at any time. "Brat, since you know our identity, obediently surrender and you'll still have a chance to live." Otherwise, all of you will die." Elder Shinming's gaze turned cold as he coldly snorted and shouted. Nieli suddenly took a step forward, coldly barked toward Shunming and the rest. "Elder Shunming, you're really stubborn. You actually brought so many people to kill me. Do you know that according to the laws of Glory City, this is a capital offense? If you obediently surrender and follow me to see the city lord, I can still spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Hearing Nieli's words, those black-clothed men were all dumbfounded, foolishly staring at Nieli. Following which, they burst out into laughter. "Ha ha, too funny. This brat's brain must be flooded with water. What a pig." Yinhua Deacon laughed even more arrogantly. He pointed at Nieli and said insolently, "Little guy, I want to see how you are going to be impolite to us." Looking at the group of black-clothed men who were laughing so hard that they were in a complete mess, Nieli patted the soul puppet on his shoulder with his right hand and said, "Xiao Fei Fei, we'll have to see your performance now." Although it was unwilling, the soul puppet was completely under Nieli's control. It chirped twice and flapped its wings, pouncing towards the group of black-clothed men with lightning speed. A bunch of unfilial descendants. How dare they make a dignified ancestor like me do this kind of work? Ancestral founder Yi Yin, who was in the soul puppet, blabbered. It's unknown if he's scolding the group of black-clothed men or scolding Nieli. His claws scratched the face of one of the gold-rank black-clothed men. "Ah!" The black-clothed man let out a mournful shriek. What sealed inside the soul puppet is a legend rank expert. Although his cultivation hasn't fully recovered, he's already a gold rank. In addition, ancestral founder Yi Yin has an astonishing amount of battle experience in his previous life. His figure is erratic and his attacks are sharp. Capture this strange bird. Tear it apart. Bang! Bang! A new chaotic battle. A group of black-clothed men wanted to surround the soul puppet, but they couldn't catch any traces of Xiao Fei Fei. Too fast. Furthermore, his figure was erratic, basically unable to catch him. Seeing this scene, whether it's Elder Shinming or Yunhua Deacon, their faces turned black. They never thought that Nieli would be able to control such a strange bird. This strange bird's entire body is made of metal. When other people's attacks landed on its body, it was completely unharmed. However, its attacks were extremely sharp. It would always attack the eyes, neck, and other vital points. Don't care about that strange bird. Capture those little things first. Shunming pointed at the direction of Nieli and coldly snorted. Yinhua Deacon leaped up. His hand was like an eagle's claw as he pounced towards Nieli. While he was flying forward, his body constantly transformed into a huge scarlet black tiger. Hungry tiger pouncing. Yunhua Deacon's sharp claw caused a series of explosions in the air as it slammed down towards Nieli. Good timing. Nieli's expression was calm. His body rapidly transformed into a fang panda. Although his figure was a lot weaker, his aura wasn't the slightest bit weaker. With a roar, he waved his huge palm and slammed towards Yunhua Deacon. Feeling the whistling energy, Xiao Ning, Lu Piao, and Daozit's faces changed. "Nieli, be careful." Boom! A loud sound rang out. The chubby body of the Fang Panda collided with Yunhua Deacon's scarlet black tiger. A powerful aura swept out, causing the surrounding people to take a few steps back. He actually blocked it. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Under the frightening aura of the scarlet black tiger, Nieli's Fang Panda wasn't the slightest bit inferior. It firmly blocked the frightening attack of the scarlet black tiger. It was like a reef in a tsunami, not moving an inch. Nieli is only a silver rank, but he was actually able to block the attack of a gold rank demon spiritualist. Yunhua Deacon obviously didn't expect Nieli's strength to be so strong. However, it's impossible for him to win against me like this. The scarlet black tiger roared towards the sky, opened its mouth, and bit towards Nieli. Fierce tiger swallows wolf. The scarlet black tiger opened its bloody mouth, revealing its terrifyingly long, sharp teeth. Roar! The bloody mouth seemed like it wanted to swallow Nieli whole. Seeing this scene, Shinming was shocked and immediately shouted, "Don't kill him. He still has some use for him." Want to kill me? Nieli lightly smiled. The scarlet black tiger opened its mouth to bite him. This is exactly what he wanted. The fang panda suddenly opened its mouth. A black and a white light ball formed in its mouth and shot towards the scarlet black tiger's bloody mouth. Yin blast. Two balls of light, one black and one white, blasted into the scarlet flame black tiger's bloody mouth. Then they collided with each other and exploded. A frightening energy swept out. Even a demon spirit at the level of the scarlet black tiger couldn't withstand the yin blast that exploded in its mouth. The power of the explosion instantly shattered the scarlet black tiger's head. Deacon Yunhua violently vomited a mouthful of blood and was sent flying a few hundred meters away. He heavily fell onto the ground and was already at his last gasp. If the yin blast had exploded around the scarlet black tiger, it would only cause some damage to the scarlet black tiger. It wouldn't end up like this. However, Nieli's yin blast exploded within the scarlet black tiger's mouth. The damage caused by this is extremely frightening. Yunhua Deacon probably never thought that the fang panda, which has always been known as trash, would be able to spit out such a frightening yin blast in such a short period of time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have opened his mouth towards Nieli. However, it's already too late. Seeing Yunhua Deacon fall to the ground, the corner of Shunming's eyes couldn't help twitching. He never thought that a gold-ranked demon spiritualist like Yunhua Deacon would actually lose to Nieli. At this moment, more than 10 black-clothed men surrounded them. Xiao Ning, Lu Piao, and Daozit all summoned their demon spirits and started a fight with these black-clothed men. Although their cultivations were still stuck at silver rank, they possessed God-level growth rate demon spirits. Adding on the fact that their cultivation techniques were extremely powerful. Even if they fell into a bitter battle against the black-clothed men, they weren't in any danger for the time being. Are these bunch of little things really only in their teens? There was a huge abyss tiger with spikes all over its body and a pitch-black luster. There was also a scarlet demonic leopard with a pair of wings on its back and a body covered in scales. There was even a heavenly lightning sparrow covered in lightning. Shunming couldn't help but have a headache. Where did this group of little guys come from? Although they have the advantage in numbers, they weren't able to gain the slightest bit of advantage. Among the 4 gold rank experts, one was directly knocked to the ground by the yin blast, one was blinded by the soul puppet, and the other 2 were desperately resisting the soul puppet. The rest are all silver rank. Facing a silver rank expert, Nieli's Fang Panda is simply unparalleled. Gravity field, waves of majestic energy press down from above. The group of silver rank demon spiritualists instantly felt their bodies becoming several times heavier. Even moving a single step was extremely difficult. Nieli's gravity field only affected the silver rank demon spiritualists. As for Ning, Lu Piao, and Daozit, they weren't affected at all. Daozit's abyss tiger suddenly let out a sharp roar. The frightening sound swept out. When the group of demon spiritualists heard the sharp roar, their bodies started to tremble from fear. Duze's demonic scarlet blood leopard leapt out. Its agility was unimaginably fast. Its sharp claws were constantly waving. Puff, puff, puff. Asterisk. As for Xiao Ninger's heavenly lightning sparrow, it's constantly summoning lightning bolts. Every single lightning bolt can cause a silver-ranked demon spiritualist to fall into a state of paralysis, causing the hair on their head to explode. Nieli and Bunch have completely turned the situation around. Seeing this scene, Shunming's scalp went numb. Just what kind of monsters are these bunch of kids? Shunming had set up many spies in the vicinity of the City Lord's mansion, tracking the traces of Nieli and Bunch. They originally thought that with 4 gold rank experts and 23 silver rank experts, wouldn't capturing Nieli and Bunch be a piece of cake? However, they never imagined that the truth would be the complete opposite of what they expected. The strength of Nieli and Bunch far exceeded their imagination. There's also a strange bird that even gold rank experts couldn't do anything to. Not only did they fail to capture Nieli and Bunch, they even got beaten up by Nieli and Bunch. They're about to be completely annihilated. If they were to return to the sacred family, How would they explain this to the patriarch? Thinking of the terrifying eyes of the patriarch, Shun Hong, Shun Ming's heart sank into ice.